Let's get her rolling. Fuck yeah, here we go. Crossroads of Twilight. Oh my god, we have made it.
If we manage to pull off what we're planning to do, this will be the funniest shit we've ever done in our lives.
Or the most infuriating. Hello!
Hello!
Welcome back once again to Wheel Takes, a podcast about the Wheel of Time, a series of fantasy novels written by Robert Jordan and Brandon Sanderson. My name is Gus. I've read all of them.
And I'm Allie, and I am a first-time reader on book 11.
Yeah, well,
Crossroads
no, 10. 11 if you count the prologue.
11 if you count the prologue.
Yes.
Which I do.
Yeah, you do, but it's book 0.
11?
What's book 0?
I'm confused.
Prologue's book 0.
Of Crossroads of Twilight?
No, the prologue of... I'm sorry, I'm talking about the prequel. I'm talking about New Spring. This is book 10. This is book 10. 11 if you count the prequel. I misspoke.
See, I'm on book 10.
This podcast only contains spoilers for what Allie has already read.
So I guess if we do what we're planning on doing, I am on book 11.
Yeah, that's true. If we pull this off, as you're listening to this, she's on book 11, because what we're going to try to do over the course of the next several weeks that we're recording this.
This is so stupid and I love it.
This is the dumbest thing we've ever done. Our hope is that you have just started a mega episode, which is all of Crossroads of Twilight.
Yeah, so that I can be officially past the slog.
Now, that does not mean you have to have finished Crossroads of Twilight to start listening to this episode, because we are recording this as we go along in sections.
Yeah.
So while this episode does contain spoilers, hopefully, for all of Crossroads of Twilight, right now, at this second, Allie has only read up to the end of the prologue.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, like 100 pages.
It's extremely long. So
it's just 100 pages. And listen, it was interesting, but it was like 100 pages of, let's check in on this person who's
a lot of
staring into the distance.
Yes. So
ominously,
as we go through this episode, we'll get to the end of a section, and then the next section will start with an update of here's the spoiler scope until you hear otherwise. So if you're reading along with us, don't worry, we'll let you know.
Yeah, don't be
as
mad.
you go along. We'll do our best to signal very loudly and clearly that there is a new section starting with new spoilers. So yeah,
but if we pull this off,
I'm excited. This is the stupidest thing we've ever tried to do. Originally, we were going to try to do this as like 5 episodes over 5 days, and then Allie said, "No, we can be dumber. Let's do the entire thing all at once."
We can be funnier than that. We can be dumber. We've always been able to be dumber.
So we're going to dive in to Crossroads of Twilight here. Allie, I'm holding in my hands Crossroads of Twilight, book 10. Check out this artwork. What do we got?
We got Matt, the front with the Chandra eye.
This is the Daryl K. Suite cover.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got some very well-drawn horses.
That's definitely Matt. I feel like this is Tom in the purple.
Almost definitely Tom.
Waving to some guy.
Waving off back, yeah.
Unclear who. As a woman with blonde hair.
Yeah.
Is that Brigitte?
She's not there right now. Maybe she will be later, but I'm assuming it's Jolene or no, it's Celucia. It's the cream cheese woman.
The cream cheese.
The cream cheese woman.
Who is the fancy pants in the back?
Where?
Then this
Let me
guy.
see.
Look at him.
That's not a guy. That's a boyish woman.
Oh, that's Tuon?
That's Tuon, yeah.
Oh. And then who's this guy with the
arrow?
Bow?
I don't know. He's some guy.
Some guy. Well, like one of like Matt's ugly friend? Ugly friend, good horse rider? Or is it Jane Farstrider?
Well, actually, purple guy might be Noel.
No, he's got the mustaches.
Oh, okay, true, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure who this dude is over here. It might be, I don't know.
Because Tom Montes isn't there.
No, he is not.
I'm going with the ugly guy. What's his name?
Who's the ugly? Are you talking about Oliver?
No, there's a guy who's really good at stealing horses, but Matt says he's ugly.
Vannon. No, he says he's unbelievably fat, which...
Oh, I thought he said he was unbelievably ugly.
By the way, at one point...
No, that's Oliver.
In the companion, they list Vannon's weight. He's like a very reasonable weight.
What?
He's like by the way, I'm not trying to comment on weight generally. Obviously, that's a whole bag of worms. I'm not trying to do that. But the way they describe Ulver,
You mean Vannon?
the way they describe Vannon, you picture something very different from what is actually dictated in the companion. So I guess Matt's just fat phobic as fuck.
Apparently so.
In fact, maybe this is Vannon, because this man looks trim as shit.
Massively uncool of Matt.
But yeah, we got a bunch of dudes and a couple of women. Here's the back cover. Check it out.
Some more
people. You can barely see him. Nicolas Cage sadly is absent.
Devastation.
Yes. So, Allie, what are your expectations for Crossroads?
They're not high.
No?
Didn't I made my bingo card.
You did make a bingo card, and in fact, why don't we dive right in with the bingo sheet?
What the bingo sheet was.
While you're doing that, we're going to be reading a lot of this off of the ebook because that can be easier.
I gotta scroll back through. I don't know if anybody pinned it.
Didn't you print it? You haven't printed it yet, have we?
No.
Okay, we haven't generated it yet to make a grid, but don't worry, we will by the time this is up. And hopefully by the end of this episode, you'll know if she's made bingo.
So, of course, we have I guess this will show you how high my expectations are. Problematic gender dynamics is, of course, our free space.
Yes.
Forsaken dramatically and unnecessarily kill a PC. An NPC.
An NPC. Okay.
Yeah, like somebody who's just kind of like delivering a message or happens to walk by. I feel pretty good about that.
Annihilated for no fucking reason. One of those.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that one.
Always good.
Yeah, I'm going for really broad because I really have no idea what to expect from this book because everyone kind of talks about it like nothing happens.
Famously, yes, that is the reputation, is that...
So I decided to keep things really general.
Many people, not all, many people who contest the existence of a slog will cede at least that Crossroads is very slow.
Okay. Inaccurate statement about pregnancy.
Good.
I feel really good about that coming from Elayne.
Good.
Oh, speaking of Elayne saying that showcases she is the problem.
Good.
With the tree hands.
I look forward to this.
Perrin is obtuse about another person's suffering.
Yeah, that's on brand for my guy.
Really good about that one. Fail sub brat kink moment.
That feels likely.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to focus a lot on that Perrin plotline, and I'm going to want to die. Anyway, so Gawain acting like he's the main character.
We might already have that.
I think we
he shows up in the prologue,
already.
So we might already have that.
The illusion people commit mass suicide.
Oh, the Amiyar. Yeah, okay.
They're toast. And I think they're toast this episode. I mean, this book.
Well, this episode too, right? Hopefully, if this goes off according to plan.
Potentially. Matt hears dice in his head. Feel really good about that.
Safe bet, yeah.
So, and like nothing happens. It's like, brrr, and we're like, oh,
There's
God.
a lot of drama around it, and then it turns out
happens.
that it's once again, it's like, does he have toast or pancakes?
And you're like,
and that definitely has wide-reaching ramifications, but they may not be made clear.
We're not going to immediately know what those are.
No.
Surath Semirog or the Questioner guy pursue Tuon. That seems inevitable.
Likely,
someone's coming after them, for sure. Swan and Gareth Bryn bicker. Because I feel like we're going to go to Egwene at the tower.
But sure,
they're just going to be waiting to
What, you don't think this book is going to be a rambunctious and energetic siege?
No, I think there's two sieges, right? So everybody's just kind of sitting there waiting to see what'll happen. That's with Elayne and that's with Egwene.
Okay.
So everyone's just kind of sitting there and Elaine's thinking about how to politic her way out of it. And Egwene's can we please just attack? This is so boring.
Okay.
And they're like, no, you can't attack because we get to decide if you get to do that.
Because rules. They beat us with a bunch of rules.
And then I think we're going to talk about Perrin's plotline. That's going to be a little dull. And Matt and Tuon potentially just kind of traveling.
Okay.
So there's not going to be a lot going on. But I thought Swan and Gareth Bryn bicker when they're waiting to siege the tower is pretty inevitable.
Very possible.
A mention of Brigitte's party girl ways, drinking, flirting, or low-cut clothes.
All right, yeah, sure.
As examples.
I'd buy that.
Because she's been a party girl in the past, and Elayne loves to think about it.
She's a party girl at heart.
Yeah. Elayne comes up with a scheme and everyone tries to stop her. Yeah, but Elaine's like, I know what to do. And everyone's like, that is the worst idea. That seems to happen a lot to Elayne.
Okay.
Swanfish metaphor.
Very safe bet.
I haven't played that yet.
Yeah.
Egwene notices the cleansing.
Okay.
Because I think this is how everything's we're going to check in with everybody. And then everyone's going to go, what was that?
What the fuck are they doing over there?
Just like that, the timelines are synced.
Beautiful. That is obviously what we have been clamoring for the past several books. Although we have actually made mention of how weird it is that the timelines are desynchronized.
Yeah, it is.
We have noted that several times.
Yes. Elida/Alviarin notice the cleansing.
Okay.
Elayne notices the cleansing.
Okay.
Logain notices the cleansing. I had to really be thoughtful about this because I had to think about like who would see it.
That's true.
In the sky. So this is actually very thoughtfully done. If you notice, they're all magic people.
That's true.
Alum mention.
Alum.
Ba-na-na-na. Meeting in the dream world.
Very likely. That is his favorite thing to do with the dream world.
A meeting in the dream world.
Is use it as a Zoom room.
Ominous Forsaken debrief. I think we might have gotten that.
No, I don't think so.
No? But yeah, an ominous Forsaken debrief where they're like, let the Lord of Chaos rule. And we're like, what does that mean?
What are you actually doing, though?
Don't really know.
I have always kind of assumed it meant, hey, let him cook.
Let him cook.
Yeah, he's fucking around. Let him fuck around.
Okay.
We could just try to nip it in the bud right now, but for some reason we're going to let him continue to make things annoying in the hopes that he will get so irritated that he'll turn, I guess.
Yeah. Perrin has a realization everyone else already knows.
I love those. My favorite.
Millie Skane crime boss moment.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, because hear me out. She keeps doing these crime bossy things like drowning someone in alcohol.
She does do a lot of that.
Very The Godfather, very
like mob boss shit, yeah.
So I feel like it's got to be like a mob boss thing to do, and that's Millie Skane.
Yeah.
Tuon notices the cleansing.
Oh, well, hey, I mean, maybe, right?
She's magic
She's a
for
Suldam,
sure.
isn't she?
Suldam, yeah.
She's been a Suldam
She's
before.
gonna notice. Matt and Tuon enemies to lovers moment.
Not the full arc, just a moment within it.
A moment that hits one of the beats.
All right. While you're talking, I'm gonna let the dog wants to come into the studio. So while you're describing those beats, I'm gonna let the dog in real quick.
Like say, for instance, a bicker that like has a lingering, moment. I could never love someone like you. And you're like, oh, but can't you? A brush of the hands and a move away. A vulnerability moment where somebody brings up a past. Any kind of throwing up of the hands and saying women. That feels like definitely could happen for Matt. Yeah, I think I've made my thoughts clear. Oh, someone else flirting with them and they get jealous. A Mr. or Miss Wrong. Or, non-binary wrong. Does this all make sense? So a moment that hits the beat of friends to lovers. Or enemies to lovers. Sorry.
Yeah, so you're saying we progress a storyline wherein they gradually start to fall for one another.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, I buy it.
Yeah, there's like hints that they will be together for realsies.
Eventually,
but
we're getting there.
It's going to be resisting.
Right, but apparently nothing happens this book, so...
But it'll be a moment.
We don't get the whole thing. Okay,
We'll get a moment. We're not going to get the full arc, but we'll get a moment.
Allie, on my Kobo here, I have the ebook cover.
Perrin dug the axe in the tree and walked
Perrin?
away. That's got to be Perrin. There's an axe.
There's a man with an axe, and the axe is in a tree, and the man is walking away from the tree, yes.
That's got to be Perrin.
Okay.
Oh, please. His whole thing is the axe.
That's true. Allie, shall we dive right in?
Let's go.
Let's do it. All right, everybody. First things first, the dedication for Harriet. Then, now, and always.
All right.
Aww.
I mean, fuck.
All right, now it's
all I want is for someone to dedicate a book to me.
Didn't I dedicate a play to you?
I want two things. Did you dedicate a play to me?
I don't remember. I gotta check.
I don't remember. All I want, these are the two things I want. I want someone to ask me to officiate their wedding. I feel like I'd be so good at it.
Sure.
Or it'd be
somebody
the longest
you know very
wedding
well,
ever.
Yeah. Okay. Could be both.
Yeah, but I don't want it now.
No.
I don't want it now while I'm young. I want to be like someone's old lady mentor.
Ah, yes.
Yes, that's what I want. And then the other thing that I want is to have someone dedicate a book to me.
Allie, we're gonna check out the epigraph here.
Mm-hmm.
It reads, "And it shall come to pass in the days when the dark hunt rides, when the right hand falters and the left hand strays, that mankind shall come to the crossroads of twilight, and all that is, all that was, and all that will be shall balance on the point of a sword, while the winds of the shadow grow.
Moody.
From The Prophecies of the Dragon. Translation believed done by Jane Charon, known as Jane Farstrider.
Oh, I'm sorry,
shortly
what?
before his disappearance. Jane Charon.
I'm sorry, what?
Jane Charon.
I'm sorry, what?
It's Jane Farstrider.
Oh,
It's Jane Charon.
Oh, okay. We're going to just bring up casually Jane Farstrider again?
He's important. You know, he wrote a book once.
Oh my God. He's Jane Farstrider. Noel or whatever his name is.
Allie.
Gnome.
The Prologue.
Isn't his last name Tareem?
Shireen. Yeah, Charon, Shireen, yeah. Noel? Yeah, it is.
This motherfucker Jane couldn't even change his last name.
Allie, we're going to dive
But
right
of course
in.
Matt's not going to know.
He didn't read the book.
You didn't read the book?
The Prologue, Glimmers of the Pattern. There's the logo. What is it?
It's a wheel.
Do you have notes?
No.
Okay, really? Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, so first things first, it's the prologue of a Wheel of Time book. How does it start?
The Wheel of Time.
See, it's a trick question because that's actually chapter 1. The prologues always start differently.
Fuck!
I just wanted to be an ass.
There's no wind?
No, that's
Nothing?
chapter 1 starts with the wind. The prologues,
God damn it, Gus.
Who are we with?
Rodel Ituralde.
Rodel Ituralde.
He's one of the great generals,
He
right?
is. What do we know about him so far? What do you remember about my man Rodel? I named a D&D
He's working-
character after him once.
He's working for Grendel.
But does he know that?
No.
Right.
He's really wanting to deal with, like, the clusterfuck that is Eredamon. Like, Eredamon is just having a bad time.
Yes.
Right? And so he goes and kind of, like, unites these two different groups. Right? This group of, like, Damani soldiers. Right?
In this chapter?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
And Terraboner soldiers.
Yeah.
Or Terra Boner.
Terra Boners.
So he's like, okay.
So he's good at building bridges.
So he unites the domes and the bones.
Okay.
Wait, we really wouldn't want a Terra Boner.
No, you would not. You gotta go to the hospital. Anyway.
If your boner gets
Nope.
torn.
Nope.
What?
Nope. Horrible. Horrifying.
So, yeah. So he goes and he's like, all right, you two armies now kiss and be friends. And they're like, no, centuries of hating each other, generational trauma, generational burdens, generational brawls. And he's like, get over it. Our countries need us to get our shit together.
Pretty much.
And that's Rodel Ituralde.
So yeah, Rodel Ituralde hated waiting, though he well knew it was the largest part of being a soldier. Waiting for the next battle, for the enemy to move, to make a mistake. He watched the winter forest and was as still as the trees. The sun stood halfway to its peak and gave no warmth. His breath misted white in front of his face, frosting his neatly trimmed mustache and the black fox fur lining his hood. He was glad that his helmet hung at his pommel. His breastplate held the cold and radiated it through his coat and all the layers of wool, silk, and linen beneath. Even Dart's saddle felt cold, as though the white gelding were made of frozen milk. The helmet would have addled his brain. So he's cold. He's cold. Is it a metaphor?
Is it?
I don't know. It's literal, but like it could also kind of feel like a metaphor.
Sure.
So he's chilling out with his guy Jalem.
Yep.
They're hanging out, talking about how the weather sucks and the clothing and how it's cold and
Welcome to Chicago.
yeah, pretty much. They're in Chicago and it's February and it sucks. So he kind of thinks about his modus operandum and what he does and kind of how he's operating right now and what he's up to. And how, like, people don't always want to work with him, but they know that he wins battles. And also his nickname is the Little Wolf, or rather, the Wolf.
The Wolf, but everyone calls him, this is funny.
Yeah!
Everyone calls him the Little Wolf because he's short.
Because he's a short king.
He's a short king, but he's cool with it.
That's why he's a short king.
Which is why he's a king.
And
yeah.
this is why it's funny that Samael is insecure about his height.
It is
because
funny.
Rodel is like 5'0", and he could give a shit.
Honestly...
And Samael is like as tall as me.
Whatever you're given, just rock
Who
it.
the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares?
Like, I was talking to somebody who was like, yeah, women don't like me because I'm short. And I was like, there are plenty of women who are totally down to fuck with short guys. And if they are rude to you about that, then perhaps they're not the woman for you.
Mm-hmm.
Move on to a different one.
Nothing wrong with not being 11 fucking feet tall. So he's got some new orders from Al-Salam, King.
That's totally not Grendel.
Yeah, because he's like, man, ever since he went into hiding, his orders have gotten really erratic.
Went into hiding, huh?
Yeah, his orders are really off kilter lately. I don't know what's going on with this, but hey,
Grendel.
whatever. He tells me what to do. I guess I'll do it, but he was loyal to his oaths, and Al-Salam was a friend. Besides,
all the women are suddenly adopting the men's playbook, and I'm interested in that.
Yeah, but she's not like, here I am, it's me, Lord Bread. She's like, oh, yeah, Al-Salam. These orders are from Al-Salam.
That's true.
It's very different, I think.
That's
she's
true.
She's
That
still
is
operating from behind a veil.
Right, and so is Semirog. She's not like, I'm the new daughter of the Nine Moons.
Right.
She's like,
I'm advisor to. If you're right about Anath.
If I'm right. Mysteriously, the person who she replaced fell down the stairs. Gus. I was born on a Tuesday, but it wasn't last Tuesday.
I like how Eiturald has also given his men to evade couriers from the king.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I don't know. Why?
He's making a really complicated plan.
Okay.
A secretive, complicated plan. And I think he's concerned that Al-Salam's weird orders will fuck it up.
Okay.
So I think he's like, well, if I don't receive the orders, I can't be accused of not following them.
That's true.
I think, which is very funny. Anyway, who's he fighting primarily, among other people so far?
White Cloaks?
Dragonsworn?
Dragonsworn, that's right.
There's a lot of the
They
frenzied,
suck.
frantic Dragonsworn. Now, admittedly, some of these Dragonsworn are probably Pedron's undercover White Cloaks.
Some people have the worst fans, and Rand has some really shitty fans.
Fucking fans. He was loyal to his oaths, and Al-Salam was a friend, besides, but the orders the king sent could not have been better written to achieve chaos. Nor could they be ignored.
No, it's almost as if there's somebody who wants to achieve chaos.
Nor could they be ignored. Al-Salam was the king, but he had commanded Eiturald to march north with all possible speed against a great gathering of Dragonsworn that Al-Salam supposedly knew of from secret spies. Then 10 days later, with no Dragonsworn yet in sight, came an order to move south again with all possible speed against another gathering that never materialized. He had been commanded to concentrate his forces to defend Bandar Eban when a three-pronged attack might have ended it all, and to divide them when a hammer blow could have done the same, to harry ground he knew Dragonsworn had abandoned, and to march away from where he knew they camped. Worse, Al-Salam's orders had gone directly to the powerful nobles who were supposed to be following Eiturald, sending Mashir in this direction, Tekal in that, Raman in a third. 4 times, pitched battles had resulted from parts of the army blundering into one another in the night, while moving to the king's express command and expecting none but enemies ahead. And all the while, the Dragonsworn gained numbers and confidence.
Sounds like it's time to leave the king on red.
Eiturald had his triumphs at Solange and Messine, at Lake Somal and Candlemarr. The lords of Qatar had learned not to sell the products of their mines and forges to the enemies of Ered Daman, but always Al-Salam's orders wasted his gains. This last order was different, though. For one thing, a grey man had killed Lady Tuva trying to stop it from reaching him. Why the Shadow might fear this order more than any other was a mystery, yet it was all the more reason to move swiftly before Al-Salam reached him with another.
How did Lady Tuva notice the grey man, though?
Very carefully.
Eagle-eyed Lady Tuva over here.
So do we get details on what this order is?
No,
it's secret. It's a secret plotting plan where we're secretly plotting and plotting secret plots with plans and plots.
Okay, but he's bringing the Eredamon army and the Terabon army together.
Yes, which is a 500% good plan.
Do you think it's possible that the king managed to actually get a real order out?
I think this is a real order from Al-Salam. Yeah.
I feel like he got a real order. He managed to get a real order out.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good on him. Would have loved to see that.
So they're heading to Lady Osana's hunting lodge.
Badass. Like
what?
He got one by the Forsaken Lady.
I know, he did good.
That's pretty good.
We're heading to Lady Osana's hunting lodge. Osana famously has only been mentioned once when she served punch to Grendel and Samael, so that's too bad.
Ooh, that's not good. Well, is she? Oh, she's under the influence.
Yeah, nobody is at her lodge though, so they just kind of.
Well, yeah, because she's busy being, hypnotized.
They just go up there
for their secretest of meetings.
Yeah, so they get there and he meets with Lord Shimron.
Awesome.
Who is now a Dragonsworn.
Okay.
So it seems this might be a bit of a parlay, perhaps. Right? So, yeah, as you say, essentially, what does he do with this one?
Essentially, he makes the armies kiss. He's like, you two need to start working together. I don't care about
also
your generations of squabbles.
Yeah.
Because there's like real, genuine problems going on.
Here's another line I want to point out. He meets up with Lord Shimron.
I think, is it possible that he knows that Grendel is controlling the king now?
I think he suspects that the king is highly erratic. I don't think he's going to... Most people still don't believe the Forsaken exist.
Well, because here's the thing. Why send a gray man to kill him unless he like really knows some information?
Well, does a gray man come to kill him? A gray man tried to kill the courier who was taking this set of orders to him.
Oh.
Yeah. Not him specifically.
But he definitely got out some like crucial info.
Probably. Yeah. So
I don't know whether it's like I'm being controlled.
I think it's just like, hey, obey these orders. I need you to do this.
Only these.
And he's like, this sounds more like the old king. Something's fucked up. So I'm just going to listen to these and ignore everything else if I can.
Good idea.
But I like this. He meets with this guy. He meets with Shimron. Shimron goes, by the light, be welcome under the white ribbon, Lord Ituralde. And Ituralde goes, by the light, I come under the white ribbon, Lord Shimron.
I still bejeweled. When I walk in the room, I can still make the whole place shimmer on.
My armsman is Jalam Nishur, honor bound to House Ituralde, as are all who came with me. There had been no House Ituralde before Rodel.
Oh.
This dude is a fucking G, is
Rodel's
what they're
like,
saying.
I created my own fucking house.
Yeah.
Right, because he came from nothing, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Good for Rodel.
So, they
You
agree.
love Rodel. We're spending a lot of time with him.
We're getting started. I have a lot of stamina right now. Anyway, I'll blast through this.
No. I like it. I think it's funny.
Yeah, they have this meeting, and Ituralde goes, listen, y'all, we can keep on fucking around and like punching each other in the dick over this.
Sure.
Every man here knows we have another enemy to the south. The Shanchan have swallowed Terabon. He ran his gaze over the Teraboners and met flat stares.
Bad news.
And he's like vaguely racist about how they dress, and he thinks they look stupid. But,
You know what?
They've flooded onto Almouth Plain and moved ever north. Their intent is clear. They mean to have Eradoman, too. They mean to have the whole world, I fear.
I feel like I would like to see Rodel Ituralde post a picture of his outfit of the day before he judges other people for what they wear.
And this Terraboner named Wakita goes, does Lord Ituralde want to know who we will support if these Shanchan invade us? Oh, sorry, that's a Domani. Never mind, whatever. So they chat, and there's also Aiel on the plane. Who are those?
They're the Shido.
Probably the Shido.
Someone's got to do something about that.
Yeah, they're kind of all over the place, just being a pain. It's like you smashed an anthill, Samael. Way to go. Actually, like, very well done. Good work on chaosing that one up.
Truly.
And eventually they debate what to do, and as you say, he goes, I offer a truce. I pledge in the king's name not to move against you in any way, so long as the Shanchan remain a threat to Eradoman, if you will all pledge the same, and fight beside me against them until they're beaten back. And the guys are like, wait,
Okay.
like for real? Like for real? Like for real life?
For real life.
And they parlay about this for a minute. This is a great line. A wise man stops chewing when he reaches bone. But so far, the Shanchan have had their meat sliced thin before they reached for it.
Oh.
I intend to give them a tough shank to gnaw. More,
Wow.
I have a plan to make them snap so fast they'll break their teeth on bone before they have a mouthful of meat. Now, I have pledged.
That's what we call an extended metaphor.
Will you? Yeah.
Literary.
It was hard not to hold his breath. The wolf had a plan. The Shanchan had chained Aes Sedai and flying beasts, and the light alone knew what else. But the wolf had a plan. The Shanchan,
Okay.
the wolf.
So if he's called the wolf, are he and Perrin gonna like team up at some point?
I hope so. If any men can defeat them, Shimron said finally, you can, Lord Ituralde.
Wow.
And so they all
High praise.
pledge. Everyone agrees to do it, and then they kind of...
Kiss.
And then like all of the army also agree, like, hell yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking bounce. Let's get it. Let's crush it.
Phalanx. Do a phalanx.
Yeah, they it's a good plan. They make a big plan. Any thoughts on any of this? I've been talking for a minute.
It all sounds like a solid miasma of a plan.
Yeah.
We don't really know what their goal is, but it sounds like they're going to try to kick some Shan Chan booty.
He returned the Terraboner's smile, if smile it was. With any luck, furious generals would not see where he was leading them until it was too late. And if they did, well, he had a second plan.
Oh, a second plan.
Would
you care to share either of these plans with the class?
Nah. That's the end of the Ichirald section, and we're going to take a quick ad break. Welcome back. It's time for your friend and mine. Not really. Eamon Valda is here.
And on that note, we're going to take a break so I can go do therapy. That's so funny. Leave that in.
That's really
true.
Funny. I'm leaving that in. All right, Allie's back from therapy. Ready to talk about Eamon Valda and undo all that therapy? Well, don't worry. There's not too much to talk about with this guy. How's he?
He's bad, I hope.
He's like, whatever. He's hanging out and it's cold. Just a reminder, it's cold. And then he's like, oh my God, it smells like shit. And then it doesn't anymore.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's like this whole thing where like suddenly it smells really, really, really bad. A gagging foulness, like 20 midden heaps crawling with maggots.
That's weird.
And then it just stops.
That's weird as fuck.
What do you think that could be?
Could Padden Fane be involved in that?
Possibly. I think it might.
I know he's been hanging out with the White Cloaks a bit.
Might also just be like a random bubble of evil.
But usually the bubbles of evil are like, the furniture's killing us.
Yeah.
Not, yeah, that would be the lightest weak sauce bubble of evil of all time.
Yeah, well, I don't know. No, possible.
This bubble of evil killed a whole village. This bubble of evil made it smell very bad for 5 seconds.
It's been a month since Amador fell to the Shanchan, and he's like, well, yeah, man, Isleron sucks. It's not like he'd been listening to us. It would have been fucking cool as shit, maybe, but that guy sucked, so no wonder he fucked up.
Who is this?
Isleron, king of Amadicia.
Oh. So he's dead?
No, the Shanchan took
Oh.
Amador. Sorry, Isleron, king of, Amadicia.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And Eamon Valda was like, he sucks. I have a feeling Eamon Valda is one of those people, right? He's a dick.
Oh, he is dead.
He's
Sorry.
one of those dickheads. Oh, he's dead.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Isleron was dead, cut down trying to flee the field, and his head displayed on a Terraboner's lance. A suitable death for a fool. He, on the other hand, had over 9,000 of the children gathered around him.
Okay. Relax. He's one of those, like in another life, he's one of those men on TikTok that hates women. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
Like he's one of those, like if you gave this fuck a microphone, he would get arrested in some place for ordering pizza to mock a girl who was just saying something about climate.
That's a really good comparison for Valda.
I feel like they are kindred spirits.
So he goes to talk to Asunawa.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
I really want Eamon Valda's death to be funny.
Well, he may or may not die.
I hope it's funny.
We'll have to raffo.
Because here's the thing. I think that there's nothing better for someone who sucks than for their death to be funny.
No, I get that. In fiction especially, yeah.
Like that is the...
Particularly fiction we're talking about.
That is the best. I love when someone who sucks dies in a funny way.
So he goes to talk to Asunawa. How's Asunawa? Remember him?
Asunawa, was he a questioner?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Asunawa. Look at me. Yeah, so the questioners are hostile toward Eamon Valda, but Eamon Valda kind of takes it.
Well, everybody kind of hates the questioners, but they put up with Asunawa.
Right, and he's kind of an old guy, right?
He's an old dude, and he was part of the initial conspiracy, remember?
To kill Petty.
To kill Petty.
To kill Peds? Yeah, Asunawa sucks also. Like, there's no good person in the White Cloaks. And I said what I said.
Yeah, he comes in, even Gallet?
I said what I said.
He comes in, he goes, it is almost time. Are you ready? And Asunawa just, like, keeps reading his book.
Now, here's what I want.
Yeah.
I want Gallet to take over the White Cloaks. and then go, can we stop sucking?
Hey guys, maybe if we weren't doing... Have
What if
y'all
we were
read the fucking
cool
book?
and didn't do hate crimes?
So
and
now-
then I want Eamon Val to then die in like, you know, being crushed to death by poop or something.
Asunawa goes, I have reports of an Andorran army in Mirandy, my son.
Oh, do you?
Deep in Mirandy, perhaps? And Valda's like,
Let us know.
Valda's like, I don't give a shit. I truly couldn't give less of a shit. Why the fuck do I give a shit? And Mirandy's over here, by the way.
Uh-huh.
What army is this?
In Mirandy? Oh, isn't it, isn't it the folks from, shit, what's it called? The Borderlands? Isn't it
Nope.
them? No.
Nope, they're north.
Is it Rodeli Toralda's group?
Nope, they're in Eredamon.
Oh, is it the Band of the Red Hand?
Maybe?
But not quite?
I think. I'm not entirely sure right now.
Is
It might be the
is
band.
Is it the band?
Because that's where the band was fucking around, right?
Right.
Or was that
Right, in
Geldan?
the thing that gave, I think it was Geldan.
Fuck. Who the
But
fuck
maybe
is in
they moved
Mirandy?
north.
Maybe. Eastish.
Well, is it the Shanchan? Or the Shido?
No, he said Andorran army,
Oh,
which suggests,
I think it's the band.
I guess.
Maybe they were
Oh
done.
no, wait.
Because wasn't he going to kick them out of Geldan towards Mirandy?
Yeah.
So maybe it's the band.
Wait, no, wasn't there a whole thing where Egwene was talking, they were like Mirandian and Andorran nobles when she had the meeting on the frozen lake.
I have no memory of this place.
She had the meeting on the frozen lake and she talked to these nobles about stuff. It was when
Egwene
she,
did? Or
yeah, Egwene, when she did like her grand coup.
She did?
Yes, right before she got them to declare war.
I don't remember that at all.
The frozen lake. And we made a joke about how it's been winter for a week. How is the lake frozen enough for like 50 people to have a meeting on it?
Oh, that's real.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might be those guys.
The jokes work, y'all.
It might also be her army that has now portaled away from there.
Okay, so it's either Saladar group or like Egwene's friends or the Band of the Red Hand. So either Matt's friends or Egwene's friends.
Yeah.
Okay. But like ultimately people that we're interested in. But then he's like, I don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I do, because they've been put on ice for a while.
He's like, I don't fucking care. Why are we talking about this? I don't give a shit about Andor or Andorrans. Morghese is dead. So like, that's a fucking card lost. And now Galad is worthless because all he is like a competent commander. I can't use him as a political pawn. So why do I even give a shit about this kid?
Okay. If I were Asanawa, I'd be a little offended. I'd be like, I have a question for you. Why are you such a dick?
Yeah, Valda goes,
Just giving you the news. He's an old man. He's updating people. Haven't you ever talked to your parents? They tell you about who died, who got married.
they tell you everything. They
tell you
have
everything.
the tea. Valda goes, maybe this so-called Andorran army you've heard about is the witches and their army. They gave Caemlyn to Althor, remember? And Ilion, and half the east. Do you really believe the witches are divided? Do you?
Yes.
And
Because
Asuna is like,
it's
I believe
true.
they all need to fucking die, bro. That's what I believe.
Oh, yeah. Asanawa is somehow like more of a zealot than fucking Eamon Valda.
He's a pretty pure zealot, I think. Valda seems like a self-interested zealot.
Okay, does Galad have friends in this group? Like,
Galad, like,
why is he still there?
As far as we can tell, Galad joined in book 3, 4, whatever, hung out with Nynaeve for a minute in book 5, and has done nothing since. So as far as I can tell, he's just
have a thought in his goddamn head.
Well, Robert Jordan didn't need him for the plot, so he just put him on the shelf.
But so he's just been there, and he's like, okay, so they'll definitely want to kill my mom. And definitely my sister. And definitely the gal who I kind of have a crush on, but is probably going to end up with my brother, but still probably my sister-in-law. Not to mention one of the women who helped raise me. Not to mention, like, why is he still there? Why did he join in the first place?
You know what? Maybe we'll see him again before the end of the series and we can find out.
I would like an explanation.
So then, like, this guard comes in and is like, hey, we're here to have a meeting. And then we switch perspective to Gabrielle. How's Gabrielle?
No, is that the woman that's with Logain?
Logain, yeah.
She's plotting.
She's whatever, yeah. So, like, what happens in this
She's plotting. It's
section?
not going to work, whatever she's plotting.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
What happens in this whole section with the Gabrielle chunk?
Logain is riding with them, and then he gets some news, right? Like, something happens, because constantly is like, yeah, I'll let you go riding. We'll ride together. It'll be like a little treat for morale.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's starting to trust them a little more because they haven't tried to knife him while he's sleeping.
Which is, you know, helpful.
Yeah. There's a very problematic power dynamic between himself and that one lady.
Tovine, yeah.
All about him. And then, but Gabrielle is not really into him.
Yeah, she's not.
But Tovine's like, we can all tell that you're not really into it because we can feel it through the bond.
Yeah. So some of the other Aes Sedai who have been bonded are like, oh, we're gonna like play nice and try to lull them into a false sense of security. That may or may not, you know.
But like, won't they sense that
work
a little bit? Like, won't they sense that there's something a little off?
Yes, probably.
Yeah, I think this is a dumb plan that's not going to work.
But yeah, they're kind of like wandering around with no one in sight except her two companions. She could almost imagine she was somewhere other than the Black Tower. That horrid name came all too easily to mind now. A thing as real as the White Tower, and no longer so-called for anyone who laid eyes on the great stone barracks buildings that held hundreds of men in training, and the village that had grown up around them. She had lived in that village for nearly 2 weeks. We're checking in on time. And there were parts of the Black Tower she still had not seen.
So it was big.
Yeah, and she's thinking about what it's like to have a warder, to be bonded. It's similar to having a warder.
Does she have a warder? No, she's Red Aja.
No, she's never had a warder.
Right.
So she's like, this is kind of funny and weird.
It would be weird if you got bonded and you had a warder.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how that would work.
Well, probably a lot like how Rand's weird triad is working.
Oh, yeah, well, probably. Quadrad plus the other guy in his head plus
there
Lys
are
Theron.
two. There needs to be a maximum
Party
capacity.
in his brain. Party in his head.
You know how on the elevators they go, this is how many people can be in this elevator?
We're well over capacity.
Well over capacity.
Episode title, contender.
What?
We're well over capacity.
We're well over capacity.
I'm just going to say one every now and again to remind myself as I'm listening to this to write them down so that we can determine at the end. Anyway, so yeah, she's with Logain. They're hanging out. They're having a good time. Tovine is into it. Gabrielle's not. This dude, Mishrael, comes up and he's like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, good.
Guess what?
What?
The Mihail said you can go recruiting.
Okay.
Also, I hate you.
He is. Oh, this guy's so sketch.
Yeah.
He's like, pay no attention to what the man is doing behind the curtain, but you can go leave to go do some recruiting. I think Logain sees the way the winds are blowing and is like, I gotta go. Do
we want to talk at all about the
and he's like, oh, I need to protect my two ladies.
Yeah. So do we want to talk at all about not the dynamic capital D between them, but like the broader political dynamic of this?
What do you mean?
The Aes Sedai who have been bonded and taken prisoner by the Ashaman.
Well, it makes killing the Ashaman super complicated,
it
right?
Does,
From
yes.
a White Tower perspective, because you're going to be putting through... Well, okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Since they bonded them, will they go into the murderous death rage
Probably,
that warders normally go through? So that's making things really complicated.
I think it's a similar kind of wrath either way. So probably, yeah. It would.
Well, no. Because the Aes Sedai, when the warders die, the warders go like into berserker mode.
Sure.
Right? But the Aes Sedai just get really sad.
Sure, that's true, yeah.
Right? So is it the inverse now since...
I don't know, or maybe I do. That's a very good question. That's definitely something worth pondering. Because
Someone will tell us.
Part of me worries a little bit that it's gender bullshit.
Yes, I worry it's gender bullshit. But it would make things really complicated if that means that, like, if you killed Logain, that both Tovine and Gabrielle would go into murderous rage and then die.
Yeah.
Right? Because the Aes Sedai don't... Like, Alana's still alive.
Yeah, she's chilling.
She didn't go into a murderous rage when
admittedly,
What's-His-Face died.
So is Lan.
Well, Lan is because they literally went out of their way to make sure he wouldn't die.
Yeah, I think...
By doing a big bad.
Yeah. I think there's shades...
So do we get to cross off the free space problematic gender dynamic?
Kind of. I think there's shades of both possibilities with this.
Okay.
Because, like, admittedly, warders go into the murder rage expecting and hoping to die as well. So I think there's, like, shades of depression in it.
Right.
There's a lot of depression in it.
But they all go through it unilaterally. Go through like the rage, depression, die.
Yeah.
That is not the case. They've established this. That is not the case for the women. Like Swan was sad about what's his face? Started with an A. Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Alwyn.
Thank you.
Alwyn? No.
Yeah. She was sad about Alvin. And then at one point, Liana, somebody else. Ulrich. Okay. At some point, like someone else was sad because their warder died.
Alwyn is.
And Swan went, yeah, it sucks. But you'll get over it eventually.
Yeah. That's a good question. You know, I think that bears further scrutiny down the line. Perhaps we'll get an example of it that we can hold up.
We had an example of it.
A further example of it.
Alana, Swan. They're all still alive, last I checked.
No, I'm saying perhaps we will get an example of...
Steppen didn't even last an episode.
Perhaps we will get an example of a lady warder losing their bonded person, or
I want to see.
Yeah, well, let's raffo. So Mishrael comes up and he's like, "Hey, bro, how you doing? You fucking both of these two?
Sucks."
And Logain is like, "I'm gonna rip your tongue out if you keep talking like that." Which, like, to Logain's credit,
that's how men should talk to people who talk like that about women.
Yeah, Mishrael goes,
but Logain is also a big bad. We're stamping everybody.
It's tough. He goes, "The Mihail says you can go if you want. Can't see why you'd want to take on recruiting." Logain goes, "Someone has to."
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, they gab about it for a while, and Mishrael is kind of a pompous asshole.
Yeah, he seems like a dickhead.
Maybe if you ask the Mihail, he'll let you join his classes at the palace.
Oh, would he? I would be so excited to do that.
You wouldn't be bored then.
I'm sure nothing sketchy happens at the classes at the palace that are exclusive to certain people.
Yeah, what do you think of these exclusive Taim buddy classes?
Shady as fuck. I don't know why Rand is still letting this guy be in charge.
Because Rand
clearly he's trying to fucking
the Black Tower and then completely abandoned it.
Like, Logain needs to be the new head of the tower. We all know this, despite, you know, the many HR issues that brings. But I'm positive that none of the other guys are squeaky clean either. So let's go with Logain, right?
I think the tricky thing about Logain and we discussed this a little bit before, but the tricky thing about the Logain bonding them thing is, yeah, zooming into in-world, yes, he did it because otherwise they would have been killed.
Okay.
Right? Because I think that does bear mentioning while we discuss this whole thing, because, like, Taim wanted to kill all of the Aes Sedai.
No. Listen,
yeah. I just want to make sure that we touch on that.
No, the thing that's bothering me, I mean, yes, the way that they do it is bothering me, and that's more of a writer side eye than anything else.
Yeah.
But the thing that's bothering me is that he's sleeping with one of them.
Yes, it's squicky, but it's also, again, within the bounds of the text and of the world. It's the only way I'm looking at this right now. She initiated the fuck out of it.
I also think that the Aes Sedai fucking their warders is an HR problem.
Yeah, okay, great. I just want to make sure that we're being...
No. I want to be clear. I think that any of the people who bonded someone who are then fucking them, that is a power dynamic that concerns me.
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to point out...
But there's no HR, Aja.
Yes, there should be. The only thing I want to make sure we were on the same page about is that Toveen insisted, essentially.
Oh, I understand that this is... it gets into squicky consensual territory.
Yes, it does.
I understand that Toveen initiated the whole thing. I'm saying I side-eye Logain a little bit for going along with it.
Sure, I get it.
Because someone can initiate something and you, as the boss, can go, this is a problematic dynamic, though.
Sure, I think that's fair.
Considering you are my captive.
I think that's completely fair.
I just don't think people should fuck their captives.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I think that gets into some really squicky territory.
So,
do I think people should have captives? Also
no. So Mishrael
but if you're gonna have one,
Mishrael saunters off, and Logain is like, "That guy, I hate that dude.
He
so
does
fucking
suck.
much.
That guy actively sucks."
And he looks back at the women, and he gets kind of worried for them. And he announces that they have preparations to make
to leave. I think he's doing it to make sure that they're safe.
I believe so, yes.
Which, all right.
Among other things. And Toveen is like, we gotta fucking, whatever he's doing, we gotta stick around, because, like, this dude has plans and ambitions, and regardless of how I feel about him personally, we should figure out what they are.
For sure. Well, also, they kind of have no choice but to stick around, am I right?
Yeah.
So they're in for the long haul, whatever that long haul may be.
Something that had always been there in the connection with Loghain, determination, now lay hard and sharp as a knife. She thought she knew what it meant this time, and knowing made her mouth dry. Against whom, she could not say, but she was sure that Loghain Ablar was riding to war.
Damn.
Dramatic.
So against who?
Wait, who can say? Who do you think?
Mazrim Taim.
That's my guess at this point.
Yeah, I think
right?
the Black Tower is headed for major split.
Some infighting.
Well, wouldn't that be inconvenient?
Wouldn't it be a shame? So we switch perspective again to Yukiri. How's Yukiri?
The fuck's Yukiri?
Black Aja Hunters.
Oh,
We're checking in with my favorite D-plot.
Oh, Yukiri is annoying.
What would she do that's annoying?
She's annoying. She shit talks everybody in her head.
Okay. Well, and?
It's kind of iconic.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so she is walking around, and she's always trying to pull rank. And you know what annoyed me is that she doesn't know what I know, which is that
Demise Wells
the
happens?
Saladar Aes Sedai people are, who she's caught, and is like, they're spies. They're telling the truth.
Yeah.
As far as they know it.
Well, they made them swear and re-swear. So she doesn't know
I know, but
that.
she still is like, I've got to figure out how they're lying.
Oh, sure. She also doesn't know about Demise Wells, because Alviarn didn't let anybody know about Demise Wells.
It's a little frustrating.
So there's a lot of Black Aja Hunter stuff in here. Do you want to give me a rundown? There's a lot of fucking names in this section, and many of them may or may not be important.
There's a Ciane.
Well, yeah, we know them. Yeah,
There's a Ciane. There's somebody else.
Saren.
Okay, so she's following these people.
Shayna and Sharon, as I call them.
That she thinks could be Black Aja because one of them said they're Black Aja.
Which is a pretty good sign.
The woman who's now bound to them, right? Who's like swore oaths to them.
Yes.
Like they figured out that she was Black Aja because they were like, okay, swear the oaths again. And then promise me you've never been a Black Aja. And she was like, no. And I was like, well, why would you have a problem with that? Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that was pretty obvious and also pretty ingenious. And also they should do that to way more people.
Well, they're working on it.
Oh, I know. So they're probably going to take these two women because they think that these two women might be Black Aja. But they're also thinking that potentially Elida could be Black Aja, which I'm like, no. Elida's a dumb fuck.
Aren't they pretty sure she's not?
But they think that she's probably not because Pavara is really adamant that she's not. But they did find out that head of the Red Aja, what's her name? Galena is. And Pavara was pissed to hear that.
Yeah, I'd be
and at
pissed.
first was like, no, that can't possibly be true. And then it was like, nah, it's true, Pavara. And she's like, fuck. And I was like, I feel like you should have seen that one coming. That's just me. I understand that when you're in the system, it's hard to see how bad the system is, but your system is bad. So, yeah. So they're like, okay, if it's not Elida, now they're starting to hone in, I think, on Alviarn as a potential, though. Right?
Alviarn has also left the tower, as I recall.
Alviarn's left.
She kind of pulled a runner somewhere.
But she left a bunch of instructions, right?
Almost certainly.
Being
Because
like,
every
don't
time,
listen to anything Elida says. Well, here's what to do.
Yeah, every time she leaves, she has to rein Elida back in.
Yes. Where's she going?
Great question.
What does she think she's doing?
Chilling. Taking care of business.
Well, okay, so she's probably taking care of business for Masana. What was Masana wanting to do? We haven't really heard much from Masana since Demise
She
Wells.
said build up the army, right?
Oh, sure. So she's probably going to go find some armies.
Could be, yeah. So she's got Medani with her, who I believe is one of the Saladar.
If she gets the armies and they're outside sieging and the army comes up from outside, wouldn't that be bad?
Yeah, I mean, they'd probably be able to see them coming.
Oh, that's true.
So they could probably... I mean, it's not good. That's kind of a hammer and anvil, but, you know.
Right, that's what I was thinking. That would be kind of bad.
We'll see, though. So, yeah, she's talking to Medani. She's trying to get information from Medani. And then these two Aes Sedai, Maris Thornhill and Derace Messianos, come by. And she's like, ah.
Yes, those are the two. Those are the Black Aja women.
Well, at least one of them,
well,
right?
One of them is, for sure.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
No.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Oh, then who is? They were following somebody.
No, these ones are fine. They bump into Maris Thornhill, Derace Messianos, and Elayne Worrell, whose name I remember. She's in New Spring. All right. And I'm also looking at Encyclopedia Watt while I read. So they're gabbing, they're talking about stuff.
Yeah, and she's like, you are under my control because you are a spy.
Dirty rebel, jackdaw, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she keeps calling them jackdaws.
Jackdaws, yes, great. What is a jackdaw?
I don't know what the fuck a jackdaw is, yeah.
Let's find out.
And it's not the first time I've heard the word jackdaw.
It's a bird. Haven't we done this before? It's a type of bird. I think it's a corvid.
It's not the first time we've heard the word jackdaw because
we've done the jackdaw fool.
The jackdaw fool at the Lord of Chaos.
It's a corvid. Rule. We've done this. We're just repeating ourselves now, which is appropriate for CROSSROADS of Twilight.
It has been 3 years.
It has, yes. She thinks about news. She kind of catches herself up on the news. She understands that the rebels believe that it's true that the Red Aja set up Loghain to be a false dragon.
Yeah.
And they're talking, and suddenly a big hairy hand suddenly thrust aside a tapestry from behind. An icy draft swept out of the doorway that had been hidden, and a heavy fellow in a thick brown work coat backed into the corridor.
Workers. Okay, and this I'm suspicious of.
It's just a dude. Yeah, he's just a dude.
I'm suspicious of the workers.
Sure, that's fair.
Do you want to ask me why I'm suspicious?
Why are you suspicious of the workers?
Because remember who got the workers?
The Masons. Yes.
During the Black Tower coup.
That was
the Tower coup.
Denell.
That was Denell.
Yes.
Denell, who is Masana. The workers are still here.
These are different. These are just different people entirely.
Are they?
Yes, because that was an army disguised as Masons.
Well, these could also be an army disguised as Masons. Do we know that they're not Dark Friends?
No, but this is a huge ass tower full of people. There's going to be random people too.
Suspicious.
Or are you suggesting that Robert Jordan would never go out of his way to randomly mention someone who doesn't matter?
We went out of our way to give them a whole entrance. A hairy hand pulled. It sounded scary.
I don't know. I think it's just because they're on edge, or maybe it's important. Could be.
Maybe it's important.
So they keep on meandering, and Pritala Nerbajan comes up. She's Black Aja.
Okay. Yes, this is it. And then they were kind of stalking her around.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were like, we need to get her alone so we can interrogate her so that we can find out more Black Aja people and we can get her to take the oath so that we know she's on our side. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, but how do you know that she won't then go to a Black Aja and go, give me the oopsie daisy?
Yeah. So they reflect on how they got.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
I think they have to also put in the oath that she's not going to do that.
Can you repeat what you said? Not going to do what exactly?
Well, what's to stop them from going to a Black Aja and going, hey, I was forced to take the oath. Here's what's going on. But they
make
told
them
her to
swear
keep it secret.
Yeah.
Brilliant. See, these women have been around the block. These are the people we should be entrusting with the Black Aja hunting. These competent biddies.
So, yeah, Elayne, when they got her to confess who she was, she exposed...
Because they can only expose 3.
Because they all work in cells. She exposed Galena and Tamila.
It's like an MLM.
And Tamila and this guy named Atuan, which is their... Sorry, this woman named Atuan. She's an Aes Sedai.
Oh, because I was like, we don't want a guy.
Who is their outside contact.
We want one Mason? No.
How do they know that this woman is Black Aja?
Because she refused to take the oath. They had a bunch of people.
No, Prital. How do they know Prital is Black Aja?
Well, I'm assuming through the chain, right? They got the one gal. She gave them 3 names. They got those gals. They each give them 3 names, right?
They haven't gotten any of the other gals.
Well, then I don't know.
How do they know this?
Someone will tell us. And by the time this episode is released, the fun part
we'll
forget we asked. No,
we'll forget we asked. A lot of the shit we might correct later on. So...
No, but it's fun because then we see people are listening through because they'll send us corrections.
Yeah.
And we'll be like, next episode, we corrected that because somebody already told us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread this. I misread this. She's not Black Aja. She's with Atuan. Atuan is Black Aja.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
But how do they know Atuan is Black Aja?
Elayne knew her cell, and she also knew Atuan.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. So are you saying that Pratel is...
We don't know.
No, we do know because anyone that they're working with... Oh, yeah. But she operates under the assumption that potentially anyone talking to Atuan could be Black Aja,
which is not totally unreasonable, yeah.
Well, yeah, you would think that they would hang out. Some of them.
So they talk about how hard it's going to be to investigate all of this.
It's really, really hard to have friends that are not part of the dark club, you know? You'd have to be really careful what you said.
Yukiri
you can't relate to that at all.
Yukiri is also desperately afraid for her life, understandably, because she's uncovering this web of, conspirators.
Oh, yeah.
I would be nervous, too.
Yeah. It's kind of a vulnerable position to be in. All right, I take back what I said about her. She's not annoying.
She tells Madani to renew her friendship with Elayne. I mean, how much detail...
Oh, yeah. And Alviarin won't let her see her.
Yeah. But Alviarin's out of the tower right now.
Because she was a spy for Saladar, and she's like, I've already been trying to do that because Saladar wanted me to renew my friendship with Elayne. I'm getting the same order twice, which is so annoying.
It's also quite funny.
And she's like, I've been already trying to do that, but Alviarin won't let me see her. But now Alviarin's out of the tower. So now it's probably the case that she could go see her. And she's like, well, what do I even talk to her about? And she's like, I don't know. Catch up.
So then Shayna shows up and they chat. There's some other people there as well. Any thoughts on any of this?
No. I mean, I think I've summarized it, right?
Pretty much. They ask about the second secret, which is like there's something weird going on with the Aja heads. Do you want to get into this at all?
Oh, they're all meeting.
Yeah, they're meeting a lot. Why might they be meeting a lot?
Well, they might be looking to depose Elayne.
Perhaps.
Or some other nefarious reason. Or, what if all of the heads of the Ajas were Black Aja?
That would be malevolent.
That'd be so bad.
That'd be really bad.
Right? Because we know one is.
Yeah.
Who are the heads of the other Ajas? Danelle's one. Danelle's yellow.
No, she's not. What? None of that is correct.
Danelle's a sitter?
Danelle is not a sitter.
She's so a sitter.
No, she's not.
Oh my God. She's so a sitter.
She's not a sitter.
Yeah, because Elayne roasted her when
she's on Elayne's council. That doesn't make her a sitter.
Is that not the same thing?
No.
That's not the same thing?
The Aja heads are mostly secret.
What? Why are they secret? Then how do they know that they're meeting?
Yeah, she's not a sitter, as far as I can tell.
Well, I thought she was a sitter.
No.
Wait, why are the sitters a secret?
The sitters aren't secret. Aja heads are often kept secret just cuz.
Why?
I don't know. It's fun.
Silliness. Well, then how do they know they're meeting?
I don't know.
Huh.
Oh, they're talking about the heads of their own Ajas.
Are meeting.
Yeah, because they know when their Aja heads go off and do stuff.
But they're meeting with the heads of other Ajas.
Yeah, I believe that they are piecing together, they're all having meetings. They're also picking new sitters. And they're all picking new sitters that seem like kind of weird choices.
Black Aja shit. Black Aja shit.
Could be.
Black Aja shit. That is Black Aja shit.
Yukiri goes, Shayna, if you're actually implying that the Aja heads conspired over who would go into the hall, and I never heard a more crack-brained notion.
I'm implying.
If that's what you're suggesting, why would they choose 5 odd women and one who isn't?
Why did they choose a really young woman to sit on the thing?
That's the other
question.
No. That's the other tower. The Rebel Tower have picked a bunch of young sitters.
Wait, no. So, okay. In the White Tower.
Oh, sorry. It's both of them, yeah.
Right?
No, you're right.
Right now, they're picking weird sitters.
They're picking young... I apologize. You're right. They're picking young sitters.
Like weird choices.
Yeah.
Young sitters. Why would they pick young sitters? Why do they keep... And why did they put Swan on? Weren't this the same people that put Swan on like 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Have they been planning this from the beginning?
Probably not.
How do you know?
Planning a tower split?
That's true.
That was probably masterminded by the Black Aja.
Okay, well, why would they put young sitters on? They want the youth vote?
Anyway, they have this whole conversation, and what they come up with is, I don't know, we got a long time to figure this out, so let's just
I don't know how long you have to figure this out.
So they decide they're going to keep hunting Black Aja, so...
Why would they put young people?
We're going to switch perspectives again right after these ads. Welcome back. Allie, it's time for your boy.
Who is my boy?
Gawain Trakan.
Oh.
Gawain's eyes popped open in the darkness as a new wave of cold... All right, 30 words or less. What's going on with Gawain?
I don't remember. I think I blacked out from rage. Oh, this fuck is like, Elayne definitely wants to kill me, but let me go ahead and do her a favor.
Yeah. Okay.
What? Oh, he met with somebody in some inn or something, right?
Yes.
Because he's been kicked out of Tyrell.
Well, he's sitting there. He's living in a hayloft. And he's like, I wish I knew.
Home.
He goes, I wish I knew where Egwene was.
Go
anyway,
home.
Wonder where this army came from.
She's about to be here really
It's already
soon.
there. The army is there. It's so funny because he thinks about Egwene and then suddenly fucking
Is he
there
going
it
to
is.
kill her?
Maybe, maybe not. Read and find. That was one of Min's potential visions, right?
I'm concerned.
He's like, oh, well, this is.
Can Min tell Egwene that in the dream world? Can she let her know?
Min doesn't go into the dream world.
Well, could she give them a message to pass along?
Min is with Rand.
Okay, but she was just with Avienda.
She's not
And
now.
Elayne.
She's with Rand.
Well,
and I guess 90.
Wasted moment. She should have been like, hey, by the way, if you see Egwene, tell her that your fucking fuckhead brother might
didn't
kill
she
her.
already know that?
What?
I thought, no, it was wait. Because Egwene already has had dreams about Gawain that lead to the same thing.
Well, I don't think she's come to that conclusion, though. She's like, I had the weirdest dreams.
So he determines that these are the rebel Aes Sedai, and there's an Aes Sedai that has come to have a meeting with him in the middle of the night. Who is it?
It's not Egwene.
No.
Who is it? I forget. It was 100 pages. Who was it? All right.
Also, hilariously, the two Aes Sedai who were staying upstairs from him, or in the inn that he is living in the barn of, are Katarina Elredin and Tarna Fear.
Wait, Katarina's totally Black
super
Aja.
duper Black Aja.
Katarina's like the Black Aja other than Galena.
She's
Fuck.
Yeah, and
so they got to be both Black Aja. Put them on the list.
well, Tarna. What do we know about Tarna?
What we know about her is she's hanging out with Black Aja.
Yeah, we don't know if she is.
I think we should investigate. Where's that oath rod? Gimme that oath rod.
So,
The way that I would lose the oath rod, totally misplace it.
yes, this woman comes in and she looks at him and goes, Gawain Trakand, I have orders for you from the Amerlin seat, Lord Gawain. He's like, really? I thought she hates me, which is why I've been hanging out here.
Oh, the one who wants to jump your bones. And the one you might make into bones.
Is it?
Isn't it Egwene? Is it Elida? That would be dumb. Dumb if true.
Well, we don't get the orders.
Do we get which Amerlin?
She doesn't contest that it's Elida.
Oh. Don't do it. She wants you dead. What is hard about that?
Because Katarina goes, yeah, shut the fuck up, Naren. I don't give a shit what you're here for. Fuck you. I hate you. I have pressing business in the tower. Tell me how to find this nameless fishing village. Whether or not your boatman is still there, I'll find someone to take me across. And Tarn is like, yeah, me too. I got to get back there. Fuck all this shit. I want to get out of here. And Gawain is like, oh, that's fine. You two suck. So if you two want to leave, that's totally chill with me. But yeah, like
you should leave. You should go home.
This chapter is basically Gawain is going to get news, but does not currently get the news. Do we want to
speculate about the news?
Talk about any of this? Because this is just Katarina and
Gawain should go home.
Katarina and Tarna fight with this Aes Sedai over whether or not they can take her boat. But he's also like, hey, where's Elayne at? What's the news with Elayne? And Tarna goes, oh, I don't know. Last time I saw her, she was with the rebels.
And he's like, what?
But like, don't worry about it, man. She's an accepted, so we're not going to decapitate her, punish her too badly for being part of the whole thing. And Gawain is like, why the fuck haven't you...
They said probably. We probably won't.
Your sister is safe from retribution, so put that out of your mind. Accepted can't choose which sisters to obey. I give you my word under the law.
Problem.
She can suffer no lasting harm of it.
Wait, can we talk about what a problem that is as a policy?
Yeah?
That they can't choose which sisters to obey?
Well, it's because they have a rigid hierarchy.
That's a problem.
Sure. But Gawain's like, why the fuck didn't you tell me this? Also, what does no lasting harm mean? She's like, well, we might just smack her around a little bit.
Yeah, I would investigate that further. Gawain, go home.
Yeah, so Tarna's like, anyway, yeah, that's true. You're going to be fine. Everybody's going to be fine.
I mean this seriously, because I actually now care about this boy. I think he's being really taken advantage of.
He is.
Go home to your family.
He's like, by the way,
call your mother.
Narenwin says, also, you're going to be fine. Andor and the tower, we're tight, so it's going to be fine. And we care about you.
Elida wants you dead. You know this. Get the fuck out. Go home.
And he's like, all right, I'll help out. How can I help? And then we switch perspective.
Do not help out. Your girlfriend's on the other side.
We don't get any news on what Elida wants. And then we switch to...
Your girlfriend and your sister both will actively don't want you to do that.
We switch to Davy. Daddy
Why
Dav.
are the Tracand brothers so dysfunctional?
Well, the whole fucking
I know that technically...
Drama dead, but I'm trying to put drama into it.
Drama
dead Trek and family drama is my favorite. So now we're with Davy. How's Dav? Give me the rundown here.
He's okay.
Yeah.
He knows that his niece is nearby.
Yes, and he's kind of nervous about that.
Well, yeah, because she's going to be like, who are you to swear oaths on my behalf?
Yes, he thinks she's going to slap the shit out of him.
Probably, which I don't condone. Dira kills an assassin, a would-be assassin.
Yeah, that's kind of like the thrust of this section.
Which
is Dira's hot and cool and good at stuff and competent, and I love her.
Can Gwendolyn Christie play Dira?
Oh, okay.
Hear me out. Gwendolyn Christie and somebody short. Who's like a short actor. Oof, I have to think. But Gwendolyn Christie for sure.
Danny DeVito. Look,
you know what? I'd be here for
Give Danny DeVito like flowing, lush hair and let him act his ass off. I'd be here for it. Anyway, so news on the Andorran succession front, which I've actually really kind of enjoyed talking about on this podcast. Am I nuts?
No, not necessarily.
Because I've actually kind of enjoyed like talking about which house is doing what.
I've enjoyed that part. I don't enjoy the David Hanlon of it all.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the succession part.
Yeah.
Because now we get news that Sarand and Aran appear to be allied with Moran. Because last book, we had the whole thing where Sarand and Aran got busted out. You remember?
Yes.
It did say Moran, I meant Marn. Yeah, they're both Elenia Tracand. Jesus Christ, sorry. Elenia Sarand and Nayan Aran. Nayan Aran is backed by 2. Sarand is backed by 3, but both of them are backing Aramilla Marn.
Well, I think they probably figure separately we all don't have enough.
Right, but also...
But if we put all of our chips on them, we have at least one of us on the throne that isn't Elayne.
But you remember last book when Aran and Sarand got broken out and they were like, fuck, well, if Aran did it, you know, we might have a minute because Sarand this, that, and the other. But if Sarand did it, then we might not because But now they both swore to Marn. What does that suggest?
That Sarand did it. What?
No.
That neither of them did it.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that Marn did it.
That Marn broke them out, and then Marn just took both of their fucking supports.
Yeah, she's like, do you want to get out of prison?
Do you want me to kill you, or do you want to swear to me? And they were like, fuck it. I think is the implication here.
Okay. Marn's kind of a badass. Is Marn a girl?
They're all women. They're all women.
They're all women.
Aramilla Marn.
Oh, right. They have to be women.
Yes, because the ruler has to be a woman. Although 2 different men have made plays against that in the course of the series.
Right.
Right? First Tarangale and then Robin.
Right. Okay. Keep going.
Anyway, they grumble a little bit. Bale is there. He chats with Bale a little bit. Bale doesn't understand Wetlander politics, which is
I love
on
that
brand.
kind of thing where like they don't understand each other's cultures and politics and stuff. That's such fun world building.
Bale is like, hey, here's the thought. We could just go and crush that whole fucking army out there before the end of the day. What do you think? And Davram goes, Elayne Tracand would not like that, Bale. And if you've forgotten what it's like being a young man, that means Rand al'Thor won't like it. Bale goes, Elayne told me what Elayne Tracand said. We must do nothing on her part. That is simple-minded. When an enemy comes against you, you make use of whoever will dance the spears by your side. Do they play at war the way they play at their game of houses?
Yes.
And Davram Bashir goes, we're Outlanders, Bale. That counts in Andor. Which, you know, that's fair, because it is like, yeah, this is the kind of thing that Elayne has to do this on her own, or else the commoners will hate her.
Yeah, I mean, it's politics.
So, you know, Bale's like, well, somebody's going to fight somebody eventually.
Probably. Is this when the siege starts?
Yeah, the siege is now like kind of underway. Davram's army is of course outside of the city because it's a foreign army.
So they're just going to kind of like see what happens?
Yeah.
Sieges are no good.
No.
Didn't they already have a problem with food supply?
Probably, which is why she let people leave the city.
Smart.
Yeah, so anyway, we kind of get an update on there's a siege going on, and that's cool. And then they're helping some... There's a whole thing where like they help a caravan of supplies get in. It's a whole thing. And the real event of this section... Do we want to talk about this at all? It's just like establishing there's a siege.
I mean, we can talk about it.
I mean, we can, but is there much to...
Not really.
Yeah. This dude, Tumad, pulls up and he's like, hey, man, how you doing? And Bashir's like, doing.
Another day, another siege.
Here we are. Tenobi is up north, by the way. You've heard about that. Let's recap that for the people who've forgotten. She might kick the shit out of me. Man, I put the fucking crown on her head. I put the broken crown on her head. She might kick the shit out of me. It's not out of the question at all. So he's riding around with his escort, and then he gets near his tent, and there's like freaking out, and he's like, what the fuck's going on? And he charges the tent. He did not rein in.
My woman.
On reaching the ground, just threw himself out of the saddle and hit the ground running. He heard people speak without taking in what they were saying. Just inside the tent flaps, he halted. The tent, large enough for 20 soldiers to sleep in, was crowded to the walls with women, wives of nobles and officers, but his eyes quickly found his own wife, Dira, seated on a folding chair in the middle of the carpets that served for a floor, and the numbness faded. He knew she would die one day, they both would, but the only thing he feared was living without her. And she's been stabbed, and
That's so real.
They look at each other.
The only thing you feared was living without her.
Yeah, they look at each other, and she goes, "It comes from hiring outlanders, husband. If you did not always insist on moving like the wind, we could have good men from our own estates to do whatever was needful." He's like, "Oh, did a serving girl?"
I love that her immediate response to getting stabbed is to look at her husband and be like, "I told you so."
He's like, "Did a maid like cut your apple the wrong way and you got in a knife fight over it?"
Okay, nothing would annoy me more if I got stabbed than like him thinking it was not an assassin.
No, they're sassing each other.
No, I know.
He knows it was an assassin.
I know. I would just be like, grumpy.
So give me the rundown on this assassination attempt.
So some person cut their way into their tent.
Yeah.
Right? Kind of like the Shido that one time.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a Shido. But Samael's dead, so that doesn't make sense. But so they cut their way into their tent, ostensibly to look for something, but Dira caught them by surprise. They tried to stab Dira. Dira was like, no, Nanette, and stabbed him right back.
No, it's funnier. I returned from my ride to find two strange men ransacking our tent. They drew daggers, so naturally I hit one of them with a chair.
Naturally.
And stabbed the other.
She gave him the chair.
She literally Dira Bashir with a steel chair. Holy shit, I love her. And
this WWB over here.
And then so they took care of her wound. They found the bodies. The guys are both dead, by the way.
And the chat exploded over how hot Dira is. So I want you to remember this during the Grinwell Cup next year.
But yeah, the two assassins were killed.
Good for her.
No, by somebody else. They got like jammed under the neck. They were killed by a third party.
A third party.
So what could this have?
That's right.
What were they looking for in Bashir's quarters?
That I don't know. Calendar? No. Rand's got Calendar.
Rand's got Calendar.
What does Bashir have? The fat man? The Choden Call?
Let's tie a connection with this to the assassination attempt on
Matt?
No, on
Elayne?
No. Dobrain in this next section.
What are they looking for? Oh, fuck. I forget what they were looking for with Dobrain.
We don't learn.
But they were looking for something.
Probably the same thing.
Probably the same thing. The Choden Call?
No, Rand has those.
Well, yeah, I know, but they might think that I don't know. What were they looking for?
Good question.
Orders?
We're going to have to read and find out.
No.
So...
No!
We switch to Samitsu.
No.
Yes?
What are they looking for?
You're going to have to figure it out as we go along. I can't just tell you. You got to keep reading.
I'm going to figure it out. PD, I'm going to figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
He's confident I'm going to do it.
Also, at the end of this, Bashir goes, he's talking to Tumad, the guy who came up earlier. He goes, "You know where to find the man who came to me yesterday?" Find him and tell him I agree. But there will be a few more than we talked about.
Find him and tell him we agree.
I agree.
Okay, wait. Say it one more time, slowly.
You know where to find the man who came to me yesterday?
The man who came to me yesterday.
Find him and tell him I agree.
Tell him I agree.
But there will be a few more than we talked about.
There will be a few more than we talked about. What does that mean?
Well, I know.
What does that mean? Who was the man who visited him yesterday?
We don't know.
Ugh, okay.
You don't have enough information to put this together. I don't think. You maybe, but probably not.
Okay.
All right, so we switch perspective to Samitsu. How's Samitsu?
She's all right.
She's chilling. You know, we're out in Kyrian.
Oh, right, because Doughbrain's dead.
Doughbrain is stabbed, not dead.
Oh, that's right, because they saved his life.
Because it turns out he doesn't die. Thank fuck.
Thank fuck. I was really upset about Doughbrain.
Doughbrain, yeah, they're chilling out.
Okay, but okay. Can we just talk about this? How many fake out deaths have we had since last season of Wheel of Time?
In the books? Like 900.
Like 900. Everyone needs to stop with the fake out deaths. Sorry, I'm just saying.
No, it's good. There's a lot of them in the books. So...
It's on brand.
Yeah. We get kind of an update on the political situation. Some people are like, maybe we could crown Eylil. And Cadsuane is like, maybe I can kick you right in the dick.
Word.
Yeah, because Cadsuane left Samitsu in charge. Samitsu is actually the one who's like, maybe I could kick you in the dick. What do you think? Oh, no, it's not to crown her. It's to make her high seat of House Ryoton. All right, so, you know, politics. Any thoughts on politics? There's not a lot of politics happening because, you know, there's other more important shit going on.
Yeah, they kind of talk about stuff, and then the assassination attempt occurs.
Well, before that...
I just really want to get to the assassination.
I know. We'll get there. It's okay.
No, we'll never get there. I'm concerned. We'll never get there.
Yeah, they're not going to let Eylil be high seat of House Ryoton because Torum's probably still alive. Eylil, by the way, being the other pair of Eylil and Aniella, the two who tried to stab Rand, or maybe didn't. Eylil also being the one who was fucking Shaylin.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we're getting an update on her.
Sure.
They also think Eylil might be willing to support Elayne. Eylil has, yes, in fact, she has forsworn any claim to the Sun Throne in favor of Elayne Trakand, and she is ready to swear fealty to the Dragon Reborn. So that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
But it might also be a feint.
Could very well be a feint.
So then the door opens, and Korgaida Marendevin comes in.
Sure.
She is the Kyrianan equivalent to, what's her fucking name? Renée Harfer.
Who is Renée Harfer?
The Canelan head servant maid lady.
Oh, okay.
This is the holder of the keys, and she's like, "What's up?"
The one who won't give Elayne broth?
What's up? No, that's the cooks. She's like, well, also her. Yeah, she's like, "What's up?"
The real villains of this story.
How's it going? What's good? You told me to tell you if there's anything fucking weird going on. There's an Ogier and a dude downstairs.
Well, probably.
And like, I don't know what's going on. So like, you know, you maybe want to talk to them.
Loyal,
yeah.
and who was Loyal with?
He was a random Ashaman. But yeah, they go down to talk.
Loyal's like, what did I miss?
You missed the slog. A lot of it anyway.
I came back just in time.
So they go down to talk to...
Thank goodness, the last battle's very soon.
Wow, there's like 8 pages of them just looking at stuff. We're going to skip it.
Skip it.
Although it is worth noting that there's some funny pairings and people working together. Elayne Chuliandrid and Fionda Anaritz are working together and talking to one another.
Sure.
Bertome Saigon is hanging out with Wiraman, which admittedly they were the two who were, I think, yeah, back in the Battle of the Thing and with the Kalendor battle they were talking to. So they get down there and yes, it's Loyal. He's introduced himself as Master Ladar, and the other guy is calling himself Master Underhill. Get it?
That's got to be a callback to Lord of the Rings.
Yes, it is a very deliberate Lord of the Rings.
The Underhills. Master Underhill.
So they're back. What do they have to report?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. No, that's correct. Not a great deal.
Loyal's like, the studying's doing fine. Studying Sofu or Shangtai, whichever one he went to.
They've been bopping around to all of the different settings closing the way gates, remember?
Right. And
yeah.
I did say someone should do that.
Yeah. So
It'd
now
be a good time.
They're around. Well, it's been 3 books.
Oh, that's true. I did think more of a big deal would be made of the longing
yes, you would expect that, but he's only been out for a year or two.
Sure.
Admittedly.
I just thought it was going to be more of a big deal.
Well, maybe it will be. We got time. We got 5
That's
books
true.
left. Well, 4 books.
Yeah,
five,
but
five including this one.
But is that going to take place over years?
Could come on suddenly.
I guess if stuff gets really bad, right? Because I was expecting some kind of dramatic scene where they're trying to like beat the clock of like...
That would be interesting. But that would be hasty.
Well, in one instance, the Ogier needed to be hasty.
So they gab a little bit. She shares some information about with Carlden, who is the Ashaman about the Black Tower, because he's been out of the loop. The Black Tower and also the Ashaman who were there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them have now been voluntarily bonded, and of course, Fedwin Moore died.
Mm-hmm.
He was poisoned.
Oh yeah.
And Loyal is like, well, our updates are...
and the random Ashaman goes, oh, the cup of sleep, or whatever, or a cup of wine.
Yeah.
So he knows what's up.
Carlden goes, before I go, I want some answers. What happened to my friends and him? Did he go mad?
Oh, Rand's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, he's not doing good, but, you know. He seemed sane as most men when I last saw him.
He laughs a lot at random times.
I don't know where he is, but he was alive as of a few days ago. Fedwin Moore died of poison, I fear, but I have no idea who gave it to him. And Carlden mutters about wine. As for the others, they became warders of their own free will. As much as any man did anything of his free will. Her Rashan certainly had not wanted to be a warder until...
Wait a minute, am I right?
She decided she wanted him for one.
Wait a minute, am I right?
So she coerced him into it, I guess.
I don't love that.
They thought it a better choice, safer than returning to the others like you. You see, the damage here was done with sight, so we recap book 8.
So we should probably be concerned about that. Why don't they feel safe at the Black Tower?
Loyal is like, hey, we got to find our guy. I don't know where he's at. We got to find him.
Get him to do something about several things. One,
have to let him...
Dragonsworn.
We have to let him know we did what he asked.
2,
as much as we could.
we got to do something about the fucking Black Tower.
Yeah.
3, I forget about the third one.
But we don't get time for the third one, Allie, because suddenly a palace serving room woman busts in.
Oh, no.
Lord Dobrain's been murdered! We'll all be killed in our beds. My own eyes have seen the dead walking. Old Marengel himself. And my mam says spirits will kill you if there's been a murder done. And then she's like, oh, there's a nice die in here. So apparently, Allie, there's ghosts. Allie, there's ghosts. It's spooky season. Oh my God. Are there, Allie, ghosts?
Spooky, scary. We gotta do spooky, scary times. Send spivers down my...
Ghosts. There's ghosts. Or is she just full of shit?
She's full of shit.
She's probably full of shit. Ghosts, that doesn't make any sense to the metaphysics. It's a cyclical timeline.
Or are there ghosts?
What
Why
do you
are you
think?
being silly?
Because I think it's funny that she's like, there's ghosts.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of other shit that's just proven to be true.
That's true.
But, I mean, I'm like, good thing you didn't overreact or anything. I mean, I guess there's not a way to overreact to seeing someone dead.
So they're
but
like,
he's not dead.
So like, all right, we're going to go check on Dobrain, take a look here, make sure this shit's all good. Let's figure it. Is he dead? Let's figure it out.
No, he's not.
Because Loyal is like, no, he's dead. And
he's just
Carlden
barely.
is like, man, fuck all this shit. We got to go find Rand. I don't give a shit. There's ghosts here. I don't want to get involved in ghosts.
I mean, that's fair.
And
I'm not dealing with ghosts and the apocalypse.
Loyal goes,
No, Carlden. We can't go before we know about Dobrain.
That's true. Rand's going to want to know about that.
He's a friend. Rand's friend and mine. We can't. Anyway, where are we hurrying to?
Loyal's like, I'm going to make sure that our communications are accurate. And for that, I say, thank you so much, Loyal.
So yeah, they go to check. They run up and they're nervous. They've got armor and some people have weapons. They're getting nervous and they climb up to Dobrain's apartments and he's fine. He just got tickled and fell on the ground like the Pillsbury doughboy he is.
He didn't get tickled.
No,
he got stabbed.
He got the shit stabbed out of him.
Ew.
Ew. Well, yeah, he's not good. Samitsu heals him as best she can.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Samitsu is the one who offered to have Flynn's babies if he taught her how his healing worked. It wasn't Flynn, whichever Ashaman it was. She can't do it the same way. It is Flynn, yeah. And she's like, shit, this guy's fucked. Even if I do regular healing, it might still kill him. And she goes, Carlton, do you know the kind of healing that Damer Flynn uses? The kind that uses all 5 powers? And he's like, I don't know what the fuck. I've been out like closing doors for like 5 books. He looks dead to me, but I hope you can save him. He was at the wells.
The wells.
Demise wells.
They're starting to call it the wells. Ah, fuck.
So, you know,
that's trauma right there.
She heals him, which it helps. It stabilizes him, but he's, she does affirmations. I love this. Cause she's like, okay, fuck, I gotta make this shit where I gotta do it. Okay. She goes, I am the best that has ever been, she thought firmly. Katsuin had told her that. I am the best. Altering the weave slightly, she let it sink into the motionless man.
This is so relatable.
So, you know, they heal him and he's all right. He's alive. He's doing bad, but he's all right. And they're going to give him food and help him recover. And meantime, they have found a piece, like Carlton like pulled a piece of paper off of Dobrain. He's like trying to show it to Loyal, like really sneaky like, and Loyal just takes it out of his hands and holds it up in front of him like a person with glasses trying to look at a meme on a phone where they like hold it all the fucking way in front of them, which I understand you have to do that. And he goes, but this makes no sense. Because Carlton is like, bro, you're trying to have a fucking covert conversation here.
No sense at all. Unless... Oh, this is very bad.
Oh?
If there were more than 2, Carlton. If they found...
More than 2?
I will see that, please.
More than what? 2 what? Choden call? More than 2 what?
And they look at it and goes, at my command, the
More than 2 Choden call?
The bearers of this are to remove certain items, which they will know, from my apartments and take them out of the Sun Palace, make them private of my rooms, give them whatever aid they require, and keep silent on this matter in the name of the Dragon Reborn and on pain of his displeasure. Dobrain to Borwin.
What is it? What are they?
Shit, wait. Brianna to Borwin, Dobrain to Borwin. They're related.
Who's Brianna to Borwin?
Brianna
who?
Real Housewives of Kyrian. Brianna is
God.
Also she's with Morghese.
Right.
I didn't even realize that. And Loyal go and she's like, "What the fuck are you worried they found?"
I just meant whatever they were looking for. They had to be here to steal something.
She's like, "You're a shit liar, dude."
Well, yeah, Loyal was always going to be a shit liar. He's a sweet baby. Loyal is baby.
What do you think it is? Dobrain had something or some things in his quarters, possibly, if we assume this is connected to the Bashir
2
one.
Of them,
more than 2.
More than 2.
People. I think he meant more than 2 assailants.
Oh.
But what could the thing be? If we assume it is something of which there is a large number that Bashir may have had one of and Dobrain may have had one of.
A large number?
More than 2.
More than 2.
Or at least more than 1, I should say.
Well, it wouldn't be the Choden call. There's
Probably
only 2
not.
of those. Unless Robert Jordan's trying to make a statement about how gender isn't binary. Fun. In which case, that would be perfect.
Well, let's keep going.
Wait. Angreal of some kind? Terangreal? I feel like it's got to be a magic thing.
Probably.
But what magic thing? This is going to give me a headache.
So Rosara Madrano busts in. She goes, "A party of sisters has entered the city, Samitsu. I rode like a madwoman to get here ahead of them, but they could be riding in at this moment. There are Ashaman with them, and one of the Ashaman is Logain." Carlton barked a rough laugh, and suddenly Samitsu wondered whether she was going to live long enough for Katsuin to have her hide. And that's the end of the prologue.
Why would Katsuin have her hide?
Because she might be fucking things up in Kyrian.
Oh, I don't think so. I could think they're already fucked up in Kyrian. She can't fuck them up anymore.
So it kind of feels...
She saved Dobrain's life.
It kind of feels to me like the prologue is just a very long Logain takes a trip to Camelin. Which is fine. I'm happy he's here, and I'm excited to see what he does.
And like a check-in at the sieges. It's just
Sorry, to Kyrian. Kyrian, I meant.
It's just a check-in.
Yeah.
Which, like, I mean, they all kind of seem to be check-ins, right? At the beginning, the prologues.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like, here's what everyone's doing. Here's where everyone is. Except for Rand and Matt.
Any thoughts on what we've... How are you feeling about CrossRoads so far? You're like a good chunk into it because that prologue is long as fuck.
Yeah, I'm 100 pages in. I'm feeling okay. So far, now I'm obsessed with what those assassins were looking for, / what Rodelle Toralda's orders are and like how they all might be related.
Sure.
Right?
Possibly.
Shouldn't I be thinking about that?
It would stand to reason that you might expect a lot of things in the prologue to be connected.
Oh, I feel like I should write down this mystery so I don't forget. What was that? What were they looking for?
A fine question. So I think now we'll cut recording and read some more. So we'll see you all in a minute.
See you in a minute.
All right, we're back. Allie, you've read a few more chapters. You have read the Matt chapters up to the what is it? The Tale of a Doll? Is that the one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we're gonna dive in. We're gonna talk about those. So now the spoiler scope is gonna be everything up to and including the end of chapter 4, The Forging of a Doll. Allie,
Yes.
thoughts on Matt's section? There's been a lengthy pause, but Truncate Silence is going to cut it out. It's been about 5 seconds so far, not including my talking. Come on, Allie. How'd it go? What happened?
I don't know what happened.
Well-
It was Matt being Matt, right?
Yeah,
So Matt was hanging out.
yeah.
Oh, is this where he walks in to Tuon's thing? Did he go see Tuon yet?
He sees well, yeah. He does talk to Tuon.
Okay, that's my favorite thing.
But that happens in the third chapter?
Oh. Well, before that, he just talks to people and is like, ugh, women, I'm going to body shame every woman I come into contact with.
He does body shame almost every
single woman.
Because either they're too muscular, or they're too skinny, or their boobs are too small, or notably, once their boobs are too big.
I can't stand it.
Matt being who he is.
I understand that why Matt is such a popular character, but being in his head is awful.
There's a lot of rough shit.
just in terms of there is no woman good enough in his brain.
Yes. But first things
Which,
first.
just as a woman walking around in the world, I'm just like, oh, you're going to act like this in the year of the Barbie movie?
First things first, though, Allie.
What?
It's the first chapter of a
I
Wheel of
mentioned a
Time
movie.
book. All right. Hey, you know what we definitely can talk about if we wanted to?
What?
Taylor Swift The Eras Tour movie, because they agreed to all of SAG's shit. Not shit stuff. So, like, hey, Taylor Swift alone can fucking do it. Studios. All right.
Yeah. The Eras Tour movie will completely comply with all of SAG's demands.
Yes, it will.
Wow.
So, Allie, it's the beginning of a Wheel of Time book. How's chapter 1 start? How's it go?
The Wheel
Yes.
of Time.
Yes.
And
Nope.
from
What's the wheel do?
turns.
Yes.
And
Yes.
ages
Yes.
come
Yes.
and pass.
Yes.
The Wheel of Time turns and ages come and pass, seeking.
Not quite.
No, but it's memory.
Mhm.
Something memory. Turning memory.
When you pass something, are you gaining on it?
Fading memory.
Are you gaining on it, or are you
losing memory.
leaving it?
Leaving memory.
Yep. Memories. Yeah.
Memories into legend.
That become legend.
That become
yeah.
legend.
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty
You're
well.
doing great.
Okay, leaving memory that turns into legend.
Memories that become legend.
Memories that become legend. And legends.
Legend. Just
And
legend.
legend.
No and. Leaving memory that becomes, leaving
legend.
memories that become legend.
And
No and.
leaving legends.
Just legend. Leaving memories to become legend.
Leaving legend.
There's no leaving, just legend. Leaving
Well, I thought like legends became something.
Yes,
too.
it is, but leaving memories that become legend. Legend
Becomes
fades to.
Mm-hmm. Myth.
Yeah.
Myth.
And even.
And even myth.
Yes.
Becomes.
No. Is long.
Is long forgotten.
There you go.
When the wheel.
Age.
When the age of.
That.
when the age that gave it birth.
Yeah.
Becomes.
Close.
When the age that gave it birth.
Not becomes, just.
Comes.
Yes.
To pass.
Again.
Comes again.
Yes. And then we get into in one age called the third age in the wind.
One age called the third age by some.
Yeah.
A wind rose.
Nope. Something before that.
In one age called the third age.
We got to reiterate
by
that it's a circle. So the third age is both.
The third age, the beginning. There are no.
That's later.
Wait, okay. So in one age called the third age by some.
An age
long past.
Oh, you got it backwards.
An age long
Yet to
come. Long yet to
an
come.
age yet to come.
An age yet to come.
Yeah.
An age long past.
Yeah.
There are no beginnings or endings
Well,
to the
a
Wheel
wind.
of Time.
A wind rose.
A wind
in blah,
rose
blah, blah.
in the whatever.
And this time it's the Rannon Hills.
Rannon Hills. There are no beginnings or endings. to
The
Wheel
wind
of
was
Time.
not the beginning.
The wind was not the beginning.
Yeah.
But it is a beginning.
No, the wind was not the beginning. There are
No beginnings or endings.
neither
There are neither beginnings nor endings to the Wheel of
to
Time.
the turning of
To the turning of the wheel
of
time.
yeah, but
But it is a beginning.
was
But it was a beginning.
there. You go.
Okay, I did pretty well.
You
though.
did.
I did better than I've ever done.
You did. Yeah. So there's wind and
Wouldn't it be iconic if in the very last book I
you just fucking beasted it out. Yeah.
fucking did that?
Many of this, there's a Shanchan are there. The Shanchan hand lay lightly on those who did not contest Shanchan rule, and the farmers of the Rannon Hills had seen no changes in their lives. For them, rain, or the lack of it, had always been the true ruler. So the farmers don't give a shit about the slaving emperors. And the wind blows. And
Unless their 13-year-old daughter can do a little
unless
shooty
that
sparky.
happens. So, Allie, we're going to be fairly speedy with this, obviously. But, like, what's the event of this chapter? What happens? Is there an event this chapter?
No.
Not really. Aradia of Watch Spoilers fame said that our goal should be to find the one thing in each POV section that really does matter.
To me, it's Tuon throwing a cup at Matt.
That's one of them. What's the other thing? The new piece of information we get.
I don't remember.
Well, if you could remember, you might get ahead in your reading.
Is it Tommen head?
Ahead.
Is it Tommen head? Is it Matt's head?
No.
Is it the fox head?
There's a head.
There's many heads.
Somebody's head is no longer attached to their body.
Oh, the sea folk.
And their blood has been drunk by something. Somebody who was tied up.
Oh my god.
Did you forget this?
Oh my god. Did I get bingo?
What happened, Allie?
Did I get bingo?
What happened?
Tylan died finally.
Tylan got her fucking head ripped off.
Tylan dies, hopefully.
Oh no.
They better not be fucking with me here. If she's alive after all.
She's super dead.
You promise?
Yes. Matt tied her up, left her under the bed, and then the Golem came in and was like, "What's up? Don't mind if I do. Just pretend I'm a can opener here."
Hold on.
Where are you going? Oh, are you doing a little party thing? She's going outside the room. She is running into the other, I don't know, I've lost sight of her because she left the room. She went into a different room. Well, while we're waiting for her to come back, we're gonna just talk about another series of fantasy novels. I'm gonna tell you guys what happens in Malazan, but in a way that you're not gonna know, because it's not good if you know too much about a book series before you read it. But what you gotta understand is that there's these you got Warrens. Okay? And the Warrens is it's a thing that you can use, but it's also can be a place, right? So if you have the Warren and you access the Warren, then you can do stuff, but you can also go places depending. So not all the Warrens though. Some of the Warrens you can just use. Like the one that is darkness, you probably couldn't use it. You're a human, but non-humans can use it. But that's different from the shadow one, which is different from the other shadow one. There's two shadow ones. There's the really old shadow one. You couldn't use that. And then there's the normal shadow, or I guess the younger shadow one that kind of budded off almost like it's a succulent, I guess, from the old shadow one. You could use that one. That's fine. She's still gone. I didn't think I'd have to keep this up for this long. And the nice thing, I truly have no idea where she went. And the nice, she's coming back. Oh, she has a Nerf gun. She has multiple Nerf guns. And why do you have the Nerf? Oh, she came into the room and then she fired the Nerf guns into the air and screamed, "Woohoo!" And I
forgot to get a Tylan Dies party
she
box.
forgot to get a Tylan Dies party box, so
This would be just as good.
she got the Nerf guns instead. This is great. She is firing the Nerf guns into the air over and over and over again. I love it.
Suzanne Collins after a chapter.
Like Suzanne Collins after she finishes a chapter. Great. Menace. All right, Allie.
Do you know how hard those were to get from the back of the closet?
Yeah, they were really buried in the back of the closet there. I got to clean the closet out. That's on me. Well, while you were gone, I was talking about Malazan.
Your dad helped me load it.
That's so funny. So
I ran in and was like, quick, we need to load these. And he was like, why?
And you're like, don't worry about it.
I was like, don't worry about it.
I haven't read that far yet.
Oh, I may have told him.
Oh, whatever. Who cares? So, yeah, Al Tylen's fucking dead. And if we think about it, has anybody noticed the cleansing when Tylen was pronounced dead?
You know, the real cleansing was Tylen's fucking death.
Yeah. Had anybody in this plotline noticed the cleansing?
No.
So that means that chronologically, Tylen's death happened during the events of Winter's Heart.
Yes.
Which means...
Do I get bingo?
We have decided, I say we, to retroactively award you a Winter's Heart bingo because Tylen died during the time frame dictated and covered by Winter's Heart. Congratulations.
Full goblin over this.
It was exciting.
I've never been more excited about a person's death in my life.
It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty exciting one.
I'm not usually someone who gets excited about people's deaths because I'm not a monster. But this death, I was like, fuck yes! God! And in the best way possible. Rip Tylen. Literally.
So,
Couldn't have happened to a worse person, frankly.
So Matt et al. Sneak out.
Et al?
Et al. Yeah, it's Latin, yes?
Et al?
What do you, yes?
Et al.
Okay, Matt et al. Sneak out, and as they sneak out, the Windfinders jump the gun and start their little rebellion, and how's that go?
Very poorly.
It goes all right, actually.
Well, some people get away, but most of them do not.
Yeah, but, they do a lot of damage, right?
I mean, yeah. It's a nice little fuck you.
Also, there are dice.
But all the magic women, they're like, they're too valuable, so we're going to let them live. We'll just, spank them or something.
Yeah, Matt has dice in his head, which means that you get a bingo square for Matt Here's Dice, which is really a free space for all intents and purposes. Oh, I did actually generate your bingo square if you want to see it. Mm-hmm. Here you go.
Did you put it on Twitter?
Yes, I did. And we've got Matt Here's Dice right there next to the free space.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get all of these, honestly.
We'll see.
Well, okay. I got Matt Here's Dice and obviously problematic gender dynamics. Perrin is obtuse about suffering. I feel pretty excellent about that. We also got Matt 2 on enemies to lovers moment.
That's debatable.
She threw a cup at his head.
Is that a lovers moment or is that just an enemies moment?
Oh, that is an enemies to lovers moment if I've ever heard one.
Sure. All right.
Because it was funny.
Yeah, Matt is like, hey, are they going to hurt the Windfinders that they take back? Because I hear that sometimes they chop people's hands and feet off.
No.
And Egianen goes, talk from Marina, I'll wager. Some Suldam talk about that nonsense to frighten recalcitrant Damani when they're new leashed, but nobody's done it in 600 or 700 years. Not many anyway, and people who can't control their property without mutilation are c'est serve to start. And Matt is like, I don't know what the fuck that means, but all right. Oh, actually, he does know what that means. And he goes, hey, but is it going to happen? Are they going to chop their feet off and shit?
They're calling them property. That's gross.
Because Suroth sucks. And Egiana goes, the High Lady Suroth doesn't own these Damani, you lump-brained farmer. They're property of the Empress, may she live forever. Suroth might as well slit her own wrist straight away as order something like that for the Imperial Damani. That's even if she would. I've never heard of her mistreating her own. I'll try to put this in terms you can understand.
But wait, hold on. Tuon beat hers, though, for telling her something she didn't like.
Didn't chop her feet off.
Okay, but...
And she also was like, I shouldn't have done that. That was fucked up. I am the lady, I'm not the daughter of the Nine Moons right now.
True. Okay, keep it going.
And then Egianen says some shit that's really going to endear you to the Shan-Chan. I'll try to put this in terms you can understand. If your dog runs away, you don't maim it. You switch the dog so it knows not to do that again. And you put it back in the kennel.
Do not ever switch a dog.
Yeah, don't do that. That's a bad idea.
What?
Besides, Damani are just too valuable, Matt finished for her dryly. And she goes, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, you don't switch it. You don't hit a dog.
Yeah, it's
dogs
not gonna
don't
help.
understand. If you hit a dog, you're a monster because dogs don't understand why you're hitting them they just learned to be afraid of you. Don't be an asshole. Also, Damani are not property. They're people. Oh my God, Jesus. Ugh.
So, yes. Matt and Noel are fishing. Noel is trying to make a stew that he had in Shara once because he's just a totally normal guy with nothing exciting to bring up about his life.
Sure. Except that he's Jane Farstrider, Gus.
What?
He has been to Shara, Gus.
What's the cover story that Matt has for him and Egianen?
That they're married.
They're lovers.
This is funny. That they ran away because the Shanchan wouldn't accept them.
Yes.
And everyone thinks it's super romantic. And then he pretended that Tuon is like Tuon and Seleucia are servants who were gonna basically tell the Shanchan where they are. And so they've locked them. Also, they've stolen from them. So bad servants that they've locked in one of the wagons.
Yes, which is how they're hiding them and sneaking them through because it's fucking Tuon and Seleucia.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's, yeah.
So then, and Matt thinks Egianen is too muscular, and what does Bail Delmon see in her? She's so muscular. Muscular women are hot. Have you seen a muscular woman?
Yes.
Aw. Gus patted me.
Yes. So, because you are.
But I'm not cut like some of those women.
Well,
I mean, one where you're like, you could break me in half in the hottest way. I see women as hot. So I just want everyone to know that.
So they're kind of staying. They're slowly moving away from the city. Tuon is calling Matt Tylan's toy.
No.
Yeah, we're gonna just. But she's dead now.
Thank God. Where's my guns?
I know. And
this episode is going to be me doing tangents, going, "Oh my God, I just remembered, Tylan's dead." Wow, what a great day! It's amazing how much lighter I feel just knowing she's not going to pop up again. Just, whew. Ooh, we're really having fun now. You know what? Here's my hot take opinion. Crossroads of Twilight's my favorite
banger book.
Banger book. 10 out of 10.
Banger fucking book.
It's the best one in the series. You know why? Tylan fucking dies. I will hear no more slander against this book.
Matt expects that there are arrest warrants out because he tied up Tylan. And he expects also that Egianen's going to be under arrest for stealing Damani, but nobody's talking about Tuon going missing. Why?
You know what the real shame is that this happened off camera.
I know. Well, you know, why is there no news about Tylan? Tuon?
Why is there no news about Tuon?
About Tuon missing?
Because that would be really embarrassing for everyone.
It's such a bad omen.
Her.
Yeah, it'd be such a bad fucking omen that they're like, we're not going to talk about it. We're not even going to mention it. We're just going to hope that she comes back. Or that she like ran away or kidnapped herself again, because she does that sometimes.
Which is her playing pretty fast and loose with the blood, considering, you know, they'll have to kill themselves if something happens to her. Am I wrong? She's like, I'm just going to fuck with them.
Oh, yeah.
Start preparing funeral arrangements again.
Well, you know that story that, I don't know if it's true or not, but there's this story about Stalin telling his bodyguards, don't come into my room no matter what. And then in the middle of the night, he started screaming, help me, help me, help me. And his bodyguards rushed into the room and he went, gotcha, and had them put to death. I don't know if that's true or not, but...
Okay, but if they hadn't come, he would have probably had them put to death anyway.
Probably.
He was just bored.
He was Stalin. He was a shitty dude.
Yeah, he was just bored and decided to put his guards to death. What a fucking asshole.
Hot take. Stalin is an asshole.
Because either way, they were in a shit situation.
Yeah.
Imagine someone tries to save your life and you go, cool, I'm going to kill you for that. Then you kind of deserve whatever happens to you next.
So, yeah, they keep heading out of town and they see some tavern brawlers heading into an inn and they try not to talk to them, and there's Shanchan soldiers and they're trying to avoid them too. And then Matt is like, oh man, we're going back to the show. We never should have left. Because by the way, who are they staying with?
Val and Luca
is back. My guy. And yeah, Matt is like, we're going back. We shouldn't have left. And Egiana goes, that's what I fucking said. And he's like, ugh, damn it. All right, let's go. And that's the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Allie. 2 captains. There's the logo. What is it?
I'm just excited about the fact that chapter 2 is called 2 Captains.
2 captains.
It's a Reddit.
Reddit.
Not to be confused with its baby, the subreddit.
No notes, I know. The 2 captains, they're with Val and Luca. Huzzah! Didn't think we'd be seeing him again, did you?
No.
What's the news with Val and Luca? Is there news with Val and Luca?
He wants to leave.
He wants to leave.
Tom's
What else?
in the city.
Yeah.
They can't leave until Tom is back.
Yeah.
But Matt says, we'll leave when Tom gets back. And
Yeah.
Val and Luca's pleased as punch. And
Yeah.
he's married.
He's married now. Who'd he marry?
What's her name?
Yes, that's the one. Which one?
The strong lady?
No.
The acrobat? The dog trainer.
Yes, I believe, what was her name? Littell. Yeah, Littell. The bear trainer. The one who really hated Nynaeve.
Trainer. Well, yeah, because Nynaeve was, encroaching on her man.
Sure. So, yeah, what happens in this chapter?
What happens in this chapter?
Yeah.
Fucking nothing.
Nothing really significant of plot forwarding.
But I won't hear
happens.
anything. And what about it? Robert Jordan gave us the greatest
He
character
did
death
give
of all
us the
time.
best gift we've ever received in a minute.
So, he did make it necessary for this gift to be given. But at the same time, I don't care. Tylen's dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Ba, 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 ba. Ding dong, the witch is dead. And done. Look, she's gone where the goblins go below.
So, with Val and Luca, the circus's attendance hasn't really changed since the Shanchan showed up, but they did try to take the horses. But then they didn't.
And he's
right?
like, we got to get out of here because they're going to take my horses. Yeah,
Well,
they didn't because
of Sarandon, right?
he has a letter that says, I get to keep my horses because I did some kind of favor for the Shanchan.
Well, because he harbored Sarandon.
Yeah.
He took care of Sarandon in the Surreddit.
Yeah, but he's like, but that letter's not going to keep him off me for long, so we got to go. Otherwise, they're going to take my horses.
Matt body shames Eggyanin in his head, and he says, no way anybody reasonable would consider her pretty.
Okay, I want to see what you look like, you dusty, musty man. I bet we could find something wrong with your appearance. This is my thing. Every time someone comments on like a beautiful celebrity and they're like, she's not that hot, I want to see what you look like. I bet you're a dusty, musty man. I bet we could find something that we can point out that's not that cute about you. I bet we could. So show us your face.
Petra is keeping an eye out, the strong man. But yeah, they're hiding in the circus, and that's cool. That's fun. Nothing really happens of plot significance.
I know of a plot significant thing that happened.
Tylen dies?
Yeah.
In a minute.
But also, Tuon threw a cup at Matt.
Tuon throws a cup at Matt in a minute. I'm just making sure there's nothing I want to discuss here.
I'm not normally in the camp of please throw cutlery or other objects at your spouse. Or intended, I suppose. But this one was funny.
Matt opts not to try to steal horses and run because he's got too many people with him and because he just knows that wouldn't go over very well.
Probably not.
But they are nervous about how close they are to the Shanchan.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't they leaving yet?
I said this already. Tom's in the city.
I'm sorry. You did say that, yeah.
Yeah.
What is Eggyanin?
Pay attention.
What is Eggyanin going by? What is her name?
I don't know.
Leelwyn.
Okay.
Do you remember who Leelwyn was?
No.
You remember back in book 4 when she hired Florin Gelb to kidnap Nynaeve and Elayne?
Yeah.
Remember he kidnapped a random merchant woman?
Oh, yeah.
Her name was Leelwyn.
How was I supposed to remember
You
that?
weren't. That's just the thing I happened to notice.
Okay. That's funny.
Matt is like, it's going to be all right. Yeah, we're going to do what we can do. And
Noel's
goes,
like, I know what you mean. This time I was in Shara. And you're like, who the fuck are you?
I suppose nobody lives forever.
Noel sighed. Burn him, but the fellow could make a colicky goat seem cheerful.
Because he's got a lot of life experience.
He's a fun dude.
Probably because he was born a Shinaran. And Shinarans are not particularly cheerful, are they? Are they, Gus?
Not super cheery, no. Eggyanin is like, hey, dude, are you going to go try to fucking eavesdrop on the Shanchan? That's a shitty idea, and you should not do that. They might recognize you. Sorry, I have it backwards. Egyanin comes with him and he goes, what do you think you're doing? What if this Seanchan officer recognizes you? What are the chances this fellow's anyone I know? I didn't have many friends this side of the ocean, and none in Abu Dar. Anyway, and she touches her wig, in this, my own mother wouldn't recognize me. And then she feels sad.
Aw.
Don't glare at anybody. Don't even look at anybody. I'm a demure Abu Dhari woman. You can do all the talking.
Okay, demure Abu Dhabi.
Not a thing. Yeah, they don't exist. Not to be generalizing.
I'm
generalizing.
confused.
Aludra's also there. Love her. 10 out of 10 character.
I think you mean Aludron.
No, I definitely don't. Because that's not, well, you know.
The fandom owes me $12
really
billion.
Funny. Yeah, that's a joke about Twitter drama when a casting was leaked that turned out to be nothing. So this is funny. They walk by Aludra, and Matt looks at her and thinks about her for a second and is like, wonder what she's up to. Wonder what she's doing. And Egyanin pokes him and goes, we're supposed to be lovers, as you keep reminding me. Who's going to believe that if you stare at that woman as though you're hungry?
Well, all right.
And Matt says, I always look at pretty women. Haven't you noticed? So, anyway, yeah. They go to Val and Luca's carriage, and it turns out she does actually know this Seanchan guy, but luckily they don't really catch each other's eyes.
I mean, it was kind of dumb that she went, but whatever.
What was this guy here for?
Horses.
Horses, yeah, he wanted the horses, and Val and Luca goes, horses. That's what he wanted. I showed him the warrant exempting me from the horse lottery signed by the High Lady Suroth herself. But was he impressed? It didn't matter to him that I rescued a high-ranking Seanchan. The woman had not been high-ranking, and he had not so much rescued her as given her a way to travel as a hired performer, but Luca always exaggerated to his own advantage. I don't know how long that exemption is really good for anyway. The Seanchan are desperate for horses. They might take it back any day. And then he starts jabbing a finger at Matt and goes, you're gonna get my horses taken. How do I move my show with no horses? Answer me that if you can. I was ready to leave as soon as I saw that madness in the harbor until you twisted my arm. You're gonna get my head cut off.
And Matt's like, that's bullshit. You were wanting to stay and collect as much money as you could.
I could get 100 miles from here if not for you, riding in out of the night and snaring me in your crazy schemes. I'm not earning a penny here. There haven't been enough patrons the last 3 days to pay for feeding the animals one day, half a day. I should have left a month ago, or I should have. And Matt is like, oh, shut up. Shut up.
Honestly. But also, you shut up.
But yeah, when Tom gets back, they can leave. So,
then he goes to see Tuan.
Not yet.
What? I want to talk about her throwing a cup at Matt.
He goes to. By the way, the ex-Damani and the Soldom are all staying in one wagon.
Sure.
Rough.
And Matt's like, I don't understand why they're fighting.
I don't know, fucking women, am I right?
I don't think it's a woman thing. I think men in this situation would also fucking fight like this.
So he goes to see Joylin.
You just don't really vibe well with someone who also wants to enslave you.
Not great.
It's not awesome.
His hip still hurts a little bit, which means he's 30. Not actually, it's because a wall fell on him. But, you get the chapter title. Again, it goes, 2 captains on one ship make sure course for disaster. And Matt goes, we aren't on a ship.
Yeah, but it's called a metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't read. So I should probably teach you some literary terms.
So he goes to see Joylin, Oliver, and Thera because they're all staying together. And he's like, hey, we're getting out of here as soon as Tom gets back. That's the news. Oliver wants to ride wind. And he's playing Snakes and Foxes with Joylin. That seems notable, right?
Yeah. Because Jane Farstrider, Tom, Matt, and Moraine are all going to go through the Snakes and Foxes. This is training. Matt needs to sit down and play this game more.
Egyanin's kind of classist to Thera for having been Dakaval.
Okay, but she was a queen before that. So fucking relax.
Panarch.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Close
different
enough,
day.
yeah.
Same shit, different world building.
And then Noel like shows up and Matt's like, where were you? Never
oh my
mind.
God. Remember when the building fell on Matt?
Yeah?
Really, you could say because the Sean Chan were being added to the plot, the world building fell on Matt.
Boo. Boo, I love it.
I like me.
So, yeah, they go to spread the news, and then the dice start rolling again.
Oh, yeah, that's another time Matt died. That was another fake out death.
Yes, it was.
I don't want to hear any more shit about fake out deaths in the Wheel of Time show. That's part of what the Wheel of Time canon includes.
The dice start rolling again for whatever reason, and that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Allie, a fan of colors. There's the logo. What is it?
It's a bracelet and a collar.
Which is called... it's your favorite Apple device.
Oh, an IDOM.
IDOM. Not an iSub, which is the joke I make every time. And yeah, chapter 3, Matt, what happens?
Matt goes to talk to Tuon.
Yes, he goes to talk to Tuon. We learn about the cover story for Seleucia and Tuon.
Okay, can I share?
Yes.
Okay, so he walks in, and immediately, Tuon's sitting there holding a cup in her hands, and she tosses it right at him. And he's like, fuck, and he dives out of the way. And she's like, you told everyone that I'm a servant? Give them a better cover story. And he's like, I can't give them a better cover story.
I already gave them the
cover story. And she picks up the chamber pot to throw at him. And Seleucia goes, no, we need that. Here's a cup. We have plenty of these. And then she like goes to throw it at him again.
That's pretty funny.
It was funny.
And you consider that to be an enemies to lovers moment?
Absolutely. Because they start talking also about kind of like how they might be destined.
Do they?
Yeah, there's like all this talk about that.
Okay, well, we'll see about that.
Come on.
I like this. Before he leaves, he's talking to Egeon, and he's like, hey, you want to come talk to Tuon with me? And she's like, dog, what the fuck? No, I fucking don't.
That's the high lady too on
she goes,
you.
You will show her fitting respect. Come, Bale, I want to make sure my things are stored properly. And then Bale Domon grabs Matt and goes, Fortune prick me. Whatever you do be up to, you may be in over your head. I think she do be tougher than you do suspect. And Matt goes,
That's definitely true.
Egeonin? I know she's tougher than old boots, Domon, but old boots don't count with me. This isn't a bloody ship. And I'm not letting her take charge and ruin everything. And Domon is like,
oh my God.
Dumb fuck. He says, the girl, man. Do you believe you could be so calm if you'd be carried off in the night? Whatever you be playing at, with that wild talk of her being your wife, have a care, or she may just shave your head at the shoulders.
I like that.
Matt's like,
shave your
I
head
was
at the
just
shoulders.
fucking around. Like, I didn't mean it. I was just saying it.
It's a good phrase. Shave your head at the shoulders.
I was unnerved for a minute. And yeah.
Shave your head at the shoulder.
Domon goes, try to keep a grip on your tongue from now on. Leelwyn, do near have a fit whenever she do think about what you did say. I've heard her muttering under her breath. And
your breath.
And you can wager the girl herself does take it no lighter. You cut the fool with her, and you may get us all shortened. He slid a finger across his throat expressively and gave a curt nod before pushing through the crowd after Egeonin. So Egeon and Leelwyn seems to be in hysterics still about Matt declaring that Tuon was his wife.
Well, it was a weird thing to do.
It was a weird fucking shitty thing to do. And she does not seem to be best pleased by it at all.
Was it a shitty thing to do?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't know about shitty. I just mean like it's a weird thing, and she will not let this go.
Well, yeah, because it was weird. If somebody walked around and looked at someone I know, if I was hanging out in a room with Paris Hilton, and someone came up to us and looked at Paris Hilton and said, "You're my wife," I would think that was a really weird fucking thing to do to Paris Hilton.
I know. I just think it's odd that she's more upset about this than she is about the kidnapping, it seems, because she's mumbling about this in particular.
People try to kidnap Tuon all the time, but how many of them try to force her into marrying them? I think that's her interpretation of events.
So yeah, she goes to see Tuon and Seleucia, and he goes to see Tuon and Seleucia. He was not afraid of seeing Tuon again. Of course not. He had stayed away after sticking her into that wagon to give her time to settle down and collect herself. That was all.
Of course.
Only
you couldn't possibly be afraid of a woman.
calm, Domon had called her, and it was true. Kidnapped in the middle of the night, snatched out into a storm by people who would as soon have cut her throat as look at her, as far as she knew. And she'd been by far the coolest of them all. Light she could have planned it herself. That was
Everyone
how
else is
upset she was.
screaming around her.
Yeah.
Ah! That'd be funny.
A woman's hardly likely to offer to exchange vows here and now, he thought with a chuckle, but it sounded forced, even to him.
Oh, please, will you marry me, my captor?
Yeah, like, you probably have to,
Who is she, Fael?
agree to that and then carry out a marriage ceremony, Matt. It's not like you're already married.
Did you hear what I said?
That's funny, yeah. So, Harnan is here.
Shmadababew.
And yeah, he goes into the wagon, and as you say, this whole thing happens. Settle Anon is in there, as is Tuon, as is Seleucia. He's like, she's not hot at all. But she's kind of pretty though. But like, she's not hot. I'm not into that. But like, she's actually kind of cute. But like, not really.
Go on. Show us your dusty, musty face. I bet we could find something that's problematic with you.
I will say I do appreciate that he's like, not my type. And then he's like, maybe a little bit my type. Because it's kind of like when Perrin. Remember when Perrin was like, Fael? Well, I don't know. That's a woman. And then later he's like, that's definitely what she meant by the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
I loved it.
I do. This is similar to that. Is it not a little bit? Unfortunately, it's coming from Matt.
Would you say it's an enemies to lovers moment?
I don't know. Maybe not. That was Allie. No, maybe not. Raffo. Maybe it's a hostile marriage. So, the door shuts and Tuon goes, Satal has been keeping me informed, she said in a cool drawl as he pulled the door shut. He'd gotten so he could tell a difference in Shan-Chan accents. Tuon's made a Gyanin sound as if she had a mouthful of mush, but they all sounded slurred and slow. She's told me the story you have put about concerning me, boy. No, it's not boy, it's worse. She's told me the story you've put about concerning me, toy.
I hate it.
I do too. Yes, so everything you said happens, and she picks up the chamber pot, and Seleucia goes, we'll need that. And then it's actually better. Settle Anon picks up a cup, hands it to Tuon, and goes, we have plenty of these.
I didn't realize it was Settle Anon. That's funny.
But then she doesn't quite throw it. And,
no, she looks at the floral design.
Yeah, she looks at it for a while and is like, change. Everything you said happens. And they talk about how old she is, and she's 19 and 7 months.
No, she's 20.
Nearly 20. Yeah.
Oh.
Matt goes, I could hardly tell the show folk I'd kidnapped the daughter of the Nine Moons.
Well, at first she goes, I'm 14. And I was like,
excuse?
Canceled.
Because I've had enough of
Wait.
this.
That's it. That's the one I was looking for.
And Seleucia goes, the High Lady Tuon, peasant, she's under the veil. Matt is like, what the fuck does that mean? And she goes, it is of no import, Seleucia. He's ignorant yet. We must educate him. But you will change this story. I will not be a servant. And Matt is like, no, dude, you don't have to be a servant. I'm just saying you're a servant.
And he goes, and I can't change the story. That would look suspicious as fuck.
Mm-hmm. I know Settle Anon has already told you this, but I promise no one's going to hurt you. We're not after ransom, just getting away with our heads still attached. As soon as I can figure out how to send you home safe and sound, I will. I promise. I'll make you as comfortable as I can until then. You just have to put up with the other. And she's like, all right, why not? Hey, cool. And then he says, how old are you? And she goes, 14. And he goes, oh, Jesus. And then she goes, wait a minute. Actually, he goes, oh, fuck yeah. Yes, that's great. It means I don't have to marry you for a long time. And then she goes, oh, wait. No, you keep your birth names here, don't you? That'll be my 20th naming day. Are you satisfied? Did you fear you had stolen a child? And he's like, don't worry about it.
No. Here's the thing. You still don't have to marry her anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
You're both like 20 years old. You don't have to marry each other ever,
and
frankly.
Then, what does she ask him?
What's your name?
Where's your ring?
Oh.
He's like, what? I don't fucking know. I don't always have it on. It's not really it's just a ring I bought. Why do you care?
Oh, is that how she was supposed to know it was him?
I don't know.
Was that how she was supposed to know? That's definitely how she was supposed to know, isn't it? That it was the guy.
And then she goes,
oh boy.
Then she goes, do you remember Hawkwing's face? And Sutherland blinks.
Okay,
and
so she also knows that he can tell the past or whatever.
And Matt has a vivid memory of Hawkwing, and then he goes, of course I don't. Why? Hawkwing died 1,000 years ago? What kind of question is that? A foolish one. I can't say why it popped into my head. And he's like, please, I'm omitting all the toys, but she keeps calling him toy like every other sentence.
I hate it.
And
thank you.
He's like, please stop calling me that. Can you call me my actual fucking name, please? Is Matt Cawthon. And she does not do that.
Cool, I hate it.
I cannot say what I will do after returning to Abudar. I have not decided. I may have you made Dakoval. You're not pretty enough for a cupbearer, but it might please me to have you for one. Still, you've represented certain promises to me, so it pleases me now to promise as well. So long as you keep your promises, I'll neither escape nor betray you in any way, nor will I cause dissension among your followers. I believe that covers everything necessary. And Seleucia and Solana
this is all so enemies to lovers.
What?
Are you kidding me right now?
Maybe a little bit. And Matt is like, well, okay, weird, sure, all right.
Bingo.
Is Seleucia going to go along with that too? Seleucia follows my wishes, toy. She's going to keep saying it, and I can just skip them. I don't care. Do you have a preference whether I say or skip toy?
It's fine.
Okay.
I don't hate it as much as Tylan.
Your customs are earthy.
Your customs are earthy.
And then she spits on her palm.
What does that even mean?
Because he goes, deal! And he puts her hand out. His hand out,
then
goes,
that was a really nice way to put it.
Your customs are earthy. And she spits in her palm and goes, thus is our treaty written, thus is agreement made. What does that writing on your spear mean, toy? And he's like, oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's not talk about that.
I'd be kind of worried about it.
Well, why? She's just reading the Ashandarai.
Well, what if it means something more significant?
Well, you know what it means. You recognize that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like, why does it say? Yeah.
If I were Tuon, I would worry.
Oh, okay. So then Tom...
Be like, who are you making agreements with?
Tom busts in. How's Tom?
He's all right, but he comes to tell Matt the greatest news.
What'd you find out, Tom? And he goes, the streets are full of rumors about her, to Tuon, but nothing about her disappearing. I bought drinks for a few Shanchan officers, and they seem to believe she's snug in the Terrasan Palace or off on an inspection trip. I didn't sense any dissembling, Matt. They didn't know. And Tuon is like, yeah, you stupid idiot. Of course they don't know. Suroth might be considering suicide for the shame, but like they're not going to tell anybody about it. And Matt is like, this is so fucking weird. And also, why did the dice stop when I shook hands with Tuon? That's so weird.
Because the dice understands enemies to lovers moments.
There's more, Matt. Tylan's dead.
No, my feeling was more like a boop 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 boop.
There's more, Matt. Tylan's dead.
You get Sandstorm again.
No, YouTube got mad at me when I did that.
Oh, boo.
I know.
I can't, it's too high.
They're keeping it quiet for fear of disturbances, but one of the palace guards, a young lieutenant who couldn't hold his brandy, told me they're planning her funeral feast and Beslin's coronation for the same day. Matt is like, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, so anyway. Oh, no, her head got ripped off. What a shame.
Wow.
Oh, couldn't happen to a nicer person.
Rest in pieces.
Literally. And the Shanchan are blaming the Aes Sedai for it. Who actually killed her?
It was a golem.
The golem, in a very fitting reversal. Tylan was tied up, as opposed to Matt. And then she had her fucking head torn off by the golem. So you know what? You reap what you sow, you sack of shit.
Woo! Fuck
yes.
you!
At some point, we will do the what was he going for here. I don't think we want to do it right now.
Nah.
We'll get around to it.
We'll do it.
You know, for now, we're just really excited. And Matt has complicated feelings about this, which is a shame.
Hey, Google, play Best Day Ever from SpongeBob.
Do you want to talk at all about Matt's complicated feelings, or do we just want to yell Stockholm Syndrome and move on?
Stockholm Syndrome. And also, no, you don't.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, the Golem killed her. And Tuon goes, the fucking what? And he goes, this, you know, it's a monster. It's basically the T-1000. She goes, a Golem.
Oh, yeah. She's like, stop making shit up.
And then she hits him on the head and goes, I'm very happy that you show loyalty to Tylan, Toy, but I won't have superstition in you. I will not have it. It does Tylan no honor. And Matt is like, why are you like this? Why are you fucking like this?
Honestly, though.
Maybe I know what I'm talking about at all. What have you thought about that? You fuck.
Yeah, where's your people been all this time? Wait, okay, you're telling me that you have velociraptors that fly for you, but you don't believe in Golem?
So
you're telling me you got giant frog things?
Here's a little world building background for you. The Shan blight, they have blight. It's a lesser blight, and I think it doesn't connect directly to fucking Shile Ghul. So they were able to exterminate all the monsters.
Okay.
And that was it. They're just gone now.
But they're on a new continent.
Now they're on a new continent, yes.
And I'm just saying, you have velociraptors, but you're not going to believe in Golem?
Yeah, I know.
Dumb.
So
Matt, your new wife's kind of dumb.
Blarick comes in. He's like, hey, Jolene wants to talk to you. And Matt is like, I don't give a shit. Fuck Jolene. I'm so goddamn tired of Jolene. Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. So he goes to talk to Jolene. How's it go?
Goes all right.
Yeah, like what happens here?
Something. He talks to Jolene.
The women are all fighting.
Oh. Yeah, but that was gonna happen, and you probably should have separated them, and that was kind of dumb that you didn't. Lovingly. Said with love. But we should have maybe seen this coming. And he's like, ugh, women can't get along. And I'm like, that's not why.
Jolene wants to go to Ilion. Teslin is like, so absolutely not. This is a horrible idea. We're going to stay with the party. This is a stupid fucking thing.
Like, who cares if you
I guess
all stay
they're not
going to
let her, because Matt is like, no, you might be a liability.
Why?
I don't really know. They start hitting each other.
No.
And Renna is like, hey, we could just collar them and make them stop fighting each other. Thoughts?
No, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. And Bethaman is like, well, we could just smack the shit out of him if you wanted us to smack the shit out of him.
Also a dumb idea, you fucking weirdo.
Matt's like, Jolene, you seem nervous about something you consider to be more dangerous than, the Sean. What are you talking about? And she's like, oh my God, dude, up north, shit's blowing up. There's like 10 kajillion gigawatts of channeling happening up north right now. It's freaky and I want to get away from it. What's that, Allie?
The cleansing.
It's cleansing.
I'm right.
Yeah. Well, but you didn't put Jolene senses it, unfortunately.
Well, who
would have
thought that Jolene would have
she's an Aes Sedai.
Well, she's not important.
Well, has that ever stopped Robert Jordan before?
No, but like I'm saying, who could have predicted that? I think Chuan would have also been an interesting choice.
Yeah, and then
now I'm gonna sulk about it.
Okay. And then they're like, oh man, weird. And then Matt has the Taviran color swirls happen in his head, and he almost sees a man and a woman sitting on the ground facing one another, and he's pretty sure it's Rand. And he's like,
what?
Oh,
they
weird.
Can see each other
now? Yeah, now when they think about each other, they can kind of see each other for a second.
Damn. He's talking to a woman? Has Matt met men?
No, he's not talking. He and a woman, he can only see Rand. He is sitting on the ground, kneeling, facing a woman who is also kneeling. And currently, the cleansing is happening.
Nynaeve.
So he's seeing cleansing, yeah. And he's like, oh, weird. Okay, well, it's Rand. Whatever that is Rand.
What if you think about Rand at the wrong time?
You're going to see some balls.
I just had the worst visual.
Just a bunch of balls. Just no. Why in
my head were they swinging?
Because they probably were.
Okay.
And he could not help wondering what had Rand been doing when the dice stopped. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Allie, The Tale of a Doll. What's this? You're getting your headphones back on because you stepped away during the break. What's this?
It's a bug helmet.
Bug helmet.
A boog.
No notes yet. I'm afraid. No notes.
I have no notes on Thailand's death.
Furik Kareed. Who's he?
Fuck.
You remember him. He's shown up at least twice.
Stab guy.
Deathwatch guard. Yeah, there was that Terrabunner who was in charge of the unit. And he was like, yeah, charge. And Furik Kareed was like, no, you're dead. I'm in charge. Fuck you. What happens in this chapter? Because I remember this chapter being pretty fun.
I remember this chapter being fun too, but I don't remember why.
Kareed's hanging out at the inn with his servant. He's got his robes on. He's a banner general now, so he's doing pretty good. He's having a good time. Weather kind of sucks. Looks like there's a lot of rats around. He's kind of a dick to his servant,
which is the worst thing you can do. So he deserves to die.
He's worried about the Aes Sedai's new weapon. What's that?
The Choden Call?
No, you'd think it's Elayne's accidental tactical nuclear device.
Identical.
You remember Elayne's accidental tactical nuke?
No.
When she unwove the gateway?
Oh, yeah.
They're still like, we got to figure out what that shit is.
Well, kind of, yeah, they do.
Yeah, and they're like, we're worried they're going to use it against us, which is like a really accidental piece of
look, it's
deterrent.
the Cold War.
A little bit. So, yeah, the guards are there, and he's like, shit, by the way, more important, the High Lady Tuon vanished, and I'm not allowed to think of her as daughter of the Nine Moons, because I know she's under the veil right now, so like we're not gonna touch on that.
Okay.
As a member of the Death Watch Guard, it's his job to get her back safely, although he's not sure that she didn't kidnap herself, like as a test for them, because apparently she's done that twice.
She's playing fast and loose with these people's feelings.
Yeah. Only a few were aware that she had vanished twice before and had been reported dead to the very arrangement of her funeral rites, all by her own contriving.
Which, wouldn't they all have to kill themselves?
Yep. Whatever the reasons for her disappearance, though, he had to find and protect her.
Tuon's kind of a dick.
So far, what? The heir to the throne of the slaving nation, the slaving empire, is a dick? Sounds fake.
She's kind of a dick. A little bit.
There had been countless attempts to kidnap or assassinate her, beginning on the day of her birth.
I would be so annoyed if I went through 16 hours of labor unmedicated for somebody trying to assassinate my baby.
If he found her dead, he must find who had killed her, who had given the ultimate commands, and avenge her, whatever the cost. That was his duty, too. And this little dude comes in.
What, did your 5-year-old try to kill it?
This little dude comes in. Who is it? It's your boy.
Baby Fight Club?
Maybe. That sounds very
so
Sean
like
Chan.
When a twin absorbs its other twin in the womb when the Sean Chan lands, is that like just a preemptive strike?
Sure. But that's tactical genius, because what are you going to do then? So...
The baby was born a killer.
So... this little guy comes in. Who is it?
I don't know.
It's the Seeker. The Seeker. Mr. Seeker. Leave us, he says.
Leave us. It's the Seeker.
A precious thing, loyalty. You're involved in Lord Yulan's plans, Bennett General Kareed. I would not have expected the Death Watch Guard to be a part of that. And he's like, man, I don't fucking know, dude. You got to talk to him, bro.
Oh my God, what's that guy's name?
Benoit Blanc.
Benoit Blanc.
I'm doing a bad Benoit Blanc impression for the Seeker.
I don't think it's that bad.
Thank you. You're very kind.
I don't think it's bad at all, actually.
So, like, Kareed kind of blows off the Seeker, but the Seeker's like, I'm going to deal. I don't give a shit. Whatever. It's fine. We're going to pretend I didn't do that. Most people would have been very nervous about having a Seeker behind them. Most would have been nervous having a Seeker in the same room. Kareed hid a smile and did not move. You must be proud of your sons, the Seeker said. 2 following you into the Death Watch Guard, the 3rd listed among the honored dead. Your wife would have been very proud. Kareed is like, fuck do you want, dude?
Why are you talking about my wife?
What's your name, bro? And does he tell him?
No.
Moore.
Oh.
Almurat Moore. He's like, oh, so you like go all the way back to when we popped over the ocean there the first time. Neat. So cool. Call me Furik. We both are the property of the Crystal Throne. What do you want of me, Almarat? Not to discuss my family, I think. I gotta give him a better voice. A proper voice. A specific voice. Call me Furyk. We're both the property of the Crystal Throne. What do you want of me, Almarat? Not to discuss my family, I think. Listen to a story, Moore said slowly, and tell me what you think. This came to us in the last few days. It began among the local people, as near as we can tell, though we've not yet found the original source. Supposedly, a girl with a Shandar accent's been extorting gold and jewelry from merchants here in Abu Dar. The title Daughter of the Nine Moons was mentioned. None of the locals seem to understand what that title means, but the description of the girl is remarkably precise, remarkably accurate, and no one can recall hearing this rumor before the night after Tylen's murder was discovered.
Murder.
He goes, the Shandar accent, says Kharid, and this rumor's passed to our own people. How does the Terrasan Palace take recent events? So they talk. Anyway, give me the rundown here. I'm not going to do all the dialogue.
So he's like, it's got to be Suroth's doing. It's got to be Suroth and Egion, and they're working together. They're with some... this is hilarious. He's like, you know what? That guy Tom is the mastermind behind all of this.
Does he do that?
Yes, he does. He goes, I think it's the old man who, claims that he's just a pet, like a guy selling his stories, but he seems to know more than he should about things. So I think he's the criminal mastermind that's working with Egion and by extension Suroth. It goes all the way to the top.
What do you think of this?
He's a fucking idiot.
But you understand how he arrived at these conclusions.
Yeah, but it's funny how wrong he is.
It all makes sense. It is really funny that he's totally wrong about everything.
He's so sure he's right. He's not like, this is my best guess. He's like, this is, after much thought, what is happening. And it's delightful and funny to listen to him be so off base. Must be what it's like to hear me and all of my theories that are all so wrong.
Sure.
I'm losing all my confidence.
Don't do that.
Him. Fret. Here's me fishing for reassurance from my husband who
I said sure.
Even care. That is not reassurance.
Oh, you're doing a great job. I can't tell you this whether or not you're right. I like this though. The seeker reads him his name, home address, IP address, mother's
Social
maiden
security
name,
number.
everything. And then he goes,
where did you go to elementary school?
Assignment back to the High Lady's bodyguard just before her first true name day at your request. Unusual, that. The following year, you took 3 serious wounds, shielding her with your body against another set of assassins. She gave you her most precious possession, a doll. After more distinguished service with further citations and mentioned, you were selected for the bodyguard of the Empress herself, may she live forever, and served there until named to accompany the High Lord Turak to these lands with the Hylene. Times change and men change, but before going to guard the throne, you made 2 other requests for assignment to the High Lady Tuon's bodyguard. Most unusual. And you kept the doll until it was destroyed in the Great Fire of Sehima, a matter of 10 years. He's like, huh. And he remembers a baby Tuon giving him a 6-year-old Tuon giving him the doll and going, you've protected my life, so you must take a Mela to watch over you in turn. She can't really protect you, of course. She's only a doll. But keep her to remind you that I'll always hear if you speak my name. If I'm still alive, of course.
Oh my God. She's 6. She's like, people keep trying to kill me, and I don't even have my first loose tooth yet.
Yeah, it's great. So he talks about Suroth a little bit. He talks about the Damani, and yeah, as you say, he goes, the web is more tangled than you imagine. Several others left the palace that night. Among them a young man who was apparently Tylen's pet, 4 men who were certainly soldiers, and an older man. One Tom Marilyn, or so he called himself, who was supposedly his servant, but who displayed much more education than would be expected. At one time or another, they were all seen with Aes Sedai, who were in the city before the Empire reclaimed it. Perhaps Tylen was not murdered because she swore fealty, but because she learned of things that were dangerous. She might have been careless in what she revealed to the boy on the pillows, and he carried word to Marilyn. We can call him that until we learn a better name. Oh my God.
I told you.
I need to rewatch Knives Out so I can get this voice better, because I'm having a blast just doing Daniel Craig. The more I learn of that one, the more intriguing he
so knowledgeable of the world, well-spoken, at ease with nobles and crowns, a courtier, in fact, if you didn't know he was a servant. If the White Tower had certain plans in Abu Dar, they might send such a man to carry them out. So yeah, they think he's like a super secret spy sent by the White Tower.
Goofy. I love it. The White Tower, who he hates more than anybody.
Also, by the way, Suroth is like more despondent in private than in public over Tuon, and for a while she ordered a seeker executed every day that she wasn't found until she realized she would run out of seekers.
Too much.
Yeah, and Karid is like, okay, well, obviously your boss thinks you're full of shit, because, like, why are you telling me this?
Much more tangled than you can imagine. There are many complications.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so
basically he thinks Suroth's also in on it.
He steps through all this. He thinks Suroth is plotted with an Aes Sedai and corrupted some seekers above more. So this goes all the way to the top.
All the way to the top.
Let's talk about wait, hold on. Oh, you want to talk about the seekers? Let's talk about the seekers. You want to talk about the seekers? Let's talk about the seekers. Okay, Furyk. Okay, so here's what we got. Here's what we got right here. Jesus Christ, more.
No, I feel...
Furyk, this entire empire is being bled like a stuck pig.
I feel...
It's full Pepe Sylvia. I gotta...
Full Pepe... Full Pepe Sylvia. Wait.
So I go marching down to my supervisor, Carl, in the Seekers. I go, Carl! I knock on the door. I open the door. There is no Carl in the Seekers. I got boxes full of... All right, I'm done. I got boxes full of Tuon.
No, I feel...
Tuon Sir Pendrag. Tuon Pendrag. Please continue. I'm done.
This is the greatest thing. I love it so much. So yeah. So Tuon... So he's a delightful idiot in this moment. This is one of the goofiest things. I want the Seeker to show up every few chapters for the rest of the series to tell me all the things that he thinks are happening that are not happening.
So I love this dude.
I want this to be a running bit.
I want the entire book to be from the perspective of the Seeker pursuing them. By the way, you got a bingo square for this.
Woo!
Yeah, so he thinks this goes all the way to the top.
And like, he's wrong.
He thinks they went north. They've kind of gone northeast. So he's not wrong.
He's just not correct.
So he has his servant Ajumbura write a letter to Captain Musenge, who is also a bodyguard, and then the next day he's on his way. He's on Aldazar, which is his horse, which means what?
I don't know. What does it mean?
Doesn't it mean eagle?
How am I supposed to know that?
Kare Ankar, Kare, etc.
What?
Kare Ankalde. What the fuck is it?
Is it so that when he arrives...
The mad thing. Kare Ankaldazar, Kare an Elisanda, al Elisanda.
Is it so that when he arrives somewhere, he can say the eagle has landed?
Yes, I hope so. Because from when Matt's yelling in the old tongue, Kare Ankaldazar means for the honor of the red eagle. Aldazar, therefore, means eagle. Which is cool.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's critical.
Can't believe I didn't pick up on it.
So, he goes and he meets with Musenge. How's this go?
Musenge?
Captain Musenge of the Death Watch Guard.
Jesus. It goes fine.
He's got a bunch of Ogier gardeners.
Oh, yeah, and they're like, we want to come with you to find Tuon.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no, don't. And they're like, we're coming. Sorry.
None of us would be left behind, Banner General. Never for this. As for Mylan, that must be the former Aes Sedai. After we left the city, we told the Damani why we were going. It's always best if they know what's expected. We've been calming Mylan ever since. She loves the High Lady. They all do, but Mylan worships her as though she already sat on the crystal throne. If Mylan gets her hands on one of these Aes Sedai, we'll have to be quick to keep the woman from being too battered to be worth leashing.
Ugh.
And this Ogier goes,
I see no cause for laughter.
Shit. My bookmark fell off.
That was you freaking out because the Ogier was being scary.
Yeah.
We have no target. We're trying to catch the wind in a net.
And Musenge is like, damn, bro. Fuck me for trying to make the rescue adventure exciting. Shit. I know we're in Crossroads of Twilight, but good God. And they saddle up, and off they go.
Musenge and Hartha, then we must begin spreading our nets without delay, Karid said. and spread them finely. Misenge and Hartha nodded. For the Death Watch Guard, what must be done would be done, even to catching the wind. That's the end of chapter 4. All right, y'all, we're going to peace out, read more. We'll see you later.
Woo! Reading.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are again with more Crossroads, and this is the same episode. This time, we're talking about anything up to and including Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Allie, holy shit, Chapter 9. It's called Traps. It's got a little in it.
But I can't remember what.
It's got a little.
No, God!
It's got a little.
Oh, you stupid boy.
It's got a little.
Because I've had enough of this dude.
And, yeah. But we'll get there when we get there. First, we got to talk about this. Where did we leave off 30 seconds ago for them?
Oh, God. We were just with Rand.
No.
Lan.
No. It is 3 letters.
Matt?
Yes.
Oh, and the 2-on cup thing.
And the 2-on thing, and also the Sika. The Sika. Who could forget the Sika? And Furyk Kareed. But we're not with those fucking people anymore.
Forget
we
them.
are with the most thrilling member.
We're not going to see him again this book.
I was cheering for the most thrilling member of the crew, Allie. Nobody is more exciting, engaging, and spoken positively of on this podcast than the one and only Perrin motherfucker Ibarra.
Okay. I like Perrin fine.
I do too.
I just think he's a little slow on the uptake.
I think that his chapter, it's not his fault as much
and his plot
as it
is a
is
little slow
his plot.
on the uptake. Much
Allie,
like Perrin.
Give me a rundown of these Perrin chapters.
Well, all right. The rundown of these Perrin chapters.
The long and the short of it.
Fael is kidnapped by the Shanchan.
Yes.
Perrin Berlane's being the worst. My God. And everyone's being horrible to Perrin. And I'm like, I'm sorry, the man's wife is missing. Can we not be dicks to him?
Anything else?
Which makes me continue to hate Elayne. When they're talking about the high Elayne with the Shanchan, it's just Elayne.
They're talking about how high in a catapult you would like to chuck Elayne.
Exactly. So, yeah. So she's all weird and mean to him, and so is everyone from the Two Rivers. So Perrin can't get a fucking win to save his life. He's just L's all over the place. And then he said last book that he was like leaving his wife behind because he has to bring Masema to Rand, but that is not what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
He has reneged on that entirely. Now he is looking for her and like bopping around. And for some reason, Masema is cool with bopping around with him through through gateways. Oh my God, that's going to be the death of me. Through gateways when they're looking for Fael, but he's not cool with it when they're going to go see Rand. It's an abomination then.
What, Masema being a hypocrite?
Such fucking bullshit.
Come on, he's never been a hypocrite before. He's a totally honorable man.
Plot line, my God. I want to kick Masema's face. Okay, so that's going on. Then we go to and they think they've found her is the end of that.
Kinda, yeah.
Right?
They find a bunch of Shido.
Okay. Which is probably where she is.
Probably.
Then we go to Fael. Do you want me to start talking about this yet?
Well, if you want, I mean, we're going to skim these chapters pretty quick because there's not a ton to talk about. There are a couple things you left out.
Okay, what did I leave out?
So we're going to start with chapter 5, The Forging of a Hammer. Perrin running around looking. Bad time, cold, run around looking, still cold. Smells bad. What's smell like? Bad. Sulfur, I think.
Oh, sulfur. Right? Oh, right. The hounds.
Dark hounds.
The dark hounds with the paw prints.
Yeah, there's dark hounds. He calls up the wolves.
Which I'm like, in a book or two, that's going to be really interesting.
When he calls up the wolves, what do they say?
They're not there anymore.
They're like, hey, what the fuck do you want? Fuck out of here.
Now I want to know where the fuck they are.
The last hunt is coming. Well, we'll get there in a second. We actually have a whole chapter before.
We're going to be facing down. Okay, it's going to be this. It's going to be wolves versus dark hounds. Battle of the dogs.
I like it.
I like this
Not
too.
that I like dog fights. I don't.
No, but like evil dogs.
So that's actually not until next chapter. This
The Battle of
chapter,
the Evil Dogs.
no, when they find the
A new
tracks.
kind of puppy bowl.
oh no.
Oh no.
So they're traveling, they're bopping around, they're going after the Shido. They get to a village, they talk to the people, they leave. Aram is always there sweating and licking his lips and being, who he is.
Which is a real delight.
Which is not in a good place. Perrin's got a little string.
Yeah.
What's the string?
The string?
Yeah.
It's what's the string? He's got a
Think of Finnick in the Hunger Games. Think of
Okay.
Katniss. Think of Peeta.
Okay.
Think of their rope.
Think of their rope.
What do people do with rope in the Hunger Games when they're feeling bad?
Oh, they tie it and untie
Trauma
it.
knot.
Is he
Now,
trauma knotting?
he's only kind of trauma knotting. He's got a string and he's tying a knot in it every day since Fail was captured.
Healthy.
So, and he ties this knot, and then he's like, all right, it's not just her. Let's not forget, it was also, all the other ones who I don't really give a shit about. That's not true.
I think
he
it's
does.
okay to care about your wife more than the others.
And
I think
then
that's allowed.
And then our boy pulls up. It's your man, your friend, and mine. What's his name? Say it with me. 1, 2, 3. Seben
Ben
Ballworth.
Ballworth.
That's right. Here he is. He has news. What news does he have?
They've found the Shido. No. What is it? Something about the White Cloaks? No. What is it?
Well, actually, he brings Lady Solande, who has news. And the news is, who is, by the way, an Aiel, Chafail person. He's kind of running the Chafail now.
Mm-hmm.
And the news is Massima sent a rider back to Amadicia, number 1. Some of the Chafail have seen a bunch of food marked with Altaran logos on them, because that means that Massima's got Altarans.
Okay.
And Perrin is like, I don't give a shit. Why are we talking about supply, logistics and supply? This is dumb as hell. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Where's my wife?
But don't be mean to Seben. Because last guy who was mean to Seben got his ass kicked by Sean Chan.
Yeah. By the way, this takes 3 full pages for them to explain this stuff, because he's thinking about Massima, and we're reiterating Massima, and we're learning that Massima's got like 12,000 dudes, and more are coming, and he's kind of outnumbering Perrin now. And the last thing is Masuri visited Massima for some reason.
Oh, one of the
Aes Sedai. Yeah, and he's pretty sure that Anora was also visiting Massima, and he's like, what the fuck? I hate
pretty
this.
shady.
This is so stupid and
No,
weird.
that's objectively shady. Here's what I think. If you have any interest in knowing what I think something shady is going on.
Could be. By the way, the thing about the Altarans is that now he has a shitload of dudes, because a bunch of Altarans joined him.
But I'm like, are they meeting with him because they're dark friends? Are they meeting with him because they're trying to get his guard down so they can fun assassinate him?
Could be any number of things. Perrin's like, women and their secrets,
Sure. I mean, this woman has no secrets, but you do you, boo. Generalize about women again. Everyone loves when they're generalized. There certainly is no nuance here.
Ballwer, so she leaves, and a few pages later, Perrin and Ballwer are talking, and Ballwer goes, "The lady will do very well, my lord. She has the necessary instincts, Kyrian do, usually. And tyrants, to some extent, at least the nobles, especially once. May I offer 1 or 2 points on her report, my lord?" And Aram is there, and he's like foaming because, I don't know, he's just there. We
really need to do something about this kid.
He brings up Stepper or Stayer, I forgot which, and Ballwer is like, maybe I should wait. By the way, Perrin's and Aram's horses are trying to bite each other.
What?
And Perrin goes, "You can say whatever you need to in front of Aram, Master Ballwer."
I don't know if that's true. I feel like was way too into Massima last time we saw them together.
Yeah, Ballwer's like, "Can't you really? I don't know, man. I don't think I'm gonna." And then Perrin takes the reins, Stepper's reins from Aram. He goes, Walk behind us a while, Aram. I need to talk with Master Bulwer
Oh, and
in
Aram's
private.
bitter about that.
Yeah, he's got
He's a little frowny.
a spiky, quivery, thin, sour smell. Aram was jealous of anyone except Fail, who spent time
like
with Perrin.
Curdled milk.
Perrin
this kid.
saw no way to put a stop to it. And anyway, he was as used to Aram's possessiveness as he was to the way Bulwer hopped along at his side, glancing over his shoulder to see whether Aram was close enough to hear when he finally decided to speak. Okay, so we get 2 pages describing their camp, 3 pages describing their camp, 4 pages describing their camp, and people yell golden eyes. I don't think we ever actually learn what Bulwer has to say, so that, all right. That's okay. He had things to add.
Yeah.
We never learn what they are.
Okay. Is that ominous? Is that bad?
I don't know. I guess it just doesn't matter. Basil Gill's the Shambayan for Fail and Perrin.
The Shambayan?
Like the head quartermaster, basically.
Okay.
Head servant guy. It's a Shinaran or Saldean thing. Perrin now knows what broken crown means.
Well, it just means that he's marrying into royalty.
Yeah.
Which we already all knew that. Like, Fail, my dad has, like, unbelievable amounts of wealth. Bashir.
Yeah. Sorry, I was wrong. We do learn what Bulwer says. We just get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 descriptions of the camp first. 6 pages of description about the camp and people. So 6 full pages later, Bulwer goes, "The riders, Messima has sent out, my lord." And then he looks back at Aram, and Perrin goes, "I know, you think they're going to the White Cloaks."
Well, are they?
Messima could be sending, because Messima could be sending messages to the Seanchan just as easily. "As you have said, my lord, a viable possibility, to be sure. May I..."
Why would he be sending letters to any of them, though?
We know he's in touch with Seanchan. We know that.
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah.
I forget why. Oh, he's been hanging out with Surath, right?
Kinda, yeah. And you're about to learn that he has a letter from Surath that is like, "This guy's so cool. Tell everybody that Surath thinks he's so cool and can do whatever he wants.
Weird.
Surath for president. We love Surath."
Weird.
"As you have said, my lord, a viable possibility, to be sure."
I just realized Bulwer is kind of like a gruffer male Varen voice.
I was thinking about how much it sounds like your sexy baby voice.
Oh,
in a
no.
way.
Oh, dear. Interesting.
Like, it sounds like the old man sexy baby with the
May I suggest once again, however, that Messima's view of Aes Sedai is very close to that of the White Cloaks. In fact, identical. He would see every last sister dead if he could. The Seanchan view is more...
Anyway, so talk about... Perrin's like, "Shut the fuck up. It's not the White Cloaks. I know you hate White Cloaks. Get over it. I do too. But, like, chill out a little bit."
Who doesn't? Galad, probably.
And Bulwer is like, "Don't trust the Aes Sedai so much, by the way. It sounds like they're doing some sketchy shit." And then Aram goes, "I told you the Aes Sedai couldn't be trusted.
Oh,
I
my
told you that,
God.
Lord Perrin."
So he was listening,
Yeah.
which you were not supposed to do. But I also am like, can we just have one person trust the Aes Sedai, though?
And Perrin's like, "All right, man, let's have some of the Chafail spy on Elayne and the Aes Sedai, and it'll be good. We're gonna have Midore and Solande spy on them." And Bulwer's like, "Hey, man, I like you, dude. I think you're cool. I like you, and I like working for you. You're a good dude. My old boss, he was kind of a dick. I told him that I liked working for him, but I didn't."
Was that Eamon Valda?
It was Eamon Valda.
Yeah,
and
totally.
it was Pedrin. And Perrin is
Oh,
like,
so Pedrin was kind of a
"Weren't
dick.
you a secretary to Mirandian noble? Whatever, man. You're good. Just stick around. Don't be a dick, and keep up the good work."
All right.
And then he goes off to.
I like Seven Ball.
And Aram,
kind of.
Aram goes, "I don't trust him. I don't trust Soland and that lot. They'll throw in with the Aes Sedai. You mark my words." And Perrin is like,
Will you just?
I've had enough of this, dude.
"Shut up, kid. I fucking hate you." He actually says, "You have to trust somebody." And then he just rides away.
Well, that's true. You
It's
do
true.
have to trust somebody.
Anyway, that's the end of chapter
It
5.
doesn't look like parents trusting Aram very much.
Chapter 6, Allie, The Scent of a Dream. By the way, do you have any notes for any of this?
Let me check. Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh my god.
You know in the office when Michael yells, "Dwight, you ignorant slut." That's what I picture Perrin yelling whenever Aram talks. The way Elayne better be thanking her lucky stars she won Grinwell before I got here.
Oh my god, she really snuck it. I mean, she was on her way out.
This man's name really is just Get.
Yes, get an A in, or something like that.
I'm 2 for 2 on ending with looking at the sky and going, "What's that?"
You are. That has happened twice
2
now.
for 2. And then for the next chapter? Oh, I guess this is both
you are.
chapters.
That's kind of the whole parent section.
Yeah,
you can talk about the Fael thing too.
And then
Go ahead.
Elayne sucks.
You can just do all your notes for this section. That's fine.
This better not be going where I think it's going with Fael and this bad dude.
Oh, this part. Yeah. This fucking part.
Fael's arm is so small, a man can wrap his hand around it twice. What is she, a scarecrow? Alejandra Maritha Kigarin, Queen of Geldan, blessed of the light defender of Garen's Wall, and Magdan. So Galena and Tharava are definitely screwing, right?
Yeah, they are.
It's problematic.
So, okay, chapter 6. This is the chapter where he's like looking for stuff, and Aram catches up to him, and he's like, God, I hate this kid. And
yeah, but you're the reason he's around. So let's make him less of a problem, shall we?
And so they ride up to...
If he becomes a problem and Perrin did nothing about him becoming a problem, and it's just like watching a slow motion train crash, I'm going to yell. I'm going to yell at Perrin.
Fair.
I'm going to yell at him.
They ride to... There's stones, and the stones have hoof prints in them, and Aram whips his sword out, and he's like, let's go. What are we doing? And
not dying is what we're doing.
Perrin's like, put your fucking sword away, you stupid sack of shit. God damn, I hate you. D, you bitch, to quote Always Sunny. So, sorry. So, Perrin is like, hey man, go back to camp. Tell them there were dark friends here. Dark hounds. And Aram is like, oh shit, I don't know about that, man. How do you kill a dark hound? Can they be killed? And Perrin's like, maybe you're a fucking idiot. And I'm like, Perrin, for a guy who didn't know the wise ones could channel until like 2 books ago, you're talking a lot of smack, buddy.
Yeah, for real. Humble yourself.
So apparently Aram leaves, comes back with some people. Tell me about these tracks.
So it's a bunch of sulfur-smelling Darkhound tracks, and there's like thousands of them.
Yeah, there's like thousands of tracks, probably like 50 Darkhounds.
Only 50?
Yes, it's a shitload of tracks. A Darkhound pack is usually only like 10, if that's big.
Yeah.
So this time it's like 5 times, and they're moving fast, and they're heading south. So as a reminder, looking at the map, we're like here somewhere, right?
Yeah.
They're going this way. They're going south. So they're not going towards the Blight.
Okay.
And they're moving with all speed. So they got to be going somewhere important, right?
Medicia?
Maybe Altara, Elayne, perhaps, Abu Dar.
Well, I guess Elayne Rand just took over Elayne, and somebody loved his little dark
He loved his dogs. The man loved a dog.
The man loved dogs.
Yeah.
So I think that's a possibility.
So where are these guys going to show up? What plot are they going to... I mean, this is a big setup, right?
I kind of want them to show up in Perrin's plot, but I think Rand's is likely...
So are we gonna see these guys?
I don't think it's a map plot.
Are we gonna see them this book? Because this is a great piece of setup.
You know what? I don't think so. Based on how people have talked about this book, I feel like if there was like a big Darkhound battle, I would not hear so many. Oh, you're on Crossroads.
Well, people say that about Path of Daggers, and Path of Daggers has a lot of cool shit in it.
True. Also valid. I don't know. Okay, maybe it shows up. But I feel like Perrin's busy getting his wife back. Are we going to put Darkhounds on top of that?
We're going to have to read and find out. It could be a good obstacle. But yeah, anyway, the Darkhounds are like, they went around camp and they're dashing south with all speed. And Perrin tries to avoid Elayne, but Elayne is there and everybody talks. And
maybe they're part of the Adirondack, you know?
The Iditarod?
Well, whatever that's called.
You combine Iditarod and Adirondack?
Yes.
I like it. The
Adirondack.
Adirondack.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah, but they, Elayne brings Perrin breakfast, which, okay, bud. And he hates it, and she's smiling, and for some reason she goes, "Your scowl is quite fierce. Smile so people think we're flirting."
Ew.
This should make you smile,
My
at least.
wife is missing.
I hear you forgot to eat and to wash, it seems. Your beard needs trimming. Anyway, what the fuck?
My wife is missing. Can you stop flirting with me, you absolute freak?
But apparently she's doing this to cover the fact that she's trying to hand him, because she doesn't have any of that scent. She doesn't have any of that weird hunting predatory scent.
She's trying to hand him what?
She's handing him
Her
breakfast. No. And in the breakfast is a note that her thief catchers took from what's his shit? Massima's tent.
Okay, but in the process of being a super duper spy, Miss Barriott the spy, can we not make me look like absolute ass in front of everybody? Isn't there another way than be like, make them think we're flirting?
I really feel like what the intention here, because like the more Elayne gets surprised when he says, "I don't want people to think we're flirting." Like I really think the intention, for some reason, was that Elayne thinks Perrin's into this game, but obviously he's not.
But Perrin
And
has
I just
told her
don't-
multiple times, like, I don't like you like that.
Yeah, he did, but like
The woman cannot pick up
I think it all goes
Well, a
back to the
statement.
bit where she says, "Look, let's call a halt on this whole flirting thing for the time," and he goes, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah, but the time to say let's call a halt on the whole flirting.
Oh, I'm not
thing was
blaming.
his
No,
wife
I'm not.
getting
I'm not.
kidnapped.
I'm not blaming Perrin here. I'm just saying I feel like the intention is that Elayne thinks this is all game, but like Elayne is smarter than that, in my opinion, and I don't understand why she would think that.
Elayne, you're
Stop
needed in HR.
Go to jail. Go to jail. HR at best. So tell me about this letter.
Oh,
There's a bunch to talk to about, like, people are gonna, you're so dirty. Your wife is gonna have a bad reputation because you're dirty. And Perrin's like, what the fuck are we talking about?
it's called depression, babes.
Yeah. So what's the,
Also, I'm not dressing hot, so that hopefully you stop thinking I'm screwing Elayne. You
Yeah.
absolute shit dicks. Why are you starting to pretend like you care about my well-being now when you're being bullies and mean and rude and ostracizing me over rumors?
Oh.
What is this, high school?
yeah, and there was this whole thing where I'm just not,
Grown adults acting this way?
I skipped this, but there was a whole thing where he talks to he
Why
goes
did no
by
one
some
go to
people
Perrin?
and they all like glare at him
Why
because
did no one go to Perrin and
Elayne.
say, hey, Elayne's saying you're sleeping together, which seems antithetical to your character?
Because they'd think he'd lie about it no matter what for some reason. Whatever. Like I have deliberately given this no weight in this section because I don't give a shit and I think it's really. It's just I don't like it. It irks me greatly.
It irks me greatly.
Yeah,
as well.
that's why.
All these people he's grown up with since childhood, just being willing to toss his name under the mud like this is bullshit.
So tell me about this letter.
Oh, it's from Sarath.
Yes.
And she's like, this guy is so awesome. Don't fuck with this guy because I'm his protector.
The bearer of this stands under my personal protection. In the name of the Empress, may she live forever. Give him whatever aid he requires in service to the Empire, and speak of it to none but me.
So is Massima a dark friend?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
I don't think
Seems
he's
unlikely.
smart enough to be playing
I
this
agree
kind of
with
game.
that.
You know, I don't think he's like got all of his marbles. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think he's smart enough, but I think she likes that he's causing chaos. So maybe that's why she did it.
Perrin also gets worried that the spy he is sending into Elayne's tent is going to be found out because, like,
Well, certainly we know you're not the
wow,
best
the dog is snoring loudly.
spy.
Because the thief catchers know about the Chafail, so he thinks it's going to get found out.
Okay. Well, maybe. But what's the worst that can happen in that regard? What is she going to do? Kill your spy?
So Perrin takes the note. Honora had advised that they destroy it, but Perrin keeps it. And then he's like,
I don't think that's a great idea.
and then he has some news for Elayne. What's the news?
Oh, but doesn't Elayne also say that, like, the people who took that, she had these spies that took that, and then they were like, oh, no one knew we took anything. So, like, we're going to go back into Massima's camp.
Yeah, they go
again,
back with, like, wine.
and they haven't come back
Correct.
in, like, a day. So they're dead. Which is probably for the best because
Maybe.
it doesn't seem like they were the smartest spies in the world.
What's your thief catchers? They're the ones who figured out all the shit about Colavir.
They figured out about Colavir?
Fail did too, and then she had the evidence.
Oh.
That, like, Fail got all pissed off at Perrin and everybody else because they believed Elayne with her evidence, but not Fail with her very good logic and non-tangible evidence.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. Elayne had evidence.
Yeah.
I don't feel like you can be mad that they took evidence gave evidence more weight.
So Perrin also has a note, a question for Elayne. What is it?
Why are you the worst?
I wish. Anura has been meeting with Massima in secret. So has Missouri. She's like, what the
right.
fuck?
And she's like, the fuck? Because one of those Aes Sedai works with her, right?
Anura is, yes, her advisor.
It's her advisor. So she's like, what the fuck? But I think it's got to be that the Suroth combined with like the Aes Sedai visiting him is weird and maybe dark friendery. But I just don't think Massima's smart enough for that. And I think the Aes Sedai are just trying to go behind Perrin's back and get Massima fun-assassinated.
So Elayne seems surprised by this. She smells surprised. Aram comes up and is like glaring
Like,
at them like, why are you 10 feet away from me?
Like if they provoke him into attacking them.
Probably
then
could kill, yeah.
Don't they have justification to kill him at that point?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. Anyway, then Elayne is like, all right, I'll figure this shit out. It's all going to be good. Anyway.
Any Hoosers.
Aram's been talking about dark friends, how goofy and fake. Aram is such a little bitch boy. And Aram gets embarrassed. And then Perrin is like, check out these footprints in stone. And they're like, oh, I guess Aram is not a little bitch boy. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Allie Blacksmith's Puzzle. There's the
Perrin's
logo.
favorite.
What's this?
It's Raven.
Blades.
Blades.
They literally, okay, so they talk about the fucking dark hounds, and we get a bunch of lore about dark hounds. Do you want me to go over it at all?
Sure.
Okay, so there's like a handful of packs. There used to be shitload of packs. Now there's probably like maybe 10. They're usually about 10 dark friends each. This is weird because this pack is like 50 dark friends and they're moving fast.
Okay.
And we already kind of talked about this. And Galeen is like, fuck it, we'll just pop him right in the head. We'll just bonk him with a 2x4. That's what it takes, right? That'll get him. And Perrin's like, you're all fucking stupid. And
yeah, that is a really stupid comment. Have you not heard anything about dark friends? I mean, when Perrin calls you stupid. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Missouri shares that information.
Watch as like the next time Perrin's in danger. I'm like, no, not Perrin. I'm so fake. I'm finicky, fickle, mercurial.
Perrin hears a bird signal, which, the Two Rivers guys do. And he goes, you hear that? My sentries have spotted Massima.
What would be the funniest bird call for them to use? Caw-caw!
Yeah.
Because it's probably like...
Yeah, it's whistles
But it's like-
almost certainly. I thought she was corn. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good turkey gobble.
You thought so?
Yeah. So anyway, everyone's like, God damn it. Fucking God damn, I hate this Massima guy. God damn it.
Because I've had enough of this dude.
But of course, now he has like 12,000 dudes with him. So Perrin, you kind of missed your shot to just stab him in the dick. And now he might stab you in the dick. So watch your dick. Watch your dick. The Perrin Ibarra story.
Lots of... I mean, you're not wrong.
Filming and screening exclusively at Perrin's Peg Palace.
The PPP.
The PPP. Because we're mature. Berlin's like, oh, fuck this dude. We'll wait until he gets here. We'll talk to him then. Yeah, Nora shows up. Missouri shows up. They go to talk to Elayne and also the Wise Ones. He talks to Nora. He's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? What's your plan here? And Navarin goes, must be an Aiel. We plan to see you safely back to the camp, Perrin Ibarra. You and Elayne Perron. We plan to see that as many as possible survive this day and the days to come. Do you have objections? And he's like,
Why do they call her Elayne Perrin?
It's her last name.
I thought it was Pendrag.
Sir Pendrag Perrin.
Oh. Like Ava Perrin? Maybe.
He was like, maybe I should send them back.
High from me, parents' penis.
So yeah, the Massima's guys come up like disordered, ragged through the forest. This horse like collapses and kills its rider and dies, and they don't really care.
Nice.
They just keep going. And then Massima busts in, and Perrin's like, maybe I should have sent all the women back to camp. And it's like, shut the fuck up. And maybe that's what he's thinking. I think that's what he's thinking about. It occurred to Perrin he might have made a mistake not to overrule Elayne. Yeah.
Because you have so much more leading experience than she does.
Everyone's kind of nervous except Aram. Aram's got a boner, by which I mean he smells excited.
He's just pitching a tent right in the middle of camp.
And Perrin is like, I wonder if the wise one's linked. Why did Massima bring like 300 dudes? And so Massima busts up. He comes in. He brings his rangy sorrel a few paces from Perrin. And what's he have to say? Is he furious? Is he irate? Does he want his letter back? Is it time for blood?
No.
He goes, you're taking a picnic? Looking at the food. And Perrin is like, man, even this dude thinks I'm stuffing Elayne. This is bullshit.
This is bullshit. Can we stop making me look like ass? I look like ass all the time lately.
Massima smells exclusively like madness.
Okay.
And they talk about the Dark Hounds for a minute. And then he's like, hey, guess what, man? Some of those who follow the Lord Dragon have found a town called Sohabor.
Okay.
A tiny place of 3,000 or 4,000 people about a day back, or a little less, to the south and west. It seems they were out of the Ahil's path, and their crop was good last year, despite the drought. They have storehouses full of barley, millet, and oats, and other needful things, I should imagine.
Hot diggity dog.
I know you're running low on fodder for your men, as well as for your horses. And Elayne is like, well, that's weird. That doesn't make sense. And then, like, everyone puts hands on swords all of a sudden. And anyway, so what happens?
They kind of bluster at each other, and then nothing.
Yeah, nothing happens. And Perrin is like, perhaps there will be time to visit this town after my wife is free.
Or maybe I can kick your ass through a gateway, get you to Rand like we said.
Massima goes, your wife. And he stares at Elayne and he looks back at Perrin and he goes, do you really believe you'll have word of her today? But, like, he does get word of her because, you know.
Because he does.
It's the book. He does.
Because it's an entire fucking camp of Shido.
And he goes, what is done to serve the light must be done. All else is dross and trash. Remember that, Lord Perrin, Golden Eyes? Everything else is dross and trash.
All right. Including you. You're the biggest trash of them all.
And then he just sort of leaves. And
well, that was a humongous waste of time as a conversation. Not that as in the book. Massima in general is a waste of absolute space.
Yeah, and then Arganda shows up with a bunch more dudes, and now Perrin has more dudes than Massima does, which is what causes Massima to ride off. Yeah, so then that's the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Whirlpools of Color. This is the logo. What is it?
It's the Aes Sedai tear.
It is the ancient
and
symbol
the dragon fang
of Aes Sedai. That's right. It looks like maybe your boy Massima was going to charge Perrin until Perrin's guys started coming, and then two dudes come back.
What a wuss!
Oh, a dude and a lady come back. Who are they?
Oh, one of the Chafail and Gollin.
No.
Who is it?
It's Elias.
Oh.
And Masuri.
Oh. Right.
How are they?
They're fine.
Sorry, it's not Masuri. That's an Aes Sedai.
I was wondering about that.
It's Elyenda.
Is that a maiden?
Yes.
Okay. So they went out and they found Fail, basically.
Kind of, yeah. They come back
and we put an end to this plot line.
Wouldn't that be great? Arganda like charges up and nearly kills his horse and then like yeets himself off the horse and he runs up to Elias. He goes, did you see the Queen, Machira? Is she alive? Tell me, man. And everyone else is like, bro.
I'm going to need you to simmer.
Take a
Perrin's
fucking
wife
chill.
is missing, and he's not even being this unchill.
Perrin goes, you found her? So actually, he's being...
All right, I take it back.
Yeah. Elias goes, we found the Shido we've been following.
Okay.
They're camped around a fair-sized town they took in Ridge Country, near 40 miles from here. They've got no sentries to speak of close in.
40 miles? Fuck, that's far.
And those further out seem to be watching for prisoners trying to escape more than anything else. So we got near enough for a good look. But Perrin, there are more of them than we thought. So how many? It's like 10,000 dudes.
All right.
Perrin figures that means probably at least...
What if we gatewayed into the Vial's tent?
That would be
Figure out
really
where she
good.
is.
Perrin figures there's probably like 50 wise ones, although we learn later there's like 500,
Damn.
which is a lot.
That's a fuckload.
And
That's
Perrin's
like half
like-
the White Tower just hanging out.
Perrin's like, now we'll never get him back. We're fucked. This sucks. This is terrible. This is so much worse than I thought it was. We're so boned. Huge bone. Big boner time. Not in a fun way. Maximum boner as a criticism.
Okay.
So this sucks. I'm unhappy. We're all unhappy. Everything is terrible. And then Aram's like, what does it matter how many there are? When Trollocs came to the two rivers, they were thousands. Tens of thousands. But we killed them just the same.
Okay.
Shido can't be worse than Trollocs. And Perrin is like,
They absolutely are.
Perrin does that meme from a
What?
certain show set in an office where a guy turns around and sees someone standing right behind him and goes, fuck!
Yeah. Also, Dwight, you ignorant
Yeah.
slut. Okay, wait. My big thing is, what an idiot. Anyway, keep going. It can't be worse than... what a dumb thing to...
Yeah, and Elias
You're
is
really
like,
fucking
this is
dumb,
completely
Aram.
different and you're stupid.
They're like trained, badass fighters. Trollocs are just fodder.
And Arganda's like, how are we going to do it? What are we going to do? How's it going to work? What if we ransomed them out? And they're like, no, bro. Do you know
have you ever
shit? You
talked
don't know shit about shit.
To an Aiel before?
You're so stupid,
So
Arganda.
dumb.
God damn it, I hate you.
Why do we even put up with
is
you?
what they say. Not actually, but
if I were Perrin and I were in charge, I'd be like, no one can speak until someone has a good suggestion.
Marlene, the Maiden of the Spear, goes, I cannot say. Your wetlander paying of ransom goes against our custom. Gaishine may be given as a gift or traded for other Gaishine, but they are not animals to be sold. Yet it seems the Shido no longer follow Gieto. They
I
make
mean, it could work.
wetlanders Gaishine and take everything instead of only the fifth. They may set a price. And Elayne, to her credit, goes, my jewels are at your disposal, Perrin. If necessary, Grady or Neild can fetch more from my end. Gold as well.
All right, but stop flirting with him in front of everybody. What is wrong with you? Like, you are hot and cold. Your motivations are all over the place.
Yeah, what do you you want to talk about that at all?
What's up with her?
I really truly do think she thinks that and this is not a defense, but I really truly do think she thinks that the flirting is like a game that Perrin is into, which it's obviously not.
Obviously not. He ran around a table to get away from her.
Yeah.
Is she just not good at picking up social cues?
I guess.
Well, then how have you not survived assassination for so long?
And again, this is not a justification or an excuse. Berline's being the fucking worst.
Yeah, but her motivations are all over the damn
Yeah,
place.
because she's like actively trying to help, but she's also still kind of trying to steal Perrin, and all. It's a lot. So they discuss whether or not they should negotiate or not, and what they should. And then Perrin just goes, "No ransom, no ransom." He would not pay these Shido for making Fail suffer. She would be afraid, and they had to pay for that, not profit from it.
All right. That's fair, I suppose. Probably also it won't work, so...
So they're going to go check out the camp. Aram is going to... Grady is going to weave a gateway to go take a look at it. From the traveling ground, they talk about the the Darkhounds again for a minute. We get some more lore about Darkhounds. You want any info on this? Remember this?
What?
Elias goes, they were wolves once. The souls of wolves, anyway, caught and twisted by the shadow.
Oh, fuck.
That was the core used to make Darkhounds. The Shadow
fuck.
Brothers, I think. I think that's why the wolves have to be at the last battle. Or maybe Darkhounds
So we are getting the puppy bowl.
Or maybe Darkhounds were made because wolves will be there to fight them. The pattern makes Savara lace look like a piece of string sometimes. Anyway, it was a long time ago during the Trolloc Wars, as near as I can make out, and the War of Shadow before that.
Okay.
Wolves have long memories. They avoid talking about Darkhounds, though, and they avoid Darkhounds, too. 100 wolves could die trying to kill one Shadow Brother.
Ooh.
Worse, if they fail, the Darkhound can eat the souls of those that aren't quite dead yet.
Oh,
and in a year or so, there'd be a new pack of Shadow Brothers that don't remember ever being wolves. I hope they don't remember anyway. And Perrin is like, that's fucked up. Could they eat my soul?
Yeah, that is a good question, Perrin.
Or yours.
And the answer to that was no, right?
Elias like, I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know, man. Great question.
That is a
Who
great
can
question.
say?
Now I'm concerned about the answer to that question.
I wouldn't worry over much, boy.
I would.
Sounds like they're hunting something more important than you. They'll stay on that till they find it if it takes all year. Don't worry.
I'm kind of worried about it.
We'll get your wife out before those Darkhounds report you were there. Not saying it'll be easy, but we'll do it.
All right. And how are we going to do that? What's the plan, Stan?
So Elayne and a bunch of other people roll up, and Grady pulls up, and the bunch of Two Rivers men also show up, and Aram walks Grady to Perrin. He's like, oh my god, I'm just trying to take a fucking nap. All I do is make gateways. God damn it, I'm so tired. And Elias is like, hey man, you really gotta fucking hit the nail right on the head with this gateway. There's a lot of little outcroppings here, and if you're off by like a mile, we're gonna fall out of the fucking air. It's gonna be bad, dude. And they're gonna see us.
No pressure or anything.
We gotta be real careful. And he's like, yeah, I know. I've been doing this for the entire 9 and 10 book.
Stop telling me what I already know. I hate when people do that.
And Perrin's like, hey man, do you need to take a nap? You want me to get kneeled? And Grady is like, Fager's no more rested than me. Less, maybe. I'm stronger than he is, a bit. Better if I do it. And, he makes a gateway, and they go through it, and it's all in the right place. And they are looking around, and, tell me, what do they see?
I don't...
This is town.
Oh, yeah.
Big town, big old town. And, they walk up slope, they bump into Sulin. And also this other person, who the fuck is this? Tuanda.
Tuanda?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
And they're like, yeah, man, the Shido are still over there. Come take a look. And they go up, and there's this big fucking town. It's a big goddamn town, and it's a city, really. It's got walls and towers and shit, but the Shido have totally encircled it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, fuck me in the dick. That's a lot of guys. That is a lot of dudes. Holy hell. We can't really... I don't think we can do anything about that. I think we're kind of going to have to say, fuck this shit. That's a lot of guys. And Perrin goes, if you think I'll walk away just because there are more Shido than I expected... And because Marlene is like, that's too many. And then Marlene goes, too many wise ones, Perrin Ibarra. Wherever I look, I can see a woman channeling. For a moment here, a moment there. Wise ones do not channel all the time, but they are everywhere I look. Too many to be the wise ones of 10 septs. He's like, okay, so it's not 50. Is it like 70 or 80?
Just a fuckload, okay? A fuckload.
I think maybe all the Shido wise ones are down there.
Oh, fuck.
All who can channel. And Perrin is
shit?
like, oh, what the dick, man? This is bullshit. Why is this the hardest thing that anybody has encountered in several books? Why is this harder and more annoying? What the fuck?
I don't know about that, Perrin.
I'm joking.
I'm just saying.
He's like, this is bullshit. It's annoying
It is
as
kind of
hell.
bullshit. Somehow really did not do you a solid.
They estimate 500 not dark friends, 500 wise ones who can channel.
Fuck me.
And Honora's like, what the fuck? That's a lot.
That is a lot. That isn't that half the White Tower? A fourth?
And Daniel is like, what if we snuck in and out? And Sulin is like, it's not happening, dude. They're going to see us coming. This is their IEL. They're very good at this. And he's like, yeah, we thought about it. That's not going to work. It's not going to happen. Anyway, now I have a goal. I have an objective. It's insurmountable, but I have one. So you know what? This is awesome. This is good. I feel better. I feel a lot better.
Do you?
And he kind of does some scouting. He's like, what's that weird winding thing going off like towards windmills and shit? What the fuck is that?
A weird winding thing going off toward windmills?
Windmills in like a river?
I have no fucking...
It's an aqueduct. They've got an aqueduct here.
Hot dog.
Yeah.
But is there alum?
No. Sulin, Perrin's like, what the fuck is that thing? And Sulin goes, it is for bringing water. It runs for 5 miles to a lake. I do not know why they did not build their city closer, but most of the land around the lake looks as if it will be mud when the cold goes away.
So that's why.
You think to stop their water supply? That will surely make them come out. But I do not think... And then all of a sudden there's like, oh my god, colors, flailing colors in Perrin's head. And what's he see?
Rand?
Yep. And?
Min?
Yeah, Nynaeve.
Oh,
sitting
Nynaeve.
on the ground. Not Kissing, but instead Cleansing. The taint.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he sees that, and then he like pushes them out. And Grady is like...
But I swear to God, one day he's just going to see a big flash of Rand's sack.
Just balls.
Just
a bunch of
balls.
balls. And he forces this out of his mind, and all the channelers are staring northwest like, what the fuck is that?
The cleansing.
All of them, yeah. So, hey, Allie.
Beady, beady.
Another
Whether
one.
or not the men are like, oh my God.
They are.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Grady goes, it's madness. Nobody can handle enough of Sidene for me to feel that far off.
Have you
Nobody.
met Nynaeve Almira and Rand al'Thor?
Everybody is like, it's the Forsaken.
No.
And Perrin is like, no, I think it's Rand, actually. And Honora's like, hey, man, we got to go check this out. Fuck everything else. We got to go take a look at
battle
this.
And we're missing it because Massimo wouldn't go through a portal.
And Perrin is like, it's Rand. It's fine. It's Rand. Everyone chill out. It's fine. Everyone calm down. It's going to be fine. Okay? It's going to be fine. Chill out. It's fine.
Is it fine? The more you say it's fine, the more I feel like it's fine.
His work lay in front of him. A puzzle to solve, Fael to free, and the Shido to destroy. That was all that mattered in the world. He's like, fuck whatever that is. We got to figure out how to get my wife.
But it would be so funny if we're the last battle.
It
And
would be
he's
really
just
funny.
Fuck that. My wife is more important.
That's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Allie. Traps.
Traps.
What is this?
Trap.
What is the logo?
It's a bird.
Bird. Falcon.
Oh, yeah, it's Fael.
Thoughts on this whole thing?
All right, so here's what happens. Some guy drags Fael into... she thinks that there are some friends of hers that managed to get away.
Yeah, a couple of Chafael.
Yeah. And she goes... She's got like a knife that she has hidden.
Yeah.
And this guy grabs her and pulls her into an alleyway for nefarious purposes. Roland shows up and is like, no, Nanette. And then has them release Fael. Fael's like still peeved at him, probably because, and he's like, what? I don't understand. Like, are we going to hook up? You're a guy shine, so it's fine. What the fuck? And Fael was like, weirdly, the time after I'm nearly sexually assaulted is not the horniest time for me. So no, pass. But, and she's like, doesn't thank him for saving her, which she shouldn't because he's also her kidnapper. So, that's fine. And then, she gets in trouble for having that knife, right? There's like a point where they find the knife or something, or no, they realize that she helped the other two escape, and then they find the knife, right? Something like that. Regardless, she gets punished by being tied buck naked to a table in the middle of winter, which I don't know how they expect her to live through that. Because for some reason they're like, she'll be fine. It's the winter time. We'll just tie her up naked and let her freeze to death. But like, what? Because they're like, we like you, so we're not going to kill you. We'll just tie you up and have you freeze instead.
That doesn't really work that way.
And I'm like, so you expect her to live through this? But if I know anything about winter time and being naked in the winter time, you're going to die. So they basically leave her to die, but then Roland shows up and like lights a fire under her or something, and then like gives her a massage.
Yeah, he brings a brazier and massages her.
And she's like, what is that massaging thing? And I'm like, girl, what? Oh, yeah, because I have a hard time believing that people who train with swords, which is going to make your muscle sore, don't know that rubbing muscle makes it feel good.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
A little silly.
I'm suspicious of this world building, but it's fine. So then what happens?
That's it.
Wait, no. Yes? We done?
Yeah, that's the end of that part.
And I'm like, so she's got sexual tension with this captor of hers, which feels kinky. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. I mean, do we want to talk about how he saved me from being cactused after he kidnapped me and put me in a position where I might get cactused is not really a point in his favor?
No.
It's kind of the literal bare fucking minimum.
I'm not Team Roland at all.
No, this dude...
She should be meaner to him, honestly.
Because I've had enough of this dude.
Like, him treating a captive well is not a good guy.
No.
Like, he still kidnapped somebody.
Yes.
Stripped her naked, and then beat her.
So
I'm going to go with no.
Here's a question, and I do think there is an answer to this. How is Roland different from Logain?
He's not. I hate them both. Well, I guess, okay, here's the one difference. Here's one big difference. Fail wasn't attacking them actively when she got kidnapped.
Right.
Versus the other two.
Yeah.
Right? They were actively attacking. And so Logain was like, I have no choice but to take you prisoner. Right?
And and again, I'm not defending any of that shit, but I am saying that the thing, go ahead.
And even though this doesn't necessarily make it better, there is a difference in that the captive person in this situation pursued Logain rather than him pursuing her.
Yeah. I don't like either of this. I think Roland deserves to, get his head pulped.
I think Perrin's going to kill Roland, and that's going to be complicated.
So, yeah, not a ton to discuss. You've already addressed almost all of it. Fail is reporting news back because, again, she's super secret spy brigade for...
Perrin's going to axe this dude.
I hope so. For Savannah.
Oh, Galena.
Yeah, that whole shit. They're like... recapping where we are, what's going on. I really don't know how much I have to go through this. We've kind of run through everything already.
Right.
All of the wise ones stop and stare northwest.
Yeah. Because we're getting the what's that montage.
Yeah. A couple of the Chafail got out.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they get back. Lacille and Arela apparently are the two who got let out but then recaptured. Bane and Chiat are like, no, we wouldn't run away, but we'll help you. We're not gonna though. Fuck that.
I would run away. Well, because they're not playing by the rules. They're taking them for life.
Yep, it's bad.
And
I think that they would run away then.
After their year's up?
So then,
fuck you guys.
Then this sack of shit tries to carry her off, etc. We've talked about this. Roland is like, hey, yeah, all right, moving on. Good talk. And
it's a bad thing.
We are reminded that Roland is not
sexual
Shido.
Assault is bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
And I'm going to stand by that.
I agree with that. That shouldn't be a controversial take. We learned that Roland is not a Shido. He's a Meriden, as a reminder. Not a Muradin. That guy tore his eyes out and ate him. But a Meriden. They mention the aqueduct too. Remember this?
The aqueduct is a very big deal to them.
Yeah, there's a giant cistern with an aqueduct. Very cool. Very exciting. Is the aqueduct going to be relevant, or did Robert Jordan read a book?
And wanted to show off his knowledge of aqueducts?
Yes.
I'm going with he wanted to show off his knowledge.
Read a book, yeah. Roland flirts with her. Oh. She has complicated feelings about that. Megden. What's Megden doing, Allie?
Megden? She was spying, doing some spy shit on either Savannah or Tharava.
Tharava, she's trying to get the oath rod.
She got caught.
Yeah, she went to get the oath rod out of Tharava's tent. Didn't go so good.
Why is she trying to get the oath rod?
Because Galena
said, like blackmailing them.
Yeah, you remember the whole... And
right. Galena's like, I'll tell them that Fail is Perrin's wife if you don't.
Well, she's just like, I'll help you escape, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I actually, less Roland, I kind of like everything that's going on in the camp plot.
Yeah.
Because, like,
I just don't like Roland.
I don't like Roland.
I think he's sketch.
Less Roland, you've got multiple different people being like, hey, if you help me with this task, I will let you and help you escape. And they're not sure if they can trust any of them.
Sure.
But they also know that they kind of have to undergo all of this. So it's very, like, servant of two masters stuff, I feel like, going on, where they have to do all this undercover spy shit, basically.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we've only gotten 2 chapters of this over the course of 2 books.
Right.
I think I would, this kind of feels like a weird thing to say, but I think I would enjoy the Fail kidnapping plot more if we spent more time with Fail and less time with Perrin.
That makes so much sense to me, actually. Because here's the thing. Fail being actually captured in the enemy camp and stuff. I mean, Perrin can only look so hard.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's not a lot of new shit that could happen with looking. But there is a lot of new shit that could happen in enemy camp. And the stakes...
Especially in enemy camp with so many factions.
Factions.
Nobody
really,
wants to work together.
Really dangerous people. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
But, like, ideally, Roland falls into the cistern and drowns first. And there's none of this other weird cactus shit, because, you know... we don't need any more of that. We already finished Crown of Swords.
I think I'd also like Roland more if he weren't the one who literally kidnapped Fail. Like, if he were just some random guy with the Shido who was like, oh, I didn't have any part of this.
Yeah, if he were just a guy who was like, I gotta stick with my clan.
But because he was literally the one who took her captive, and she kept thinking, I hope he beats my ass so I'm warm.
This is definitely kink shit. And by the way, I'm not kink shaming. Kinks are fine. I'm just saying he's just writing a lot of, like, yeah, you know, kind of power play consent stuff in here, non-consent stuff.
It's a lot.
And it's a lot.
It's okay.
It's a lot for a Thursday morning.
Well, yeah.
And it perhaps could be explored, as we've discussed before, with a more careful and deft approach. But whatever. It's fine. So... We talk about how to wash silk. There is an extensive passage on how you can't wash silk in hot water, and you can't wash silk in cold water.
Robert's like, I read a book.
You can only wash silk in lukewarm. All right. So they realize that Megden has been in the tent for the entire fucking day. So that's not awesome.
That's bad. That made me nervous.
She got the shit spanked out of her.
She did. Well, and Thorov was like, I'm going to spank you. You have to stay here, and then we're going to come back and beat you again.
Yeah.
Which, that's not good.
And Morghese Megden goes, I want to kill Thorava when we go. I would like to kill her now. You are safe, Galena. She thought I was there to steal. I hadn't started looking. Something happened, and she left. After... tying me up for later.
Was it the cleansing thing?
Yes.
Ah.
And she goes, what is it, Galena? Even I feel it, and I have so little ability these Aiel women decided I was no danger. And Galena's like, you know what? Don't worry about that one, Chief. It's all good. I don't give a shit. You're fine. Shut up. It's nothing. Shut up.
Chief.
Savannah calls for Fail, and as you say, Arella and Lucille have been brought back and hogtied.
Great.
Are they naked? Probably. Are they naked?
I think so.
Yep, they are, and they're okay.
Hogtied and naked.
And so, yeah, Savannah's like, oh, no, you fucked up, and you're in the shit now, and I have, and Aravine is another guy shine. She comes up to him and is like, yo, I heard your name was Ibarra / Bashir, so guess what? Fealty, motherfucker. Got him.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Fail's like, what the fuck? Also, did you tell anybody? And she's like, no. Good. It's good. And she's like, all right.
Fail briefly considers killing her, if I remember correctly.
Counter fealty. So by which I mean, like, dope. I will totally pick up on that fealty. Good shit. Thank for your help.
Thank you for the fealty. I did not register for this, but I appreciate it.
Who else can we enlist? And she's like, I'm not going to tell anybody about who you are, man. I don't know. Because a lot of these people fucking suck hard.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are putting themselves first.
Yeah.
Which I understand that. They're literally enslaved.
Yeah. So Savannah and Tharava are yelling at each other about what?
The magic thing?
Yeah, Tharava's like, we need to fucking leave. And Savannah's like, I have tits, and I will not be doing that because my tits sense danger. And that's not actually what she says, but, you know.
My tits sense danger.
Whatever happened is far away, Tharava. You agreed it is so, as did every wise one. This city's full of food, enough to feed us for weeks if we remain here. Who is there to challenge us? If we do. And if we do, you've heard the runners, the messengers. In 2 or 3 weeks, 4 at the most, 10 more septs will have joined me. Perhaps more. This snow will have melted by then, if these wetlanders from the city can be believed.
Tharava's like, yeah, you know, you're not the clan chief. You are speaking as the clan chief. We should leave. This is a stupid thing. We should leave. Why are we in a city? We're Aiel. We should leave. So anyway, they gab for a while.
Savannah's like, I'm a city girl now. I moved to the big fig.
And they're like, hey, Fail, what's up? I feel like you were planning to escape, so guess what? Naked table time. And then she's getting naked table time.
Naked table time.
And she's having a bad time. And then Roland comes, and he's like, this is a meet cute. Even though I already met you. He's like, this is our enemies to lovers moment. And Fail is like, no, it's not. You're just creepy.
You are creepy.
But I agree. I think that if he...
But I don't know, how hot is he? No, I'm just kidding.
I agree with you that if he had not been the guy who kidnapped and spanked her...
I think it would be different.
It would be different.
But because he's the guy who kidnapped and spanked her, it's Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah.
Hello, Fail. Patty Hearst called. She wants her shtick back.
Yeah, so he brings braziers, and then he starts massaging her, and she's like, cool.
I learned today that when you rub a muscle, it feels good.
And he's
God.
I'm here to make you laugh, because you should smile and laugh more.
Okay, you as a captive, how about you let me go? I'll smile a ton.
And she is cackling with laughter, but it's partially
like a
hysteria.
hysterical laughter, and I'm like, that does not count. That does not count.
And she thinks things have gotten worse, and she now has a plan on how she's going to escape. And then she laughs till she cries, and that's the end of chapter 9. And we're going to take a break, and Allie's going to go read more.
Woo!
Allie, guess who's next?
Who?
Elayne.
Elayne.
See ya.
Fuck, it's Elayne.
Hello again, everyone. We're a little sick today, so bear with us as we try not to cough into the microphones. We're picking it right back up here on this fine It's Been 30 Seconds for You with a few more chapters. These particular chapters focusing around the one, the only daughter heir of Andor, Elayne Trakand, Concussion Queen, and more importantly, and most significantly and notably, I feel like for this week, Baroness of Bathing.
Did I read Elayne's Bath? Is that what Elayne's Bath was?
That's it.
Okay, so I have kind of like heard rumblings about Elayne's Bath since I started the series.
It's all anybody talks about sometimes.
And so when I got to Crossroads, I was like, this has got to be the book in which Elayne's Bath should have. And in my imaginings over the past 3 years.
Now, I should say real quick, this section, spoilers through the end of chapter 15. The end of chapter 15. Go ahead,
Almost
Ellie.
4 years now we've been doing this, right? 4 years in October?
4 years in, October, December, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 4 years. So we're almost at 4 years doing this. So I had assumed that Elayne's Bath was like 89 pages.
You'd think.
I did assume that. I was shocked. Well, and first of all, and I thought she was alone for it, and just like looking at her toes, in the bath, thinking
getting all wrinkly and raisiny, yeah.
Which I found relatable because, like, as someone who likes a bath at the end of a long day, I get it. You know, like I get I get the desire to be there for a while. It was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be.
Yes.
And there were a lot more people present for it than I typically feel comfortable having when I take a bath.
Yeah, there's a shitload of people just kind of popping in and out, aren't there?
You know, they've talked about like people coming in to scrub people's backs and stuff. First of all, how hard is it to scrub your own back?
It's tough.
It is?
It can be.
Well, I guess I'm hyper flexible, so
Yeah.
you know, with my arms. So
And you know, if you're nobility and you want to get in there and you only bathe once every 6 to 8 months.
ew.
I don't know. I don't know. Elayne probably bathes every other day if she can.
Well,
But-
yeah. So my thing is, I was just surprised because it was like blink and it was over, and I was like,
Yeah.
wait,
It's
was
actually
that Elaine's bath? Because she
it's
was
quite
in
quick.
the bath.
It's quite quick. It's quite there's not a lot. It's just kind of Elaine's gonna take a bath, and now we're gonna talk to some people. Now
Well,
it's over.
And now I kind of get like the whole point behind that and the magic ultrasound, right? That we get to in a minute. The transmagical ultrasound, if you will, was that Elayne can't even have like a minute to herself.
Yes.
Right? So I get that. And they're interrupting her for the dumbest shit. It's
Yeah.
like, can you wait 5 minutes? This is not a pressing issue. Am I wrong?
No, not really, because their whole thing
Well, I
is,
guess the
hey,
first one wasn't a pressing issue. The second one was what? Like, Merlily and the apprentice, who I'm assuming is the one who like went to Nynaeve and was like, I want to be an Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
Being an Epo baby in this culture sucks. For the first time ever, being an Epo baby sucks. Help. And I'm assuming those two went off into the night,
Sure.
which I guess is kind of important, right? But
Yeah,
the first
but it's
one,
none of it is. Here's the thing about these chapters. From a advancement, and I know there's a lot more to books than advancement of story. I'm not suggesting that if a chapter doesn't advance the story, it's worthless. I'm not saying that.
please don't be mad at us.
In terms of plot advancement, what happens in these chapters?
Fuck if I know.
Pretty little.
Yeah. I'm hearing a lot about Elaine's baby.
Yeah.
Oh, the David Hanlon stuff is interesting. Can I ask? Well, maybe I should ask when we get to this chapter.
Sure.
But is Shiloh or Cheyenne or whatever her name is
Lady
that
Cheyenne?
Millie Skane?
That is Millie Skane.
Okay. I was unsure of that for that entire chapter.
Yeah, that's Millie Skane.
I was
She
like,
has
did
two
he
names.
suddenly get a new boss?
No, it's Millie Skane. She just has two names.
She just changed her name. Okay.
She has
just an
assumed
alias.
the identity of Lady Cheyenne, who was, I think, a real person who was killed.
Oh.
Yeah. So Lady Cheyenne was a real person. Millie Skane has replaced her and is now doing malevolent things off camera,
Okay. Well,
which
okay.
bums me out because I actually, David Hanlon cactus shit aside, kind of enjoyed getting to hang out with Millie Skane.
Okay. Yeah, like I did enjoy Millie Skane.
She's just not really here, is she? Does she show up in these chapters?
Well, didn't I have her on a bingo card where I was like,
did.
Millie Skane mob boss moment?
You did.
Which I feel like that counted.
But she didn't do anything
It was a mob boss moment.
because she is the mob
she was
boss.
directing
All
everyone
right,
like
you know
a
what?
mob
Why
boss.
not? We'll take it. Allie, we're going to pick it up, but before we pick it up, we got to know where we left it off. So where did we leave off?
We were with, it wasn't Matt. It wasn't Egwene. It wasn't Rand.
No, there's one other major Emmonsfielder.
Perrin.
Yeah, Perrin.
Perrin and Elayne.
And now we're done with that for at least a while.
I'm done with this Elayne plotline.
Yes.
I'm really over it.
We're going to pick it up now in Chapter 10, A Blazing Beacon. Did you take any notes?
Yeah, I did. Okay, here's the thing. Up until very recently, I thought
You told them this already.
I did. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So I did take notes, and thank you for everyone who was who were super kind about my notes. I did not realize how much they meant to you all, and I really appreciate that.
Now,
Okay.
it's funny because people are anticipating that your notes for a lot of Crossroads chapters are going to be nothing happens, and that's it. So I look forward to hearing these.
Okay. So chapter 10. Oh my God, there's an Elsie in the world again.
Yes.
Everyone rejoice. But
Big
she
day.
was paid attention to for not long enough.
Not long enough.
The duck, I meant to say fuck. The duck is with Casper the unfriendly ghost. There's a ghost.
There's just ghosts now.
Well, it seems as though they're not going to do anything
There's
significant.
just ghosts
They're like,
now.
oh yeah, there's just ghosts.
You know why there's ghosts?
Why?
It's spooky.
I mean, I love a spooky ghost. Listen, I
spooky.
love Hamlet.
Hey, they're spooky.
They're spooky.
Spooky.
We're just in time for spooky season.
Spooky.
We've got a spooky plot, but I don't know if they're gonna matter.
Spooky.
I was also like, is Elsie Haley Joel Osment?
They're spooky. She's spooky. She got spooked.
They would have
Spooky.
shared a room, huh? Oh, Elayne was like, Avienda and I would have shared a room. And I was like, would you now have shared a room with Avienda maritally? Okay, but kind of not cool of Min to tell people Elayne was pregnant before Elayne could tell people. Like, Min told the other gals, okay, this is going to knock Elayne up.
Yeah, she didn't want to do that in the moment. She was panicking, as you may remember, because she was trying to ignore the ghost dick.
Oh, true.
Not a spooky ghost dick. Not like these ghosts who are just spooky because they're spooky. But she was trying to ignore the ghost dick she was getting because Elayne was getting railed.
Still, it's not awesome to tell people that someone is pregnant.
No, it's not. You shouldn't do that.
On their behalf, unless
Elayne
they
was getting
specifically ask you to.
railed, and she was trying to ignore the ghost dick. I'm going to stop saying ghost dick.
And her way of avoiding this would be like, and this will get her pregnant.
Yes.
Interesting way to avoid.
She was
thinking
saying
about
everything
ghost
that came to mind.
dick. If he allows himself to be killed, I'll cut off his ears. Iconic.
Who does she say this about?
Avienda says this about Rand.
Fucking great.
Yeah, because Elaine's like, I have to go to him, and Avienda's like, no, you don't.
Does this is counted as Elayne plots and is told no, right?
Yes.
So,
I got another bingo
another
square.
bingo square. Now, I'll
That
tell
one
yeah.
was practically a free space.
It was practically. You know what? It's Crossroads.
I basically did practically free spaces for all of bingo.
It's Crossroads. It's Crossroads.
Yeah.
We do what we got to do.
But so Avienda and Elayne are talking to each other, and Elaine's like, I've got to go to him. And Avienda goes, no, that would be really stupid for several reasons. One, you're pregnant, and your magic has been wonky since you've gotten pregnant. And we don't know if that will impact your baby. Spoilers, it does not.
It will not.
It will not. But, you know, everybody's worried about that in that moment because I guess no one has bothered to talk to a wise woman in the weeks since we've discovered that Elayne is going to be carrying Rand's spawn. And then Avienda's like, you don't know it's Rand, first of all. Well, I guess she kind of does because of the bond. But she goes, you don't know what the situation that you're walking into is. You don't know that Rand won't just smite to you the minute that you show up because he doesn't, you know, he's not thinking clearly because there's a lot going on. And there were also other really valid points that I don't remember, but all of it was very valid. So Elayne thinks to herself, but she loved Avienda every bit as much as she loved Rand, just in a different way.
No, it can be in the same way.
Gives such and they were roommates vibes from Robert. Hey, Elayne, since you're so keen on your lady bodyguards, why not make one of them captain, you dip? I can't with the David Hanlon. I can't. I just feel... I'm concerned
Because I've had enough of this dude.
that when they figure out that these are Rand's children, which I do think the cat will be out of the bag sooner rather than later because it would be dramatically interesting if the cat were out of the bag sooner rather than later. Also, David Hanlon knows that they're not his and he's a bad guy and is the most obvious bad guy to ever be a bad guy.
He is really quite transparent.
Like practically twirling his mustache to the point where I'm like, Elayne, you are an engineer. You cannot be this like Peter patted.
Peter patted?
Yeah, because, you know, peens.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Peters. Don't people call
Sure.
them Peters?
I don't know.
I've heard it.
I
Okay.
trust you.
Like, well, I mean, it's not that she has a crush on him or anything. She's just like completely unaware of how much of a red flag he is. I mean, he is literally a United Nations worth of flags.
Well, it's weird because now she's got Brigitte trailing him and
Good.
having people trail him.
we should have been doing that from the beginning.
And this has been
it's
oft
suspicious that
I
he
will
showed
tell
up
you,
just in time
this
to
has been extensively discussed
I'm sure.
in the spoiler zones of whether or not Elayne was savvy from the start and had only brought him on board because she knew he was trouble, or if this was sort of a retcon. And yeah.
I mean, I would love to think that. I would love to assume. But then I feel like when we're in her head, we should get some of that.
Yes, I think that.
Like, I feel like there's no textual evidence.
I don't think there is enough textual.
I'm the first person to be like, a woman did nothing wrong. I'm the first one, right? I'm the first one to be like, maybe she had her reasons, right? But in this particular instance, I don't know if we have strong, and maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, I'll tell you.
I don't know if we have strong textual evidence to support that.
This was picked back and forth pretty thoroughly. My read on it is the conversation where they discuss whether or not to bring David Hanlon in is the same conversation where she, Brigitte, Avienda, and Nynaeve sit around and go, what do you think? Is Dialin a dark friend? Yes or no? I think no. So there is no real purpose for them to be cagey about David Hanlon, but not cagey about Dialin. I am glad that they are now wise to David Hanlon. My personal opinion is there's not enough textual evidence that this would have been planned, but I'm glad they're doing it now.
I guess here's my thing. It would be like, okay, I work at this company with this strong rival company, and this guy comes in and conveniently saves my company from a big financial mistake, right? Like, that seemingly could have been caused by him, right?
Yeah.
And I go, he's an HR nightmare in every way. And my company's all women. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put him in charge of those women in order to make sure that he's not working for my rival company, even if he stops to cop a feel from those women, like every time he walks down the hall. It just feels like, and like her thing about that was like, oh, well, he's not going to grope me though.
Yeah.
That is not very women supporting women of you, Elayne.
The David Hanlon of it all is exhausting.
I think there are honors she could have bestowed on him to watch him that did not put him in a direct advisory,
authoritative
managerial role over a group of vulnerable women. I mean, and listen, like, I know they're not vulnerable because they've got swords and shit, but like, they're not going to stab their boss.
He's their commanding officer, yeah.
Yeah.
And like, he's famous for being the worst.
Yeah, like give him a plaque or something.
Yeah, give him like the Order of the Rose.
I also
something.
feel like if I were working for her as one of these women, right, who has pledged myself to her, and she stands up for these women later to this person who's like, women shouldn't have swords, right? She's like, you're full of shit, and immediately hates that person for even suggesting that shit. Right? She gets all pissed off and is like, that girl's a problem. Even though she's the only girl in the room, I believe, that is new, that is introduced in that group.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there.
We'll talk about that. But like, so my thing is I just feel like if I were one of those women, I'd be pissed because like we have this camaraderie going. Obviously, Brigitte is the obvious choice to put in charge of those women, even though I know Brigitte didn't want it. But like, Brigitte, get over it. You are the person to lead them. Just you are. But I'm sure there were other candidates as well, potentially, right? And I'd be pissed if she went with Mr. Copperfield over all of these other much better. Like if you were part of a company, right? And it's a great company, you like vibe there, you get along well. There's a bunch of people that should be promoted, but instead they hire from outside.
It's not a good feel.
Because they happen to be in the right place at the right time.
I mean, admittedly, he was a guardsman. He just wasn't part of the bodyguard. But like...
Well, why not knight him?
Yeah, no.
Or give him a nice plaque.
Yeah, or
give him a lot of money.
I understand the idea behind this being keep your friends close and your enemies closer, but it seems like even their efforts
wouldn't
to
work for someone who did that.
Yeah, it also seems like their efforts to keep an eye on him are fucking utterly failing constantly too, because he just keeps killing the people who are trailing him.
Right.
So
now we're also getting people killed on top of that.
Yeah. So it's like this mustachio twirling maniac is the worst, and I hate him.
I'm also worried he's like gonna kill Elayne. Like Elaine's all like, I'm not going to get killed because I'm pregnant and there's this viewing that's like your babies will be born healthy.
Oh, is she talking about that?
I will
Is she
not
talking
get
about that?
injured or hurt. She's going, okay, Min had this viewing and I'm not going to get hurt or killed while I have my babies because like everything that happens to me is going to be fine because like I have healthy children. I'm like, okay, there's so many flaws in that logic. There's so many leaps in logic there, girly. Like, one, who's to say someone doesn't kidnap you, you have the babies, and then they murder you, right? When the cat is out of the bag, which it will be because David Hanlon is not someone who you should have picked as like fake dad because he knows he's fake dad and will tell everyone.
That's the thing. He is very well aware that he's never boned you.
Yeah.
And I know he's going to go along with it because he's a braggart, but also like, I don't know.
But also like, he is the most obvious dark friend to ever dark friend. And you're like, cool, go about pretending like you're my baby daddy. And he's gonna know. So that means the dark friends are gonna know, which means they're gonna go, oh, well, who else could it be? Maybe the guy she was macking on at the Stone of Tyr in every corner publicly in front of everybody to the point where it made the Aiel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I do think that I'm touting David Hanlon as the father of my children
is dumb.
Does not really vibe with, and this was all a setup from the start, because David Hanlon is the person she would be keeping that identity secret from.
Yeah, why not pick someone you trust?
Yeah, if she could pick like some other dude
Aren't
who
there
didn't
other
suck.
Men in the world who don't suck so much? And so, yeah, so I'm worried that the cat's going to be out of the bag sooner rather than later, that Elayne is carrying Rand's twins. And she's like, I can't get hurt, so it doesn't matter. And I'm like, it does matter, actually, because you could get kidnapped. And then you have the babies, they have a bargaining tool. What the fuck do they need you for? 1. 2, you could get seriously injured, right? Plenty of people have birthed a baby without limbs, without an arm.
She could be in a dungeon and have healthy children.
As what I'm saying.
Like,
and also, what about the people around you? You have like 1 billion people around you who need you to kind of like, who need to protect you. So what? Like their lives don't matter? But yeah, I guess it's just bugging me. The David Hanlon stuff in particular.
The David Hanlon stuff pisses me the fuck off. I think, again,
it just bums me out that we have all these talented, incredible, brave women, and we're just going to, promote this dude.
Yeah.
Who sucks. It just feels like every job I've ever had.
Yeah. We've also discussed how the Succession plotline in and of itself.
Not every job, I should say. But
the Succession plotline in and of itself, I actually kind of enjoy quite a bit, frankly. Like
I actually am having an interesting time.
But we keep losing sight of it in the mire of the babies and I am God now and also David Hanlon. Am I wrong about that? That's kind of what I bump up against in my reviewing, I guess, of these chapters, is I'm like, this stuff where they're talking about, I need these many houses, these people are sworn to this lady, these people are sworn to this lady. Aside from the fact that I couldn't tell you the first thing about Aramilla or Marn or Aran or anything else, it's cool to me because it's this sort of Game of Thrones style politicking, this Dune style politicking and backroom deals and stuff. But then we just kind of keep tabling that so that the other plots can take precedence. How do you feel? What do you think of that?
I think I just don't like David Hanlon.
I also disagree. Yeah, I also dislike. Anyway, we're gonna.
Well, I guess for me, I think I would like a lot of this a lot more if what people are saying is true, and she's like, I'm on to him, and I'm gonna put him in a position where I can watch him, and like Brigitta's actually in charge, but we're keeping an eye on him because like it was just too convenient that he showed up, mustache twirling away, and is, messing with my women. I think we need to keep an eye on this guy. Like, if that were what was happening, I would like a lot of what's going on a lot more, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, chapter 10, I have nothing to add beyond what you've already talked about, except that Aviendha knows from her time in the rings that if they go to Rand now, bad things will happen.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that part.
And that's the end of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Allie, is called... By the way, Chapter 10 was called A Blazing Beacon, and it had that logo. What is that?
The ancient Aes Sedai symbol.
Yes. Chapter 11, however, is called Talk of Debts, and it has this.
A lion of
It's
Andor.
the lion, Allie. Do you have any notes for this one?
I
Oh,
do.
you poor thing.
I'm sorry. I'm so sick. Everyone knew that, and not many stopped to think that anything that everyone knew deserved close examination. Dang, Robert. Tell it like it is, man. The Aes Sedai are curtsying to Elayne. Interesting.
Yeah.
But then they're like, oh my God, I'm not supposed to be doing that. I guess, do Aes Sedai curtsy to royalty?
Not usually. But she is a strong Aes Sedai.
Yeah. So they're kind of finally starting to recognize that she is, in fact, a sister, even though they're not really meaning to. Robert keeps emphasizing that Adelius' killer could only be Marilli, Saritha, or Cariana. But to me, that's so suspicious.
Yeah?
That he keeps being like, well, it could only be these three.
Well, we're in POV, right? And Elayne is not considering Van Dien. Van Dien, as I recall, is also doing really fucking bad.
Well, yeah, I would if I were forced to kill my sister due to circumstances. Like, that can be explained either way. And maybe I'm a fool for thinking that she's suspicious, or maybe I'm right.
Sure.
I mean, I just think that that the fact that he keeps going, it can only really be them. It couldn't possibly be Van Dien. It just kind of feels like, to me. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's last chapter. Is Millard David Hanlon? I forgot.
Yeah, he is.
If so, I'm here for Elayne taking him to task, but I'm also worried it means he's going to try and kill her now. Oh, my prediction that I forgot to say last chapter. I think Elayne dies, right? I've said this from the beginning.
You've said that before.
I think Brigitte dies alongside her, like defending her, because she's her warder.
Sure, that would be the right thing for her to do.
Like, to me, I picture this like battlefield or some kind of like mass chaos. Rand's trying to get to Elayne, but Elayne dies. Like, and I think it's got to be while she's pregnant, you know?
Well, she apparently will not die while she is pregnant, so...
Well, yeah, because they're going to cut the babies out of her.
Oh,
would that be too
surprise
brutal
C-section.
for this series?
We've had heads burst like melons.
Maybe I've just listened to too many like true crime podcasts back before I started to have questions about whether or not I was doing good things for myself. But I've heard a lot of like surprise C-section stories.
This is rough. Oh, by the way, there's a map.
Yeah,
Andor map.
That was a surprise.
Very cool.
It kind of looks like a heart.
Camelin map.
Like
Kind of does, yeah.
Like a heart
like
in
a
your
rose
body.
or a heart, yeah.
Oh, sure, a rose too. That
yeah,
works.
I think it's supposed to be a rose.
It is?
I think so.
It looks more like a heart to me.
All right.
But who am I? I couldn't draw either of those things.
I can't draw anything.
I can draw like a cat face.
Yeah,
Or
I
a
can do
dog
that. I can
face.
draw emojis,
Yeah.
but like Unicode emojis.
Yeah, but nothing like cute. But
I can write.
here's the thing. I think that this is how I picture it. And, you know, bear with me. This is how I picture it. But it's like a massive battle or some kind of mass chaos. David Hanlon kills Brigitte. Or maybe it's not David Hanlon. It could be Millie Skane. Because I think Millie
Could be.
Skane ultimately is more dangerous and more threatening. But David Hanlon seems to have it really in for Brigitte in that last chapter of this section. So I'm getting a little worried. But I feel like Elaine's pregnant, right? And she has to ride out for Andor, right? Because, like, that's the queen's job.
That is the thing, yes.
Right? Even though she's pregnant. And she'll be like, it's fine. I'm pregnant. Nothing can happen to me. They kill Brigitte, cut the babies out of her, steal them away, and Rand finds, like, a dead Brigitte and a dead freaking Elayne.
That sounds fucking depressing as hell.
Well, also, he could feel it happen.
Yeah, he would probably go a little off the deep end there.
We're going to take advantage of
die.
that in the POVs for sure.
That would make sense. By the way, if you are taking Millie Skane crime boss moment, you almost have a bingo already, right?
Let me see.
Millie Skane crime. The diagonal is linked down below. Diagonal top left to bottom right. Millie Skane crime boss moment. Elayne notices cleansing. Free space. Perrin belatedly understands something. All you need is Forsaken over the top murder.
Oh, I feel very confident I will get that. Wait, can I look?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what I have.
So
I have Millie Skane crime boss moment. File sub brat kink.
yeah, we'll take that. Yeah.
I've got Elayne schemes is told no.
Yeah.
Sean Chan pursue Tuon.
Yeah.
Elayne notices cleansing.
Yeah.
God, that was all she did this chapter.
Truly the entire
She kept
section.
being like, oh my God, that damn cleansing. Inaccurate pregnancy statement.
Yeah,
I
we
also
got a
got
lot of
that
those, yeah.
these chapters. Perrin is obtuse about suffering. Matt hears dice. I'm pretty sure I got that.
Yeah.
Matt /chew on enemies to lovers moment if
That's
you'll let
debatable.
me have it.
I'm not sure.
Brigitte party girl mention we got from David Hanlon.
Oh, and she's hungover.
And she's hungover.
Yeah, she's well, but is that a party girl thing or a oh my god,
Well,
I hate
and-
my job, I hate my life thing?
Elayne also thinks that, like, she's like having too much fun or whatever.
Yeah, but
Or she's
again,
drinking too much.
is that a party girl thing or is that an oh my god, I hate this? Why is there an assailant as captain of the Queen's Guard thing?
Well, then David Hanlon slut-shamed her and was like, she's wiggling around.
He
in
would
those
do that.
pants.
That's kind of his modus operandum.
So do I get that?
I don't think David Hanlon's thing counts as a party girl moment. Maybe.
All right. Well, I think I should.
I wouldn't say getting slut shamed by a shithead is a party girl moment.
I don't think we had a Elayne saying.
We have not had a Elayne saying. No, not to my
Then
recollection.
I'm fucked on that. Perrin belatedly understands
I'm
something.
sure that happened.
I'm sure that happened.
I can't tell you exactly what, but I'm sure that happened.
Okay. That's what I got.
All right. So chapter 11, I have almost nothing to talk
The
about.
Forsaken haven't really been in this book.
No, they have not.
I mean, were they in the beginning?
They will consider what they are all doing right now.
Oh, yeah.
They are all currently running around trying to stop the cleansing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. I should have thought of that.
Well, you didn't know that this whole book would take place contemporaneously with the last chapter of book 9.
Yeah, but I kind of thought maybe it might, and that's why it was so boring.
By the way, fun thing that the What Spoilers podcast has done with Crossroads is because they also found this book fairly slow. Aradia and Seth decided to instead break up the entire cleansing chapter throughout Crossroads, and they would like read a few chapters and then do someone's POV of the cleansing because they were happening at the same time.
Wait.
They would like read the Elayne chapters and then they would jump over and simultaneously they would read like all of the Perrin parts of the cleansing and talk about those. Or they would, so kind of like keep the thread of the cleansing running through in parallel.
That would have been cool.
Yeah. That is not a good way, I think, to read it the first time, but to discuss it after the fact. Pretty cool. So almost nothing to add, honestly, to what you said, and that's going to be a theme for these chapters, except that we get a little more, we get some reminders, I guess, on how the whole succession thing works. Do you remember this?
They got to vote.
There's 19 houses that matter. She needs 10. She has 2. Dylan has promised 6 more.
Yeah. So that's 8.
And Aramilla has 6.
Oh, fuck. We're really behind.
Yeah.
I feel like not for long, based on Elenia's thoughts.
Everybody is...
Elenia sucks, by the way.
Why does she sucks?
She's an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's Little Miss 0.1%.
Oh, she's the fucking worst. Everybody micromanages Elayne and is like, did she... Avienda runs up to Brigitte and is like, did she drink her goat's milk? Oh, wait, who is this? Brigitte goes up to Avienda and goes, did she drink her goat's milk? Did she get enough sleep? And then she rambles off for a while, and Elayne is like, I'm an adult. Can you please ask me the questions?
Yeah, that would get so annoying so fast.
But yeah, they feel the cleansing. They talk about it. Morillily, Saritha, Cariana, and Vandine are there. Vandine's lost a lot of weight, and she looks haggard.
Oof.
She's doing real bad because she's holding the guilt, Allie.
I think so. Guilt's eating away at her. I'm just saying this would be a really good switch.
It would be. And then they talk about the cleansing. Vandine leaves, and then Dickfuck shithead comes in. He's like, what's up? I'm the worst. How are you doing? And
oh, yeah. And he's like, I did this whole thing where I rode out to save the army that was coming to help you.
yeah, by the way, Saritha likes him. The Cariana
well,
and
Saritha's dumb as a
don't.
box of rocks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he goes, I saved your, like, this whole army for you. La-da-da-da-da-da. Also, have we looked into Saritha being a dark friend then?
I don't think we have yet. Is this a
Or
hint?
a
Maybe
Black Aja?
Saritha did it.
I mean, she's number 2 on my list.
Why? Because there's any evidence?
There's Vandine, which is the interesting one to have it be. And there's Saritha, who's, like, much less interesting, but I guess there's some evidence if she likes David Hanlon, which either means she has shockingly, criminally poor taste, in which case lock her up anyway, or she's bad.
Yeah, so David Hanlon's like, hey, I'm the fucking best.
And Elayne's like, sorry, can I finish?
Please.
And Elayne's like, okay, was there any evidence that they were coming to support me, though?
Yeah, and he's like,
or did
no.
you leave the gates open during a siege and, like, ordered them to stay open during a siege to go get some guys who may or may not have been pledging themselves to me during a siege?
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. And then Saritha goes, even if he did wrong, and I'm not convinced that he did, Captain Mellar saved your life at risk to his own, Elayne. Your life and that of the Lady Dialyn. Was there really any need to embarrass him in front of the rest of us? And
here's my thing. I worry about, because he's such an obvious bad guy.
He really is.
The most obvious bad guy that is ever bad guyed, and that, like, includes Pater. I worry about pissing him off.
Yeah, because now, like, she's kind of whipsawing between, like, hey, big boy, and being like, you're a fucking moron, beefcake. Why don't you drown yourself? So, like...
Like, I think, again, if she was like, I'm going to watch him, right? But I'm aware that he's probably not a good guy. Pissing him off when he's captain of your guard worries me and feels like it's, like, that's maybe evidence against her being onto him.
Yeah, I mean, she's having him followed.
She's just sick of him.
Yeah,
it just feels like it's not my favorite strategy.
No. Yeah. So anyway, then like the Aes Sedai walk off, and she's like, I wonder if one of them killed Adelius. I wonder. This is a mystery. And she's like, I'm gonna get you, whichever one of you killed Adelius. I'm gonna get you. And that's the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Allie, a bargain. Oh my god, it's your favorite chapter logo.
It's
What
the
is
sea
it?
folk.
It's the sea folk, about whom I make a habit of not being like this.
Because I've had enough of this.
Ladies. So, do you have any notes for this? You know what chapter this is? The
It's
bath.
the bath.
Do you have any notes for the bath?
Yeah, I have notes. I have thoughts. Okay. Chapter 12. Was this Elayne's bath?
Yes.
Seriously, did I just read Elayne's bath?
Yes.
I really expected her to be alone for that, but there
Yes.
was a whole Pilates class worth of people participating in this bath, and
Yes.
still nothing happened.
Absolutely nothing
I was
happens.
really hoping Avienda and Elayne would be literally bathing together because of who I am as a person.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Rojo has this unique gift to get this close to giving us a sex scene between two women, because this is some of the most sapphic underlying shit I've ever read, and then he skates away from it, presumably while flipping specifically me the finger. Nesta is dead, as I predicted.
We knew that too.
What?
We knew that from the top of book 9.
I know, but I was just saying, I predicted.
Yeah, you did.
When Min was like, she's going to be wind mistress or whatever.
Mistress of the ships.
Mistress of the ships. And I was like, well, I guess the current mistress of the ships is toast then. Look at me. So what's her face is good to take over now, I assume. But they have like a whole election.
They have like a whole thing they have to do.
Yeah, now they got to go back to the island or whatever, and like have everybody go back to the island. And they said it could take a while. And then they had this whole conversation about, okay,
go to Ilion, actually. Yeah,
you need to leave a certain amount of sea folk here, and they were like, okay, but we need to take a certain amount of Aes Sedai with us, including but not limited to Marilla, because I guess she's our favorite for some reason.
Yeah.
And then Marilla responds by going, I'm going to leave.
Yeah. By the way, how do you feel about the way the Windfinders and the Sea Folk as a whole treat their teachers? I know we've talked about this before, but it bears repeating.
About the same as how the U.S. treat their teachers.
So, Chapter 12, a bargain.
Which is to say, not well.
A bath was not hard to find, though Elayne had to wait in the hall, frowning at the lion-carved doors of her apartments, drafts flickering the mirrored stand lamps, while Rizoria and two of the guardswomen went in to search. Once they were sure there were no assassins lying in wait, and guards had been arrayed in the corridor and outer room, Elayne entered to find white-haired Isande waiting in the bedchamber with Nerys and Stephanie, the two young tire women she was training. What is a tire woman?
I have no idea.
Tire woman?
Also, are they doing this every time she enters a room?
Yes. But admittedly, you remember she almost got killed.
No, I understand that she almost got killed. That would be so annoying.
What is a lady's maid? All right.
That would be so annoying. Could you imagine? Every room you're in, people got to check the doors and windows.
So we got a couple of bathtubs. I love this.
Look under the bed.
They take Avienda's like, what the fuck is this? And they draw baths and
they literally sit down on the floor and just draw Elayne a little picture of
the bath. And they're like, you can suffer because, water is bad if you're pregnant. Or some bullshit like that.
I mean, listen, there's stuff you definitely shouldn't consume or do while pregnant. There's
many
a certain
things. Hot
temperature
tubs, I
of
understand,
bath.
not good.
Yeah, I was thinking about hot tubs.
Yeah.
But like, come on now.
So Elayne is like, I should get in before the water gets cool because
I can't heat it up myself. Or have a Miss Fireball Avienda.
Because she's not thinking about that. Because, she's got other things on her mind, I guess.
Well, I guess, she is in the middle of a siege.
What's going on with her channeling, by the way? Is it normal?
No, it's been kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like they're buttered noodles, or as some might call them, nuttered boodles.
What?
The threads.
Oh.
It's like the threads are nuttered boodles. It's just how I want to say buttered noodles.
You love Maya and Hunter
on TikTok,
so much
they're very
on
funny.
TikTok.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, the threads are like buttered noodles. The flows, whatever. I want buttered noodles now.
Ooh, gluten-free though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, where's Gawain? I got to get Gawain back here. What a guy Gawain is. Top 5 dude. The other 4 are all Rand's dick.
She thinks, like, I can't blame him for doing what he did at the tower siege. And I'm like, you can?
Could, actually.
You could.
But yeah.
I certainly do. But she's like, I can't blame him for that. But Galad sucks because he tattled on me one time. And she's like, but I guess I should probably take it easy on him because he saved my life that one time. And I'm like, yeah, but he's also a white cloak.
She also does think about that.
I don't know how lenient we should be with him either. Elayne, I know it's hard to come to terms with the fact that your family is trash, but I mean, truly, you could be an episode on Jerry Springer at this point.
So yeah, she kind of thinks about stuff for quite a while, and there's Aes Sedai and stuff, and then all of a sudden the Sea Folk bust in, and how are they?
Sea Folk bust in? They're pissed. Well, Nest is dead, so like,
yeah,
hey,
Nest is dead, and
I guess this was kind of an emergency.
It is kind of, because they're like, hey, we got to go elect a new windfinder or mistress of the ships. We're also going to take like half the cool channelers here, and Elayne is like, there is a siege. I need to be able to make gateways and shit. Can we not do that? Can you be cool about this for 1 minute? And they're like, bargain, fuck you.
Yeah, so then they bargain.
Which is fair. No, they're like, oh, we made a bargain, fuck you.
And she feels like that she comes away from it pretty well. She's happy with her negotiation, and Avienda's happy with her negotiation, and like Brigitte looks impressed at her, right?
Yeah. How's it wind up?
Oh, by the way, in the bath, this is funny. So Avienda and Elayne are taking a bath together, but in separate tubs, and I was like, Robert, no,
just let him touch feet.
Anyway, so and then there's the 2 girls that get the distinct honor of scrubbing their backs.
Yes.
All right, and like handing them, putting robes on them. All right. I don't see why you can't do those things yourself, but whatever. And Birgitte's just there, hilariously.
Being a guard.
I know, but it's just so funny because they don't say like Birgitte's guarding them. They go like, and Birgitte's there too, sitting on a trunk with her knees at her chest, just chilling. And I just giggled at that because I was like, all right, sure. But I mean, we can't have just 4 women in a room doing a bath. That would just be too weird. We have to have 5. 5 is the number of women you want in a bath scene. I just thought it was funny.
It is funny.
And also, why we need 2 women to scrub? Can't you just do one and then the other? Anyway, I had a lot of questions.
So yeah, they negotiate, and Elayne is like, all right, here's the thing.
It seems like an expense that could be done away with, but whatever.
Leave me 21 windfinders because I'm going to need to make gateways for the siege, which David Hanlon is actively undermining at every turn because I fucking hate that guy. And they're like, yeah. And she's like, by the way,
you hate that guy.
Sorry about Nesta. That really sucks. And they're like, yeah, it does.
It does really suck. The Shan-Chan are bad and terrible, and we hate them.
She
and
folds
everyone
her
should
arms
hate them
beneath
too.
her breasts. Yeah, they do. And she gives them some
and
land.
I will continue to hate them. And everyone will be like, what about Tuon? And I'm like, unless she is actively trying to dismantle the like very corrupt, oppressive society in which she grew up and has like some real come to Jesus moments, I will hate her also.
What about Egianen?
I feel like she is coming to terms with the fact that she comes from a corrupt society that oppresses people. Is she not?
I think she's on the way. She still has a lot of that ingrained slavery stuff, and she's having trouble with Bael Domon having ever been an owned person.
I am seeing some deconstruction happening in that regard.
I think she's had a lot of growth. She's friends with the...
I wouldn't say I love her yet.
What you would call Marath Damani, no.
But I would say I'm seeing promising deconstruction happening from Egianen, and so I'm hoping that that will continue, and that we can still have her be like the fourth wheel for the girls.
So, yeah, they make this bargain, and she gives them a square mile of Andor on a river, and that's about it. And also the cleansing is still going on, and that's it. And that's the end of chapter Bath. Chapter 13, Allie, is called High Seats. This is the chapter logo. What is it?
It's a lion.
It's a lion. Do you have any notes?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Elayne thinking that her sister's sense of humor can be rough sometimes. Welcome to having a sister. I once tried to sell my sister at a yard sale.
Can't do that.
No.
That's some Sean Chan shit right there.
It was funny, though. She was a baby. She doesn't remember it. I relate. I just moved one of the like price little signs and I just put it on her car seat.
That is so goofy.
I relate to the girl who is afraid of fucking up, so she fucks up harder. When you're like so afraid of fucking up and then you fuck up way worse because you're afraid of fucking up.
Oh, is this the
That's real.
Is this who is this that we're talking about? Is this the kid? Because this is when she meets with the kids, right?
Yeah, I think it was one of her like ladies' maids or something like that.
Sure.
Like Elsie. Because she's got a bunch of kind of like slightly untrained ladies' maids and she keeps thinking like, ugh.
By the way, one of them is named Stephanie.
They're not putting my robe on right.
Not
and
Stephanie.
I'm like, all right, relax.
Stephanie.
You should be able to put your robe on yourself. You're a grown woman. The local high school supports Elayne. And also needs her to buy chocolate bars to support their basketball team.
Yeah, how do you feel about these kids?
I mean, there were a lot of them. There were like 4, right?
Yeah, it's Perival of Mantir, Catelyn of Haven, Branlet of Gilyard,
Sure.
and Conail of Northan.
So it's like 3 boys and 1 girl.
Yeah, Catelyn is the girl.
Yes. And so 4 new houses just pledged for Elayne, right? Is that what that means?
Yes?
Yes. So she's got 6 also.
Yes.
So it's 6v6.
Yes.
And then are there more houses in addition to the 12?
There are 19.
Or 19.
So there's
okay,
7
so
more.
we've got 7 that are question marks. And Dylan did promise what? 2 more? Yeah, so then Elayne would have 8.
Yeah, but let me make sure it's not the same ones. Dylan promised...
And Elaine's already got one of them in their area, and they haven't pledged for them yet. Or is that one of this group?
Dylan promised Karand, Koilan, Renshar, Norwellin, Pendar, and Tremaine.
Who did we get?
This group is Mantir, Haven, Branlet, Gilyard... Mantir, Haven, Gilyard, and North End. So these are other ones.
None of them. So that's 4.
So she has 6, and then Dylan still has the other 6.
Dylan can deliver.
Dylan has promised 6 more. 3 of those 6 are team Dylan should be queen, and 3 of them are team I don't really fucking give a shit right now. I'm kind of undecided.
Okay, well, Dylan can be like, Elaine's the next best thing. Shut the fuck up and pick Elayne. So that's 3 more right there. That's 9. All we need is one of those undecided votes, and we're good. All right. Everything's coming up Elayne. Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
There was a group that wrote in that David Hanlon saved for Elayne.
Yeah.
Is that one of these kids, or is that an additional house that might be swearing to Elayne?
That's House Karen.
Is that a different one?
That is a different house.
All right.
But we don't No. We actually,
I'm counting my chickens before they're hatched. I'm saying we got lucky number 7 right here.
In chapter 15...
No?
We know that Karen is kind of Team Elayne. Or, yeah, it's kind of Team Elayne. So these probably aren't her guys. They probably are guys she needs to watch. Because remember that kind of like guy who might be acting a little weird or might actually have, for lack of a better term, a screw loose who in the Elayne chapter who keeps on flirting with
I'm trying not to remember him.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Well, yeah. He's a high seat of House Karen.
Oh, so why did we take his guys?
Because David Hanlon is an idiot.
Wait, this is so dumb.
Yes. David Hanlon is a fucking dickhead, or he was doing this on purpose.
I'm going team purpose. Well, shit. Now they gotta go be like, never mind, go away? Ugh, okay. Well, okay, here's the thing. Well, that's gonna end badly. Fuck, David. You, David.
You, David.
Oh my gosh.
We've made that joke before, and we'll make it again.
I forgot about that.
All right, chapter 13.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
The time to choose when children must grow up is a brutal fucking line. Wow.
It is a great line. Chapter 13, high seats, lion, chapter logo, not a ton to add. She's like, can you make sure that my titties aren't out next time you let ambassadors in, please? And they're like, no. So...
Wait, what?
Because the sea folk.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, she goes in to meet the student government body here. Mantir, Haven, Gilliard, and Northans. Peeps are all here. They're all children. The only one who is not like objectively a child is Connell. Also,
but he's like still wildly young.
He's still a teenager, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's like 19, not 13. Because one of them's voices is cracking.
Yes.
What age does that happen to you all?
Like between 11 and 15, and sometimes in your late teens, it still happens.
Well, yeah. I mean, my voice cracks on occasion.
Yeah.
I'm a grown woman. But, prime voice cracking time. Yeah.
So she goes in to talk to them, and she's like, what the fuck? What is with these children? We've got Perrin is a pretty golden-haired boy who's looking at a kaleidoscope because he's a child and he's having fun with them. And he goes, my pleasure, my lady Elayne. House Mantir stands with House Trickhand.
My God, it's the children's crusade.
Yep. And his lady Kathleen, high seat of House Haven. Elayne, a dark-eyed young woman at her side, murmured, touching her dark green divided skirts and blah, 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 blah. Clothing. Haven stands with Trickhand, obviously.
Clothing.
Or I would not be here. So she's a little sassy. And then Lord Bramlett.
Oh my God, and Elayne instantly doesn't like her.
She doesn't. That's not immediately true.
Like right after this meeting, she starts talking about how annoying she is.
Bramlett, who is like very much young, goes, his voice breaks from treble to bass. It breaks down. What is that? It is my pleasure to say that House Gilliard stands. I can't do that. Nope.
No, you must. You must commit to that.
It is my pleasure to say that House Gilliard stands for Trickhand. Lady Elayne. I love him. And Lord Connell, high seat of House Northan, who his shirt is too small. And he goes, we drew straws for the order to be introduced, and I drew short. Northan stands with Trickhand. Can't let I should be doing British accents for all of them. That's too much. No, it's not. Northan stands with Trickhand. Can't let a ninny like Eramilla take the throne. And Elayne's like, what is this?
You mean
kids?
We could have had, she says at 20 years old, you mean we could have had you British accent treble to bass crack?
Can you try it again?
Yes.
It is my pleasure to say that Fuck me. It is my pleasure to say that House Gilliard stands for Trickhand, Lady Elayne.
Stunning.
I regret everything
Unbelievable.
I've ever done.
I've never heard a person with a British or English accent have a voice crack before. I don't think.
Yes.
It's stunning.
Elayne, I just reading some of this because I think Elayne is like, hey, kids, thanks for the pep talk. And Kathleen goes,
I'm past my guardianship, as you must know, Elayne. My uncle, Lord Arundel, said at the Feast of Lights that I was as ready as I would ever be, and might as well have free rein then as in a year. Truth, I think he wanted more time to go hunting while he still can. He's always loved hunting, and he's quite old.
And Jylen, like, frowns because...
Yeah, they're the same age.
She's like, I'm
yeah.
the same age as him.
So anyway, they gab about all this shit for a while, and...
Reminds me when we were at the Taylor Swift concert, and people started sitting down, including ourselves, because there was a slow section, and we were
Yeah, it was
were
folklore,
tired.
wasn't it?
It was, yeah, I think it was like Evermore or Folklore. You know, those songs where you're like, I can appreciate this from my seat. And these like girls behind us who couldn't have been more than like 14 who were scream singing every song, which we both found hilarious. They're like, oh my God, why is everybody sitting down? And I turned around and very nicely, I was like, some of us are old, you know? It's like I didn't want them to be like upset. So I was like, some of us are old. And she looked at me and she goes, you don't look that old.
Now, she didn't say it like that.
She did too.
You don't look that old. It's different.
It was still funny.
Sure. There was still of that.
There
So
was still
anyway,
of that.
they all kind of like sat. They're like, "How are you really nice to die? What the fuck?" And Catelyn is like sassier than the rest of them, and Elayne is like, "I fucking hate this kid a little bit." And yeah, I don't know. I mean, what is there to talk about here? They all swear.
Elayne comes away going, the girl is a problem.
Yeah, she busts Avienda out, and she's like,
And
"Check out
Jylen,
my Aiel
and
sister."
Jylen agrees. She's like, the girl is a problem. Everyone's like, the girl, the one girl. Well, they're like, I think it was Connell, right? Is also talking about how he's going to be like Archer Hawkwing and like ride into battle and,
he's like, he's going to challenge
people
Aramilla's
to a
champion
duel
or whatever.
And everyone's like, so he's a dick. So he's a dick. He's an idiot.
He's a child.
A dick in the Dairy Girl sense, where they're like, don't be a dick.
Yeah.
And then, so they're annoyed with him, and they're annoyed with the sassy girl. Voice break guy really comes away looking the best out of the three. Are there four?
There's 4.
What's the fourth one?
I don't know.
Just some other kid.
Another kid, yeah. And what do they say about her?
About Catelyn?
Yeah, not to mention it would have stuck me in Catelyn's company for the light knows how long. Odious child. There's a good mind there, as if someone took her in hand for a few years, but she has a double dose of the viperous haven tongue. And they're like, yeah. Also, by the way, the cleansing is still going on as a
Apparently
reminder.
being around the havens is no haven.
Hey.
Yeah, the cleansing's still going on. The cleansing sounds like it should be a bad thing. Do you know what I mean? But it's a good thing.
Yeah. So all of them except Dylan are like, what a bunch of little fucking rugrat brats over here. What a bunch of bullshit. And Dylan is like, listen, I became high seat when I was fucking 15 years old. Okay? Like, yeah, they're young, but also shit happens, man. And sometimes you got to grow up hard and grow up fast. So let's cope. Also, Brigitte, you swear a lot and you talk weird.
I feel like that is the saddest thing I've ever heard.
Branlet and Perrin will take guidance from me, and so will Catelyn, I think, much as I regret the time I'll have to spend with the girl. As for Connell, he's hardly the first young man.
Oh my God, they hate women. Hating women again.
He's hardly the first young man to think he's invincible and immortal. If you can't keep him reined in as Captain General, I suggest you try walking for him. The way he's eyeing those breeches of yours, he'll follow anywhere you lead. And Elayne is like,
where you lead,
why are we like talking about Brigitte's butt?
I mean, she's got a nice
She does have a nice butt.
It is unfortunate that that seems to be all we seem to talk about with her, but it's okay.
Elayne goes,
she's also got a really good skill with a bow.
They're high seats of their houses, Avienda.
Maybe he'll be impressed with her skills.
No one in their houses would thank me for treating them as less, far from it. The men who ride for them will fight to keep them alive.
Oh, wait, Catelyn was also shady about the fact that women were
Yeah.
using swords.
But it is Perrin and Branlet, Connell and Catelyn they ride for, not me, because they are the high seats.
and
Unfortunate that the young boy's name ends with let, because that sounds like,
I know.
Piglet.
I know.
It sounds like a little thing.
These all feel very Game of Thronesy names. Is Catelyn and Branlet.
I was thinking about that.
And then Percival and the other one are less Thronesy.
That feels like Arthurian.
Yeah, but also like they were kind of putting nods into each other's work at least a little bit. I know.
yeah?
After Jordan died, George Martin put in book 4 Archmaester Rigney of House Jourdain in the Tor, who had a philosophy that time was a wheel, which is
I mean, couldn't get any clearer.
Put Robert Jordan in there, but I don't know. I don't think it's out of the question. This might be a little bit of a nod. And they're kind of worried that the Gilliards are going to accuse them of kidnapping Connell.
Oh.
Because I don't know, because he's still pretty young. And they're like, is he acting on his own authority? Or is he kind of like a runaway and he's pledging the house regardless? And they're going to say, no, fuck that. We don't like Trakand. I don't know. And
oh, jeez. Well, is he the head of it? Isn't he the head?
Yeah.
Then who cares?
Well, he's a kid.
But he's the head.
Yeah, I know. And there's all this weird stuff about like who maybe you can put on hot pants and see if he'll follow you around. And I guess he's a kid. He's like a horny teenager or whatever. So there's that. And then
luckily we've got a lot of hot ladies at this court. Ton of them. So who cares?
And then
just keep an eye on him.
The first maid and the first clerk come in. And that's the end of chapter 13. F14 Ellie, what wise ones know? This is the logo. What is it?
Oh, I was gonna say something funny about Connell and be like, let's not look a gift horse in the braces.
That's really funny. What's the logo?
It's a tear.
It's a tear.
The Aes Sedai tear.
You have any notes?
Yeah. Let's see. Talking about some spies, but we're not going to do anything about the spies.
Well, they're kind of doing stuff about the spies.
I was shady about this until we started doing stuff about the spies.
Yeah.
They're my notes. Okay,
go on.
as
Please
I go.
Continue.
They had 9 arsons yesterday.
Yes.
What happened? Did all the white people just leave a sporting event?
That's good.
Vienda really said these pregnancy rules are dumb as rocks, and I love her for that. Oh, yeah, she slipped her a little honey in her tea. And I was like, my girl, yes. Hope for the best, plan for the worst is literally living with anxiety.
Yes.
Check the pregnant woman twice a month, but check the postpartum woman only once. Am I right? Pretty sure that's the case. Magic ultrasound? Magic ultrasound! Can someone tell Elayne these are also her babies, not just Rand's? I need her to know this.
Oh, is she calling them Rand's babes?
Babies, yeah. Rand's babies. They're going to be Rand's babies. And I'm like, baby, they're also your babies. How about our babies? You are objectively doing the harder job here. Marilla and that apprentice, I assume the Nepo baby who tried to get Nynaeve to take her to the White Tower, ran away. Are we supposed to take this as confirmation that she did something sketch? Because I think it's a red herring. Robert's setting up suspicions around each of them, right? Saritha supported David Hanlon. Marilla dipped, right?
Marilla, did she dip or did she go with the sea folk?
No, she dipped. She ran away.
She fled? That's fucking funny.
So I'm like, now Robert Jordan's setting them all up to look potentially suspicious for Adelius's murder, right? I'm not buying it. I'm standing strong with my theory.
I'd take it. I mean, there certainly is an expansion of the who killed Adelius mystery here.
Right.
Is that it?
That's it?
Oh, okay. What the fuck happens in this chapter?
Not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot. Spy stuff. We already know that.
Yeah, there's spies, they think, amongst the maids, I think.
Yeah, the second librarian.
Yeah. And Elayne's like,
cooks, footmen.
Yeah, there's usually spies. And
but we talked about this last book where like they find a spy and then they feed them false information.
Yeah, so they're just continuing to root out spies, but then just feed them false information. And Elayne's like, yeah, I mean, probably those spies are also going to be spies for more than one person. And I guess they're not getting paid a lot. So like more power to him. But she goes, I wonder if the Black Tower has any spies around. And Dylan says, I think they're too new to have any spies, which that kind of made me concerned. Because
Fair.
I think if the Black Tower being run by Mazrim Taim and Damon Dread is, around, I don't think they're too new for spies. But
There's this dude, John Skellett, and they want to turn John Skellett into their spy.
well, okay, here's the other thing, right? Like Elayne and co are probably shielding their dreams, right?
Yeah.
But like Dylan's not.
No.
So, I mean, what's to stop, like, say, Damon Dread from just like checking out their dreams?
Not much. Halwyn Nori then comes in, and he's like, people are lighting shit on fire. Good old siege. Gotta love a siege. They keep lighting shit on fire during sieges. And then he's like, by the way, FYI, I happen to know...
Wait, but that seems like a really... Sorry, can I just say one thing? Sorry. I didn't mean to
Please,
interrupt
go.
you. But that would be a really good way to spy on people, is just spy on the dreams of those who can't ward them.
It would be a phenomenally good way to spy on people.
Why aren't they doing that?
That's a great question. I think that the wise ones probably would decline to because they are not spies.
I'm talking about the Forsaken.
And, why the Forsaken not doing it?
Why would the Forsaken not do that?
Maybe they are.
I think they are. They should. If they're not, they're dumb.
Yeah. Iran, Marn, and Sarand have had to take out huge loans to pay for their mercenary armies and shit. Why doesn't House Trakand need to take out huge loans? It's not stated in the text, because I Control-F'd this word to see if it was in Crossroads of Twilight, and I know when it is or is not in Crossroads of Twilight. But why does House Trakand not have to take out huge loans?
Because they're rich?
What are they rich in, Allie?
Alum? Did we get an alum mention?
No. But
My God,
that
you
is
just
why.
DJ'd all of that.
I regret everything I've ever
It was
done.
incredible.
That is, in fact, why House Trakand is wealthy, is alum. They found alum. And so can you.
In a hopeless place.
Follow the link down below that doesn't exist to www.andoralum.an for exciting updates on how you too can... Do I have, like, infomercial music? We're doing this. On how you too can get the exciting new set of limited edition alum. Comes in 14 tablets with Macedonian script. Order now and we'll throw in a 15th alum tablet absolutely free. If you don't want to miss this deal only comes around once every turning of the wheel.
Oh my
God. But not for you. For you listening to this special, if you call in the next 22 minutes,
Get a sentence completed.
you too can join the ranks of hundreds of thousands who have bought into alum.
The ranks of hundreds.
The alum. Listen to the. How are you feeling, alum people? Oh, listen to them go.
Oh my God.
Oh,
There's no one here.
They are really... Oh, the music stopped. They are really feeling it today, folks.
The music killed... The music died.
They know that you can have what they have. Alum. Limited time only. Call now for more information. The number is at the bottom of your screen.
Oh my God, please call. I can't do this.
Dial in today. 1-800-ANDOR and alum. Don't actually call that number.
I'm going to use my TiVo. Badoop, badoop, badoop.
I can't stop. Hold on.
Okay, now I feel bad. Let's go back. Badoop, badoop, badoop.
Alum is the one-of-a-kind, extraordinary sensation that you too can enjoy.
Oh, shoot. I forgot. I need to get
Order
a snack.
now.
Badoop.
And
That's the pause. All right, I got my snack. Badoop.
you too can experience the future that alum will bring, a bright new future led by a woman who is obsessed with David Hanlon. And the alum will kill him. Order now.
Oh, wait, really?
I don't know. I can't tell you that.
An alum is a dye?
Anyway.
You're like, alum is everything.
Allie, why are you talking about alum? The people don't care about alum.
Oh, my God.
So... Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
We're at the 5-hour mark right now. Who is still listening? Nobody's listening to this episode. We came up with this cracked scheme to do one episode for Crossroads. Nobody's going to fucking listen to this.
Tell us if you listened, because if you did, you get a gold star in Wheel Takes.
You do get a gold star in audience. And that comes with a special offer of a little bit more alum. No, okay, we're done. All right, Allie.
All right.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
I'm very sick. Okay. Yeah.
I feel like this podcast has seen so much of us just absolutely unhinged.
Yeah,
I feel
that's the better part.
Between the strikes, us being sick, and just everything, we're just completely fucking unhinged at this point.
You know what would help?
What?
Alum.
Oh, God.
If you call now.
Oh, my God.
All right. Oh, boy. Somebody tries to eavesdrop on the meeting. Holy shit, it's the apocalypse. Did you remember when there was a ghost at the beginning of this?
What happened with them?
There was it was spooky.
It was just random.
There was a ghost. It was spooky as hell, Allie.
It was so fucking random.
There was a ghost. There's a ghost in this world where there's reincarnation.
Robert was really like, I don't fucking know.
Somebody was like, you gotta up the stakes on the apocalypse thing. And he went, what if I made it spooky?
What if I have a ghost?
Should I do it? Should I play the spooky sound that I hate again? Oh, I already regret it. Why did I do that? God damn it. Okay.
Okay, no, Harriet was like, Robert, we're literally halfway through the book. Something needs to happen. And he went to the dartboard. And he has this dartboard, I've decided, with like random shit on it. Where it's like, I don't know. Everyone gets turned inside out. Right, that's one.
Sure. Pictures come to life. What else can we come up with? The trees attack.
Foreskin Saken.
A man becomes bugs. What do you think? What else could we do? Yeah. A roof. Everybody's roof turns into sand.
Bubble of Weevil.
Ooh. What else could we do? The electricity. It happens.
It happens.
I like to choose. I like
to
think. I like to think that there's a section on the wheel that just says, it is happening.
It is happening.
It is happening.
It is happening.
And you know what it is that is happening? A limited time.
God, no!
I'm sorry.
We're stuck in an alum loop.
Oh my God. What's really annoying is I can't stop that sound once it starts. I can just fade out the soundboard. So now the soundboard is just stuck playing that silently until it's over.
Oh my God. Okay. And then it's like, okay, there's a couple more. We can come up with a couple more.
Time
Rand
loop.
meets his evil twin, Brand.
I like that one.
Yeah. When in doubt, always coma.
Always. Yeah, classic.
You know, like a horse through you.
Everything turns into ground beef. I had a nightmare about that once.
It's true.
I did have a nightmare that everything turned into ground beef. Yeah.
All the fish are dead. Another one of your nightmares.
Yeah, well, the sea folk would have a rough time with that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Death Cult.
Classic.
Mm-hmm. And then he just goes, all right, I'm going to line up this shot real nice. And he hits the thing.
Ghosts
wins.
I'm thrilled. We catch up on things that already happened. We catch up on things that we already know about, and then they here we go. And
Robert really was like, you know what the best time is for some exposition that we already know?
The middle of the book?
The middle of the book.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
They check the baby. How's the baby?
Baby's good. There's two babies.
Yeah. They're
But
looking for
they
Lord
can't
Luon.
tell if it's 2 girls, 2 boys, or a boy and a girl.
Okay.
They're just about to tell us when
Oh,
the
Monaiella
cleansing
was the one who checked the
stops.
thing.
And then it turns out maybe Marilla left because of all the magic.
Could be. She was like, I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Or she's like, I'm sick of being treated like shit. I'm out of here. I think that's probably the most likely one. That's why I would leave. Be like, I'm being treated like absolute dog shit. I'm going, hasta la vista, baby. More like hasta la nunca. Am I right?
Yeah.
In Spanish.
Yeah,
for
that makes sense. Yeah.
see you never. Wait, no. That's incorrect. Wait.
No, that's not what that means, is it?
That's not what that means at all.
No.
Anyway,
that's,
whatever.
Hasta
But hasta la vista does mean see you later.
Vista means later?
Yeah, it's like see you when I see you.
Really?
Until I see you.
Oh,
is
Vista,
essentially
right.
it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not like vista, like vistas. Or something like that. Spanish.
Monael chastises Avienda for how she's dressing, I guess. And then they check the baby.
Maybe
It's
more
called caressing the child.
Now I'm stuck on this. It'd be more like nunca la vista.
And they're like, hey, is the baby okay? It's okay. And she's like, can I channel?
And they're like,
Yeah.
can you breathe? Then yeah, you
Yeah,
can channel.
you're fine.
Channeling won't hurt the baby any more than breathing. And I'm like, cool. And they said, but you might have some like weird weaves for a while.
Also, you're going to be moody and yell at men.
Yeah, and they're like, your husband should keep a distance, or whoever knocked you up should keep a distance from you. And I'm like, because that would make me less angry.
And then
if my husband started isolating himself from me, that would make me less mad.
The cleansing stops, and Sumeko's massive bosom heaved as she drew a deep breath.
Good for her.
Good for her. Good
It
for
is
her.
so impossible to exist as a woman
That's
in a
not the
curvy
success
body.
sound.
The crickets.
We're a mess this section. This is great.
This is beautiful.
And Rand's alive, and she's like, hell yeah, this is awesome. And then Cassell comes in, and she's like, hey, the Sea Folk are pissed because one of their apprentices ran off.
Yeah.
Who is it?
With Marilla.
Yeah, who is
It's
it?
that girl.
It's that girl.
It's Nepo Baby.
It's Nepo Baby. Talon.
Wait. Okay, I was just thinking, like, what would be the opposite of a Nepo Baby? Because they treat her the opposite of how you would expect a Nepo Baby to be treated. An open baby.
Oh my god, it is the opposite of Nepo, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, fuck, man, if Marilla convinced the girl to become a novice, which she wouldn't have to do, because as I recall, she was asking Nynaeve to take her as a novice, she might be able to, like, weasel around the oath to take her to the tower and put her in novice white. Sucks. This is terrible.
Well, no, but she wanted that to happen.
Yeah.
It does suck that it feels like Marilla kind of defected.
Well, she just probably dipped to take this woman to the tower, right?
Well, yeah, and to get away from everyone being mean to her.
Yeah, because everyone's being mean to her. And
Elayne's like, can't really do anything to stop it.
And then she's like, Rand's the best. I'm so happy this is happening. And that's the end of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Gathering Darkness. What's that?
It's a fang.
It's Fang. Notes? Any?
Yeah.
Couple, 2, 3?
Of course. Anything for all of you. So these two are planning on screwing Amaryllis from the Music Man over. A little good night this someone, if you will.
That's a great reference to a musical by Meredith Willson.
The musical theater kids are howling right now and no one else gets it.
Hi, Sulin.
Elenia is giving 0.1%. She
Yes.
shall be guillotined first. It is
Yes.
decreed.
No, yes.
What does play cat's cradle with you mean? Like that Ileoner or Terabonner will play cat's cradle with you again. And I was like, is that supposed to be a euphemism for sexual assault? In which case?
I don't think so. Because here's the thing. Lord Nason appears to
But she turns white after she says that.
Well,
and it's implied as like a threat.
What's up with this dude?
Who?
Nason.
Is he the Terabonner?
He's the he's
No, that's not what I'm talking about. No,
What
give me the book. Give me the book. I'll find the section. Give me it.
Oh, Jack
Please.
Lunalt.
Please give me it.
I found okay, here you go.
So, okay.
Oh, God, yeah, different thing. Yeah,
It's a different thing.
That guy's for sure torturing her.
There's like the rare buy one, get one free if sexual assault mentions.
No, that dude's for sure torturing her.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. You want to be careful what you say, or Amarilla may ask her Terrabonner to play cat's cradle with you again.
Yeah, that dude is absolutely torturing her.
All right.
I don't think it's sexual. I think he's just torturing her.
Regardless, why are you torturing your allies?
Because she sucks. She's the worst.
Yeah. She is very Umbridge to me.
Yeah.
Hashtag trans lives matter. I have not forgotten.
Well, because at the end of this section, she's like, all right, which person should I have the death of happen first? Aramilla or Nason?
Yeah. Well, no, but Aramilla is the one giving Umbridge to me.
Yes. Okay. Got it. Sorry.
I'm taking Umbridge with Aramilla as well. Cue the harp noises. Oh, yeah. Once again, because of what's his face and the maid, the Grosso.
Oh, God. Oh, God. David? Are we up to David Hanlon yet?
No, we're not even there yet.
Oh, this guy.
Oh, no, we got to buy one, get 3 free or
Yes.
whatever. So, yeah, we have the fucking Terrabonner cat's cradle thing, which I was like, what's going on there? Then there was the creepy old guy that's in their group.
Nason.
Yeah, Nason, who she like volunteers this maid girl, Amarilla does, to like make him some spiced wine or something.
Well,
back at his tent, and then
Yeah.
it's heavily implied that he's going to have sex with her, and it's like all very icky and squicky.
he's just this weird gropey guy.
Yeah, I think it goes beyond that though. In some cases.
He's a weird fucking dude.
And it's like Amarilla like keeps insisting to him that she's his daughter, I think in part to keep him from like pawing at her,
Probably.
which is like all very fucked. And then why isn't he going to meet Millie Skane unless that's Cheyenne?
Millie Skane is Cheyenne, yeah.
Okay. Cheyenne. Okay, and then we get all the shit that's going on with Phalion, where it's like, it's not enough that David Hanlon is handsy with her and doing awful things to her, but she's also having to do that with someone else.
Yeah, I mean,
Millie Skane's like, fuck it.
the thing with Phalion is that she and David Hanlon are now only acting as though he is assaulting her on a regular basis.
Phalion and David?
Yeah, they've kind of come to this accord where like she fakes like this is happening, but actually they're in league kind of against Millie Skane.
Oh, interesting.
There is another dude who's
It's still gross and awful.
Yeah.
And so then Millie was like, I'm going to give her to another dude, which is just, ugh.
Yeah, this Murellin guy who is just like a guard who is also being the worst. So, you know. Okay, Chapter 15, Gathering Darkness.
I'm on this crusade, really. Or I shouldn't say crusade. I'm on this quest, personally, where I'm like, make sex fun again
Yeah.
in books. I don't know why we're like, you know what? Bad literature has consensual sex in it, and good literature has rape in it.
It's irritating.
I am confused and a little freaked out by how that seems to have shaken out. Where
Yes.
it's like, oh, romance, which is something that women like. We had to invent a whole genre. I saw a TikTok about this where someone said this. They were like, we invented a whole genre where like men are nice to women. And then everyone looks at that genre and is like, trash. Unrealistic trash. And I'm like, that worries me.
It's not good. Romance is good. That behavior
Romance
toward
is
not
good. I very much enjoy a romance.
Gathering Darkness, Elenia Sarand. What do we remember from book 8 and 9 about Sarand, Aran, and Aramilla Marn's houses?
Sarandamon and Aramilla's houses?
Sarand, Elenia's house, Aran, the other one's house, and Aramilla's house, Marn.
What do we know?
Yeah, what is the actual plot thread that we're tracking here?
Oh,
Because Aramilla's the one who's got the most support.
yeah. Well, until today.
Yeah.
Now they're tied.
Now they're tied.
But the guys that David Hanlon let in are not for Elayne,
Probably not. It seems like probably not.
which is not great. We're also tracking that Elenia wants to basically break her agreement with Aramilla and basically kill Aramilla.
Yeah. But what?
And wait. Go ahead. I'm not done. And then the other lady, whose name escapes me.
Sarand is her last name.
Yeah, but it's like...
No, I'm sorry. It's Iran.
It starts with an N. Because it's Nason, and then there's... Nian. Okay. Sorry, that's just confusing. Nian goes up to Elenia and is like, first of all, let me into your restaurant. Second of all, I know that you're going to try to hook up with your boyfriend, Jared.
Yeah. Yes, she does. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, because she's like...
Allie would also like it to be publicly known that I totally fucked up and forgot what their relationship was, and then I cut the sections where I mumble over myself trying to get it right.
Yeah, and I'm a little annoyed by that, because I'm like, what, only I can be wrong on this podcast? No, you can be
wrong whenever we could both be wrong. I can be wrong. It's all good. I just cut that part. It's okay. I'm acknowledging it now.
He thought they were brother and sister. They're fiancés.
They're not brother and sister.
They're fiancé. So, okay. Yeah, and I only know that because she says that Aramilla gave her the option of either having the longest honeymoon ever or pledging fealty to her. But she's like, I'm going to kill you. And then Nian's like, I know you're going to kill her. I know you're going to try to get out of this. Like, I want in. I want you to include me in this plan.
Yeah, I would like to get out from under Aramilla and gropey Nason's
And Elenia's like, fuck no. I'm not including you in this plan. Absolutely not. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. And Nian's like, pretty please. And then she goes, okay, I will include you if you write a letter that says that you are done with Aramilla and you renounce all of your oaths to her and you are loyal to me and want me on the throne, and you put it in writing and you sign it with your like everything and you give it to me, then you can be part of the plan.
Yeah, and then she would have...
And that's because up until now, they've all been able to avoid putting anything in writing. But once it's in writing, it's very hard to get away from with honorably.
And then she would have Iran, Karen, Lear, Elorian, Aemlyn, Erethel, Abel, Pelavar, and Luan, she thinks. Oh, maybe Luan... what? Maybe... Oh my god, I can't keep any of this straight. How many is that? 9. So she'd need one more.
Oh, damn.
Luan... fuck, I have having so much trouble keeping this straight.
I feel like we need a chart.
With the wiki, I'm having trouble keeping this straight.
I feel like we need a chart.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so completely wrong.
Chart.
Okay, earlier when I said that they were Nason's guys, I was completely wrong. Luan is...
Okay, I thought so. They're
Luan's
guys. You are correct.
Guys. They are Luan's guys. No one knows where Luan is. And Elenia thinks she could get Luan on her side.
But Luan sent his guys to Elayne, potentially, but he has not sworn fealty to her.
I was wrong. So she would have Iran, Karen, and Lear. She expects she can get Elorian, and she is reaching out to Aemlyn, Erethel, Abel, Pelavar, and Luan.
Oh, reaching out doesn't mean shit, though.
No. But, that's her. So then
Elayne has
6, and she thinks she has
And she just has to reach out to, 4 more.
Yeah, and Elenia would have 3.5 and would be reaching out to 5 more.
Okay.
So...
And Elayne... Yeah, I feel like Elaine's gonna win.
Well, that would make sense.
I think Elaine's gonna win,
considering that she has a whole personality.
And she's like, and then I'll take Kyrene after that.
So,
but I feel like that's gonna be a whole different bag of beans.
Anyway, I don't have a ton to add here. I like this section. It's fun to get into this camp, and I enjoy it. She hates Aramilla. Elenia hates Aramilla.
Yeah, everyone hates Aramilla.
Do you remember why Elenia and Nayan Iran ended up sworn to Aramilla?
Well, Aramilla bust them out of jail.
She busted them out, yeah. That's it. And then she was like, swear fealty or you die, basically.
And they're like, okay, cool. We swear fealty with their fingers crossed behind their backs. And now they're trying to get out of it. Aramilla probably should have gotten that shit in writing.
Probably.
Not particularly smart.
The men signed pledges to support to free Elenia and Nayan. Their husbands did, I guess. What is this?
But I guess she's like, well, that's not me, though.
Nayan also signed a... What?
I guess she's like, we can get out of this one.
Yeah, we can get out of this one, yeah.
because it wasn't, overseen by a lawyer. But you are going to write it down, and you're going to have a lawyer present that will look for any loopholes or whatever it is.
Pretty much, yeah. And there's
like,
a maid named
was like,
Janny.
here's what you're going to say so that you can't get out of it. Oh, yeah, and there's a maid named Janny.
Love Janny. Janny's fun.
Janny's Elenia's, bestest pal.
They all think back on how much they fucking hated
/
Morgaze
maid.
because of how she behaved for the past year or so.
All right, that was not her fault. Also, I seem to recall you all being mean to her. Wasn't everyone at court shitty about Morgaze, too?
Yeah, no, they were.
So I seem to recall you all being a bunch of big assholes.
So creepy Nason pulls up, and he's got, branches in his hair and shit, and he is ludicrous. And unfortunately, his house is the most powerful house, and they consider him to be mad, and he brays spittle at them.
I just feel like this guy is a strong case for term limits. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what's crazy about having a king or a queen. Do you know what I mean? That's what's wild to me about having a king or a queen. Like when we have a shitty president, as an example, as the example that is relevant, we have 4 to 8 years of having to deal with him, and then he can't be president again.
Yeah.
Which that sucks enough. But when you have a shitty king or queen,
Yeah.
that's a lifetime
And
issue.
It's not just that this dude is, it's not that this dude is old. It's that he sucks and is the worst
He
and
sucks
is in charge for life.
It is, obviously not about the fact that he is old. It's just that I feel like the fact that he sucks is a strong reason for term limits, because then you can be like, they suck. Let's get them out. We only have to deal with them for a certain amount of time, and then they are not able to be in charge anymore.
Yeah, so we got Gropey Nason being weird, and Aramilla's kind of keeping him in hand as best she can and claiming she's his daughter, even though letting him think that.
But clearly he doesn't really buy that, because he's got a granddaughter that he's really, really sweet to.
Yeah, and he's like, I hope you're taking good care of my little Sylvace, Aramilla. There are fortune hunters everywhere, and I want the darling girl kept safe.
Here's the thing. I really hate when people are like, I support women because I have a daughter, or I have a wife, or I have a,
just support
whatever.
women.
Why do you need to know anyone to support it? To support women's rights and stuff. But that is far better than the guy who's like, I love my granddaughter, but I'm going to continue to grow up women. That's so fucked.
Sylvace is here, by the way.
I know.
She's just sitting there
watching him do this shit.
She's sitting there with no expression on her face at all. God
clearly
damn it.
this happens all the time. So I'm like, because I'm like, I hate that men are like, I'm a feminist because I know a woman, or I come from a woman. I hate that shit, because I'm like, you shouldn't have to care about women to care about women. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I like it.
This is worse. I'd rather them than this.
A sturdy, placid young woman who met his gaze unsmiling, then pulled her dark, fur-lined cowl well forward. She never smiled or frowned or showed any emotion at all that Elenia had ever detected, just
alarming.
Kept an unvarying cow-like expression. Plainly, she had a cow's wits, too.
Okay. I think that this woman's actually playing the game.
Aramilla kept Sylvace closer than she did Elenia or Nayan, and so long as she did, there was no chance that Nason would be forced to retire from his honors. He was mad, assuredly, but sly.
At the end of this series, Sylvace will be running a lot of shit.
You think?
I mean, here's what I want. Can I tell you what I want to have happen? Okay. I want Elayne to need one more vote. One more. I want Elayne to need one more vote. Nason kicks the bucket, and Sylvace goes, I'm declaring for Elayne.
Under suspicious circumstances, perhaps?
I want Sylvace to kill her grandpa.
You do?
So bad.
That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, so bad. I want it in that spiced wine. I want her to kill him so bad.
That'd be pretty fun.
And then Sylvace is like, I'm gonna go hang out with Elayne because you all suck. And Elaine's gotta be better than this. What do you think?
I would love that. We will have to read and find out.
Do you think Elayne having a daughter would secure the throne a little bit more?
No, because Morgaze,
doesn't matter,
by way of Ravin, trashed her reputation so much
that it's kind of like, well, here's the thing, because there's usually not a succession. The only reason there was a succession war last time was because Tigraine fucked off. And normally it just kind of like stays in the family. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, usually it stays in the family.
They're just like mega the Tricans. It's like the Habsburgs.
That's why they have daughter heirs. It was the
Holy Roman Empire?
Mantiers.
Oh, it was the Mantiers.
Mantier.
And Tigraine fucked up.
Then
and then
Tigraine
it was
fucked off, and there was no heir, and so there was a crisis.
Wait, but before Morghese, it was still a Tricand.
No, Megden was not queen.
Megden wasn't queen?
No.
I thought she was.
No, she was high seat of House Tricand. She was not queen.
But I thought that Elayne said that she's like raised 3 queens or
Three
something.
generations of Tricans.
Oh.
Not 3 queens, I don't think. Because before... I don't know who the queen was before Morghese, but the daughter heir was Tigraine. And like that's the reason that the title...
Oh, Mommy Mantier.
Yeah. That's the reason the title daughter heir exists, is because it's kind of expected that the daughter will inherit.
Well, yeah.
And the only reason...
It's the sword or whatever, the first sword.
Yeah, the first prince, the sword. And the only reason that Tigraine didn't inherit was, because Tigraine fucked off, and also Tarangale was the goddamn worst.
Sorry.
I forget what Tigraine's mom was named.
Mommy Mantier.
Mordrellin. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, she was queen, and
that
then
kind of fits in with the Morghese Megden.
It does, doesn't it?
And then we had 2 M's in a row, and then Morghese was like, nah, it ends with me.
So
Elayne is what we're going to call her.
Yeah, Aramil is like, hey, Lord Nason, here is my young maid. Go have wine with her, and this is terrible. And she's having a bad time. And, yep.
I want Sylvace to kill her
Murder
grandpa.
the shit out of Gramps.
I don't advocate for killing
I've forgotten
your
that this guy was as
grandparents most of
creepy
the
as he
time.
was. I
He's
thought he
so
was just
creepy.
weird. I've totally forgotten
he's
this.
So awful and creepy. And I want him dead so bad.
Yeah.
So bad. I have a hit list. Kind of like Arya in Game of Thrones. I have like just a group where I'm like, if they're not dead by the end of the series, I will not be happy. It is Aemon Valda. He better be dead by the end. This guy.
Yeah. David.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and David, yeah.
And we already lost Tylan, so hell yeah.
Millie Skane can go on there too. Just for Valian.
So Aramil is like, hey, you and Nayan can share a bed, right? And Lenia's like, does she know that we're in cahoots?
Yeah, that was like
I hope
a big
not.
uh-oh moment. But no, they're fine.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, sure. And then she's like, all right, I got to get back on top. And who am I going to kill first, Aramilla or Nayan? I don't know. Or Nason, sorry. We got to figure this shit out.
I vote Nason.
Yeah, I would kill Nason. And then we switch to...
also, I mean, how hard could it be?
Well, hard, probably. But, he might be spry.
Well, yeah, but I mean, here's my thing. He doesn't seem... I'm not being ageist, okay? I'm just saying he does not seem to be in the
This guy in particular does not seem to be in the best way.
In the world?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right. I think, listen, killing Nason versus killing Aramilla, gonna be harder to kill Aramilla.
And make it look like it was a natural death, right? Like with
not
him,
because he's old, but because he does not have his wits about him
frail.
And he is frail.
He seems frail.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he takes good care of himself. So my thought process is that would be a much easier sell.
He seems like the kind of dude you could just put a mushroom in front of and say, oh, it's chocolate, and he would eat it.
Right. And I'm not advocating for doing this in real life, but this guy sucks. I want to not read about him.
Yes.
I would like Sylvace to do it for the girlies.
Yes. Now, how much time do you want to spend talking about David Hanlon?
Like almost none.
Great. He catches up on things.
Almost none. Not in that he's not a compelling villain. Because
no, but
is. But this particular chapter has a lot of icks in it.
Yes. He talks about how the sea folk left. We catch up on the whole him and Phalian thing, which, again, is that they've kind of met with an understanding. Oh, he kills this dude? Doesn't he kill a dude?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he kills a dude that's following him. And he's like, I wonder who it was. I don't know. It could have been anybody who was following me. It could have been...
Well, and then he immediately decides Brigitte sent him.
He thinks
because
it was
he's like, Brigitte has it in for me.
Brigitte and Aes Sedai, or perhaps even Lady Shiane.
Right. And so he's suspicious about all of that.
Yeah.
But he decides that the most likely option is Brigitte.
Which is reasonable because they are having him followed and he's killing all the people who follow him.
Right.
So,
but he
badly
thinks
done.
that it was meant as an assassin because this is what,
Oh,
he
yeah,
thinks
yeah,
it's
yeah,
supposed to be an
yeah.
assassination because the guy's knife belt is empty.
Right.
Like his sheath is empty. So he's like, well, why would he have his knife drawn considering how like quickly I took him out? He must have had his knife already drawn, which means he was trying to kill me, is what he decides.
Sure, that makes sense.
And we all know that's not it. It's that he was just following him just to see what's going on. And maybe he had his knife out because he was like kind of creeped out by David Hanlon, because who wouldn't be? Because he's like the most obvious villain of all time. But, you know.
So yeah, David fucked shit, but the worst guy goes to the thing, and he's creepy to Phalion, and whoa, that's a line. That's a rough line right there.
What?
That one is. This one?
I can't read from all this far. Hold on. Oof.
Yeah, we're gonna skip that
fuck
that
out
part.
of that. All right.
Ooh. All right. So
listen, I understand that he is the bad guy, and this is meant to be like, look what a bad guy he is. I just don't want to read it. I just don't want to read it out loud.
yeah, we're not gonna
Do you know what I mean?
read
Like,
some of this out loud.
I understand that this is a bad guy objectively doing bad things, and sometimes bad guys do bad things like that. And like that is real and that is true. It sucks to read it out loud. So we're not going to.
Without getting into it too much, essentially he's like, I don't have issues doing some things. And then we learned that his and Phalion's relationship is that they are putting on as though certain things are happening that are not currently happening.
Okay.
And
yeah,
they like have this front they're putting on, essentially. By the way, at one point she's like, hey, do me a favor, murder Murellen, because he actually is harassing me.
Yeah,
So
she
help
said
me out
murder
with that.
him, and he's like, well, no, first she says, can you get me anything that will help him sleep?
Yeah.
And he's
In
like,
other
I
words-
can get you something to murder him. Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem. And then she's like, no, if I kill him, it will be very obvious that it was me, and I'll get in a bunch of shit. So all I want to do is just make him sleep so that he doesn't, mess with me. And David's like, no problem, will do. And then I think she's kind of like, but if you ever get the chance to like fucking
Like,
murder
I
him,
wouldn't
like,
say
please
no.
fucking murder him. Which I go, murder him, but also I hope he murders you. I hope it's a joint murder. I hope
They
you
could
both,
take each other out. It'd
could
be
you
great.
both murder each other? It'd be really cute of you. I feel like I have been for a lot of death recently. In
Well,
this,
you know, it's
in this
all
book.
right.
But
It's these
here's the
books.
thing: it's because
It's okay.
I don't
These are
like
bad guys.
sexual predators.
No, I think they're
and
terrible.
you know what? I'm going to stand by that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stand by it.
And she's like, hey, did you knock up Elayne? He's like, no, probably not. Last time someone said I knocked her up, I killed her. Oh, Jesus, buddy.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
He hit her on the. Yeah,
So, anyway,
it's really a treat to get
this
inside
guy's
his
great.
head.
I'm so happy we're spending time with him.
Like, listen, to a certain extent, you're like, all right, this is mustache twirly bad guy. But sometimes you're like, but also, fuck, man.
He goes to talk to Millie Skane. She had killed whoever was last in here.
Yeah.
And she goes, hey, man.
And he's basically like under a sheet. And she's like,
she's
and David
a lot.
Hanlon's like, oh, he ruined the carpet.
She's like, hey, man, how would you like to see Camelin looted? And he's like, all right.
Oh, and she's behind the fires because they're trying to get the guards away from the like food stores so they can set the food stores on
They can
fire.
fire the granaries, which will then fuck the siege. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wouldn't though because they can.
They can fucking travel.
Fucking travel.
So, like,
So it's just a waste of time.
I mean, it takes out a lot of food. It's hard to get a lot more food. But
Yeah, I suppose it would cause problems, but not so many problems that they could not probably figure out what to do.
And he's like, and you know what? I should probably also kill Millie Skane and whoever Marilyn Gamalfin is. I should kill them all because I am the worst. And so are they. And that's the end of chapter 15. Allie, any thoughts on Dear Miss Tricand? Or shall we put her to bath for the time being? This was a long section.
had
I
a
didn't think
long
it was going to be
day.
long.
Let's let her
Let her soak. All right, everyone. We'll be back with a few more chapters. Probably the next 5, I want to say. All of the next POV in just a minute. Okay, everyone. Here's what happened. I finished editing this 10-hour episode, and then it turned out that it's too big to upload to either of our host platforms. So we're cutting it in half, but the other half is already up. Go listen to that. Thanks.